Chapter 1747, Huan Zhen before the god. The familiar white mist emerged from the nutrient vortex, silently. At the same time, Shou Chu's standing figure was frozen as if by ice. The expression on his face was fixed, maintaining the moment he pointed his finger at the new god. An invisible ripple spread out, and Shou Chu's shadow shattered inch by inch. Compared to the purple and green light spots, Shou Chu's demise was slightly more impactful. He was no longer silently crushed like an insect, instead, his fall even stirred some ripples within the nutrient vortex. But that was all, he still inevitably faded away with the wind. However, Shou Chu, empowered by false as true, undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the saints. His final ethereal finger, after all, brought a slight impact to the god. This caused some flaws to appear in the originally impenetrable nutrient vortex, the birthplace of the god. The Huan Zhen white mist, because of this, enveloped Li Fan. With Li Fan at its core, the white mist gained a subject and a source of power. The white mist no longer feared the so-called divine radiance, surging forth mightily from the void. Such a commotion naturally did not escape the notice of the new god. As if tightly clutched by an invisible giant hand, the rolling white mist instantly solidified. Then, as if repeatedly compressed with force, the white mist visibly became several shades thicker. When true is false, false is true. Like a life-saving talismanic incantation, Li Fan chanted rapidly and continuously in his heart. Although it was an instinctive reaction born of fear, it was indeed effective. The frozen white mist surged again, growing thicker and thicker, blocking all external threats. The oppressive power from the god seemed to vanish. In the world, besides the white mist and Li Fan within it, there was nothing else. It was incredibly quiet, even suffocatingly so. Huan Zhen succeeded, Li Fan thought with lingering fear. At this moment, the white mist suddenly vibrated violently. It was as if countless heavy fists were continuously pounding it from outside. Each time it was struck, the thick white mist became a little more transparent. Soon, what had originally disappeared outside the white mist became faintly visible again. And then, a huge, cold, and emotionless eye suddenly appeared at the edge of the white mist. Its gaze, indifferent, stared intently at Li Fan, who was cowering within the white mist. At this moment, Li Fan's heart felt as if it had been squeezed. He trembled and felt pain due to extreme fear. His mind, moreover, was a complete blank. Without him as the backbone, the white mist's tendency to become transparent became even more pronounced. It even showed signs of gradually dissipating. No, he hasn't discovered me. On the verge of life and death, after a brief stupor, the instinct for survival made Li Fan's thoughts resume their operation. In an instant, countless thoughts surged, and his mind was even more agile than usual. Previously, when I entered the new god's line of sight, my divine thought felt as if it had been struck, and I completely fainted. That was when the new god was disguised as a corpse. Now, the new god's eye is so close, yet I only experienced a temporary blank in my mind. The blankness was still born from fear in my heart, not from the influence of the new god outside. In a flash, Li Fan understood. Because of the concealment by the Huan Zhen white mist, even though the new god's eye was so close, it still hadn't discovered him hidden within. It wasn't that the god saw him. It was that he saw the god. So, I haven't been discovered. As this thought arose, his fear dissipated. The white mist instantly thickened again. Within a short period, twists and turns arose. And as Li Fan's mental state changed, the corresponding changes in the Huan Zhen white mist were naturally noticed by him. The change of truth and falsehood is truly like this. As if he had gained some comprehension ability, Li Fan sat cross-legged, ignoring the god's solitary eye, which hung high like the sun. In his mind, he tried his best to recall his past glorious deeds. The saints of mountain and sea, and even the new god, have all been rewound by a single thought of mine. No matter who wins the divine position this time, they still cannot escape this fate. True, is, false. Li Fan's eyes were calm, and all fear had receded. What remained was absolute confidence. The mist moved with his will. More and more white mist emerged from the void. It surged forth, its speed increasing. For a moment, there were whistling winds and rumbling thunder. Layer upon layer, they stacked upon each other. The god's solitary eye, finally, could no longer see. In the last moment before the divine eye disappeared, a trace of anger finally flashed in those always calm eyes. Then, a faint roar seemed to come from outside the white mist. It's done. Feeling the danger recede, Li Fan, having survived a calamity, couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then, caught off guard, a wave of weakness washed over him. He felt dizzy and extremely weak. As if he had lost all his strength, he could only let himself be carried forward by the white mist. The consumption is actually so enormous. Li Fan's head was heavy and groggy, his eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He had originally planned to observe the subtle changes before and after Huan Zhen. But that plan was unfortunately thwarted. He simply fell into a deep sleep. Anchor Year 1. The initial anchor point. When Li Fan regained consciousness, he seemed not to have fully escaped the dangers of his previous life. His body felt as if it had undergone continuous arduous cultivation, with aches and pains all over. And this pain seemed deeply rooted in his divine soul, inherent since birth. Even when Li Fan quickly cultivated to the Harmony Dao realm, this aching sensation did not disappear. It only slightly lessened. Li Fan did not rush to ascend to immortality again or connect to the infinite sea. Nor did he rush to choose the Huan Zhen inheritance option. Instead, he reviewed his experiences from the previous life. It truly can be said that one move affects the whole situation. I never expected that my casual act of taking advantage of Suo would lead to a result in the divided soul battle at the beginning of Mountain and Sea. The return of Mountain and Sea, the establishment of the new god. What a grand spectacle! Even now, recalling the previous divine return torrent, Li Fan felt greatly shaken. Vast and mighty, annihilating everything. The saints of Mountain and Sea were like ants. The power of this torrent itself was not much inferior to the new god. If I hadn't been protected by the change of truth and falsehood, I'm afraid my fate would have been the same as the other saints, perishing directly on the spot. His thoughts seemed to follow the divine return torrent, returning to the beginning of Mountain and Sea. 2 white, 1 purple, and 1 green, along with the new god, gathered in that huge nutrient vortex. That white spot, Li Fan's gaze sharpened. The memory he had recalled earlier resurfaced. Taoist Fan, have we met before? There are countless heroes in Mountain and Sea, how can they all be deceived? Li Fan savored these 2 sentences, his eyes narrowing slightly. This white spot, like last saint of Mountain and Sea Chu Xinwei, vaguely sensed the truth that Mountain and Sea was constantly being reset. After meeting me again, a vague sense of familiarity arose, so he kept asking. Although I never answered, after another reincarnation, this intuition of the white spot increased even more. Unable to stop it, he then expressed the sentiment that the heroes of Mountain and Sea cannot all be deceived. HMPH, still too pedantic. From the very beginning, he should have just found a random excuse to brush it off. Remaining silent, isn't that just revealing one's guilt? If they cannot be deceived, then either kill them and suppress them, or unite with them. To let them grow unchecked. Extremely disdainful of his past choices, Li Fan shook his head slightly. Recalling the scene he had once seen at the end of time, at the last moment when the illusory realm devoured Mountain and Sea, 2 white spots finally leapt out. He was almost certain that after countless reincarnations, these 2 white spots had probably vaguely known that Mountain and Sea was constantly undergoing reincarnation. Although they might not know that the instigator was Li Fan, that it was the change of truth and falsehood. This did not prevent them from hiding and biding their time. Until Mountain and Sea restarted. It's truly unpleasant to be parasitic within Huan Zhen. Huan Zhen reset, and Mountain and Sea returned to its original state. But these 2 existences were like blemishes. With each reset, they were still vaguely imprinted. They definitely won't retain complete memories of the previous life like I do. But they should have an intuition similar to mine. If these 2 are like this, then what about that new god? A sudden worry arose in Li Fan's heart. However, after careful consideration, the worry slowly dissipated. Having past intuition is not terrifying. What's truly terrifying is the god's power. Returning to this current point in time, that new god is merely an ordinary saint at the beginning of Mountain and Sea. The divided soul battle has countless variables. Even if it happens again in this life, the winner may not necessarily be him. It had to be admitted that the new god, who had absorbed almost all the energy of Mountain and Sea, was indeed an existence far superior to saints. Those purple and green twin spots were among the very few saints who survived to the end. Yet, they were easily crushed by the new god. Even powerhouses like Yin Wei and Kang Bai, who could maintain their intuition within Huan Zhen, had no resistance whatsoever before the new god and could only flee in disarray. The gap was despair-inducing. Looking at Mountain and Sea, only the change of truth and falsehood can slightly affect the new god. I wonder if Shou Chu Gong can gain any comprehension ability from his final killing move in the previous life. Shou Chu Gong's true as false finger definitely touched the new god. Even if it couldn't be called injury, Li Fan believed that with Shou Chu's comprehension ability, as long as he touched it, he would definitely gain something. If he can touch it once, then a second time, and even a third time, he might just be able to contend with the god. However, that new god is not yet in a truly perfect state. Li Fan's gaze sharpened as he thought this. All things in the world originate from the god. Leaving Li Fan aside, those 2 points, Yin Wei and Kang Bai, had not yet returned to the god. Plus, the nutrient vortex had not yet been fully absorbed by the god. The new god I saw in the previous life was actually only a demigod. Compared to the former mountain and sea's shared consumption of the true god, there is still a huge gap. I'm afraid he's still no match for the lonely star. Perhaps the new god himself knows this. That's why he'd rather use a low-level tactic like feigning death to attract the 4 hidden points and complete his true transformation. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. In that case, there's truly some luck involved. A mere demigod almost managed to shake the Huan Zhen white mist. If the true god had descended. Even so, he is not someone that ordinary saints or ordinary means of mountain and sea can contend with. At that time, I almost thought the Huan Zhen white mist would be torn apart. Before Li Fan's eyes, the new god's ruthless giant eye seemed to reappear. Even in contemplation, Li Fan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat again. But the current Li Fan was no longer the Li Fan who used to be scared into psychological shadows by the cat treasure. With a slight stabilization of his mind, he dispelled the influence brought by the new god. Huan Zhen white mist, change of truth and falsehood. With a thought, a tree branch appeared in Li Fan's palm. It was purely a creation of Li Fan using the change of truth and falsehood. He held it tightly, his divine thought circling it, observing carefully, not missing a single detail. Then Li Fan began to try to recall his past glorious deeds. Although it was still just countless fleeting fragments like a rushing river, as Li Fan contemplated in this manner, he truly felt as if he had returned to the past. His strength and confidence grew with time. I think this branch should be a little more real. As this thought emerged, Li Fan keenly noticed that the tree branch in his hand indeed became several shades truer. This was not just a feeling, but could be concretely manifested in the duration this imagined creation could last. If it were purely based on my mastery of the change of truth and falsehood, this branch could last at most 1,000 years without decay. But if I add the sense of control from my past self, it can actually last for 10,000 years without decaying. Li Fan was somewhat shocked. A simple mental reinforcement actually caused the effect of the change of truth and falsehood to increase by more than tenfold. This was a discovery Li Fan made in the previous life during the crisis when the new god was about to tear open the Huan Zhen white mist. Now that it was confirmed, his heart still couldn't stop surging with excitement. Can this be called borrowing the power of my past self? Li Fan naturally knew how powerful his past self was. The saints of mountain and sea, the gods of the illusory realm. Even the lonely star could be reset by his single thought. If Li Fan could borrow some of the power of his past self, it would be enough for him to navigate the divided soul battle with ease. Although, there are some side effects. A new sensation of soreness attacked from the depths of his divine soul. Li Fan's hand went limp, and he almost failed to grip the newly created tree branch. I can borrow power, but I cannot exceed my tolerance limit. Otherwise, the injury might be irreversible. Li Fan understood in his heart. I need a good rest. But it is absolutely worth it. The power gained by borrowing from his past self would not disappear into thin air. Instead, it would deepen his understanding of the change of truth and falsehood and accelerate the recovery of his past memories. When Li Fan had recovered for a while, and looked back at the torrent of past memories again, the flow of time seemed to slow down, allowing him to see more of the scenes within. The experiences of my past self are definitely a treasure trove comparable to mountain and sea itself. If used properly, I can quickly locate reliable and like-minded allies. Plus various Dao comprehension abilities. However, Li Fan did not rashly delve into it. He waited until he had hidden in the Xuanwang world for 100 years, and the throbbing pain in his divine soul completely disappeared. Only then did he proceed to the next step. First, he skillfully opened the Huan Zhen panel, and then chose to inherit Starlight Rhythm Abridgment. The moment he made his choice, Li Fan felt as if the entire sky of the Xuanwang world had dimmed. Not only the Xuanwang world, or the primordial, but the entire mountain and sea was like this. On the dim background, some kind of eerie light permeated and pulsed. It was like the rhythmic beating of a heart, or perhaps a kind of gaze, constantly sweeping across. 1762. Body and Body Void Lord. Chapter 1748. Becoming the Dominator of the Void Realm. Outline of Mountain and Sea Changes, is the general outline of all data of the mountain and sea recorded by Huan Zhen. And, Star Radiance Rhythm Summary, is Huan Zhen's observation of the star, hidden behind the scenes. At the last moment of every reincarnation, a lone star would invariably descend, swallowing everything. Then Huan Zhen would turn the tide and reverse everything. It had never changed. But, did every reset by Huan Zhen also completely affect the star? Did it constantly return to the starting point, or was its progress temporarily delayed, still undergoing substantial changes? This remained unknown. However, if the silver radiance hidden beneath the infinite sea could retain some intuition, then there was even less need to mention that lone star. My past self, countless reincarnation attempts. What kind of changes the lone star has undergone is truly worrying. This is probably also why Huan Zhen specifically left these two inheritance options. The outline of mountain and sea changes is the capital for establishing the Tao in cultivation. While the star radiance rhythm summary is more of a reminder to guard against the unexpected. In Li Fan's view, all changes in the mountain and sea, even the birth of a new god, were not to be feared. Only that lone star could pose a true threat to him, who possessed the change of truth and falsehood. Now, Huan Zhen could still reverse everything. But one day, if Huan Zhen could no longer shake the lone star, that would be eternal damnation. Thoughts surged in Li Fan's mind as he tried to discern something from the rhythmic star radiance before him. But unlike the obvious outline of mountain and sea changes, Huan Zhen's observation record of the star was filled with an indescribable strangeness. As the starlight permeated, Li Fan faintly heard inexplicable whispers in his ears. The sky of the Xuanwang world seemed to come alive. Opening eyes, one after another, in yellow and black. Li Fan naturally observed them. The moment he met the gaze of one of them, they also seemed to discover Li Fan's existence. All the other eyes instantly turned towards Li Fan simultaneously. And, the eyes on the sky curtain grew more and more numerous. Constantly opening, densely packed, almost covering the sky and obscuring the sun. All staring intently at Li Fan. The rhythm of the star radiance became increasingly unpredictable. The sounds in his ears occasionally began to mix with miserable screams. And Li Fan actually felt a hint of familiarity from these sounds. It was exactly the same as the echoes from the Xuanwang heavenly Tao that Su Bai had once sealed and Shu Ke had carried. Li Fan couldn't help but listen closely. It's you. Somewhat familiar. A mere Tao integration cultivator, yet you instinctively make me feel fear. Where does this feeling come from? Damn it, you deserve to die. Why did you harm me? Why did you appear here? Save me, save me. No, I'm not me anymore. Chaotic, insane, bizarre, and incomprehensible. Li Fan frowned slightly, then suddenly realized something and withdrew from his comprehension of the star radiance rhythm summary. The starlight pulsating on the background of the Xuanwang world disappeared. But, the eyes densely covering the sky curtain did not disappear because of this. They still stared straight at Li Fan, their eyes filled with mad hatred. Li Fan felt a slight shock in his heart, naturally not fearing this maddened Xuanwang world. Even if he only had Tao integration cultivation now, he could crush this Xuanwang heavenly Tao with a single finger. What slightly startled him was that merely the seeing of the star radiance rhythm during the comprehension process could actually affect the real mountain and sea. The star's records, as long as they are observed by the outside world, can also change and distort reality. This power. Li Fan frowned, his gaze penetrating the Xuanwang world and looking at the entire original possibility. Perhaps because the observation occurred in the Xuanwang world, the star's infiltration outside was significantly weaker than in the Xuanwang world. But once it appeared, it no longer disappeared. Instead, it spread rapidly like some terrifying plague. The original possibility, already precarious under the threat of Tao annihilation, now looked like a fading photograph, becoming mottled and withered. And in Li Fan's ears, the low whispers of the Xuanwang world continued incessantly. I'm going to kill you. Kill, 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 kill. Kill me quickly, please kill me. No, don't listen to them. Save me quickly, please. Father. Mom, please save me. I'm in so much pain. There were desperate roars of men, sorrowful cries of little girls, and weak groans of boys. 1,000 sounds converged, echoing each other. It wasn't just meaningless madness, but rather, it seemed to have been tainted with memories from certain past reincarnations. Noisy. Facing these noises, a cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Disregarding past sentiments, his divine sense instantly enveloped the Xuanwang world and all places in the original possibility that were infiltrated by starlight. Even dozens of surrounding possibilities. Then the power of true as false was unleashed with ferocity. The cries of Xuanwang abruptly ceased, and Li Fan's ears became completely silent. What met his eyes also returned to the normal colors that the mountain and sea should have. Void surrounded him, Tao annihilation surged, yet Li Fan felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Compared to the extremely bizarre rhythmic star radiance, Tao annihilation even seemed somewhat endearing. The demise of dozens of possibilities was no different from the disappearance of a single wave for the vast mountain and sea. But with the other shore sages present in the Xuanji ring, surveying the mountain and sea, such an anomaly naturally could not escape their notice. Fortunately, Li Fan, at the first opportune moment, temporarily went into hiding in other possibilities under the protection of illusion becomes reality. True as false destroyed all traces, extremely thoroughly. The sages, divine thought searched, but failed to find any clues. They could only retreat helplessly. I didn't expect that merely reading the records of the star would be so dangerous. Although I reacted in time and cut off the star's infiltration. However, I'm afraid the impact it brought has not been completely erased. In this life, new variables have emerged. Li Fan frowned and tried to calculate, wanting to find where this variable lay. However, no matter what, he could not find it. He could only give up for now. Star radiance. It seems that to fully interpret Huan Zhen's records, the right time is still needed. He temporarily stopped trying to analyze the star radiance summary and instead focused on restoring his cultivation. Naturally, he still chose the Zhou Wei Great Tao. But the moment he began cultivation, Li Fan noticed the abnormality in his body. This feeling, after pondering and experiencing it for a moment, Li Fan snorted coldly and temporarily ignored it. He continued to comprehend the Tao. 10 years later, a familiar feeling struck again. As long as Li Fan wished, he could take another step forward and ascend to the realm of a sage again. In the previous life, it took me almost 300 years to cultivate from the mortal realm to the Zhou Wei sage. In this life, it only took 10 years. Recalling back then, it took Li Fan about the same amount of time to break through and shed his miasma. And now, he could ascend to sagehood from a mortal in just 10 years. This speed made even Li Fan, who had inherited past memories, feel a little startled. It's definitely not an improvement in my own talent. But rather, affected by the star radiance infiltration. Besides the Xuanwang world and the original possibility, have I also become diseased to some extent? No wonder no matter how I calculated, I couldn't find where the variable was. It turned out to be on me. Li Fan quietly observed his body, but he didn't detect any signs of fading at all. However, he was somewhat certain that he had been infiltrated by star radiance. When it came to excising the diseased Xuanwang world and other areas, Li Fan showed no hesitation or softness. But when the lesion was himself, Li Fan naturally wouldn't choose to act against himself. Interesting. An experience I've never had before. Li Fan didn't feel panicked. He could sense that the star radiance infiltration wasn't particularly severe. Even the descent of the lone star could be reversed by Huan Zhen. Let alone the deformation caused by merely recording the star radiance. The reason why my cultivation talent has undergone such a drastic change is because, in a certain sense, I am already a member of the star faction. However, I am within the mountain and sea. The stronger I am, the more beneficial it is for the star to devour the mountain and sea. Like a spy planted by the star in the mountain and sea. The enhancement of cultivation talent is the assistance provided by the star. Although it may not be intentional on the star's part, it is due to the change itself. Li Fan vaguely understood. Then he thought that the Tao Annihilation Void Realm was also a claw of the star. In that case, Li Fan's heart stirred, and he withdrew his step towards becoming a sage. With a gentle step, he leapt into the Void Realm. His body was not protected by any power, he simply fell into the endless Tao Annihilation with his pure physical body. Theoretically, in a short while, Li Fan would be swallowed by the Tao annihilation, leaving no bones, and starting anew. However, a bizarre scene unfolded before his eyes. The power of Tao annihilation, capable of devouring mountains and seas, upon touching Li Fan's body, seemed to encounter something extremely terrifying. Not only did it not attempt to devour him, but it also avoided him as if in a hurry. Waves of Tao annihilation, countless layers, like a million mighty armies. Yet Li Fan could stroll leisurely among them. Not a single one dared to block him, or question him. Li Fan's guess in his heart was confirmed. All because of the faint aura of star radiance clinging to him. In that case, I won't be able to become a sage in this life. I'm afraid the moment I enter the sight of the three sages, they will undoubtedly join forces and kill me without question, Li Fan said with a sneer. This outcome was something Li Fan had never anticipated when inheriting the star radiance rhythm summary. Still underestimated the power of the star somewhat. Admittedly, the star's infiltration on me can be slowly purified and washed away with the change of truth and falsehood. However, firstly, it's too troublesome. It's better to just restart directly. Secondly, Li Fan was in the void realm, gazing at the mountain and sea ahead. After multiple reincarnations, I've never experienced this perspective. Perhaps. Recalling the new god born in the previous life, Li Fan's thoughts churned, and an idea vaguely formed in his mind. With a thought of his divine thought, the Tao annihilation in the void realm suddenly stirred up gigantic waves of hundreds of millions of feet without warning. And fiercely slammed towards the mountain and sea. Like a personal decree from the emperor, like an arm directing a finger. Not only did Tao annihilation not resist Li Fan's manipulation in the slightest, but it even seemed extremely excited. Like soldiers before a battle, seeing the emperor personally lead the charge. It unleashed destructive power far greater than usual. Roaring, it swept and crashed into the mountain and sea. The other shore sages were somewhat caught off guard by this sudden attack from Tao annihilation. However, having accumulated rich experience in defense over many years, the Xuanji ring emitted waves of white light, protecting the entire mountain and sea. Although Tao annihilation had Li Fan's blessing at the front, it was difficult to achieve a qualitative change. For a time, it could not do anything to the rock-solid mountain and sea ahead. I can, from other places, summon more Tao annihilation power. Even, the void realm incarnation of the sages is not impossible. However, Li Fan sat in the midst of Tao annihilation, his eyes slightly narrowed, but he was not in a hurry to act. Currently, he could manipulate the power of Tao annihilation. However, it was only because, as an envoy of the star, he bypassed the dominator behind the void realm and directly controlled the Tao annihilation soldiers at the front. But that didn't mean that the dominator behind the void realm had lost control over Tao annihilation. It was fine for him to cause a small disturbance in a certain section of the mountain and sea now. It was just a small force, and the dominator behind the void realm might not even notice it. If he forcibly conscripted troops from other places, it might immediately attract the void realm's attention. Li Fan was not yet ready to make contact with it. The star radiance on me is not that strong yet. Let's wait a bit longer. The void realm was the vanguard of the star. Before the lone star, the void realm had no room for resistance. Even if it toiled for the star for a long time, its ultimate fate was still to be swallowed by the star along with it. But Li Fan was not the star, he was merely a deformation, tainted with a hint of star radiance. Perhaps he could deceive Tao annihilation, but he could never hide it from the dominator behind the void realm. Of course, this was only considering the current extent of the infiltration. If Li Fan's transformation progressed further, then it would be hard to say. My actions seem reckless, but with the change of truth and falsehood as a foundation, it's not as dangerous as imagined. As long as I can ensure that Huan Zhen can completely eliminate the star radiance infiltration. It might not be impossible to enter the dragon's den. As for how much this degree is, it must be controlled by me, and only by me personally. Although there was some regret, it was clear that in this life, Shouchu and Daoda could not be added to his alliance. Even with the blessing of the effect of common aspirations, Li Fan could not guarantee that Shouchu would willingly follow him, turn to the side of the star, and become a mountain and sea trader. Shouchu's character and Daoda were truly too noble. Li Fan deeply understood this. If he forcibly pulled him into the star's camp, it might instead cause internal strife at a critical moment. In this life, let us be opponents. Li Fan looked at Shouchu, who was sitting in the Xuanji ring, and chuckled softly. Although I can now manipulate Tao annihilation, the true authority is still controlled by the dominator behind the void realm. But, there might not be no way to counteract it. Li Fan's eyes flickered. Mo Sha, Dao One Insect. As his thoughts moved, two wriggling shadows descended before Li Fan. The void realm tolerated no external objects, and Dao Annihilation swallowed everything. The moment Mo Sha and Dao One Insect appeared, they caused Dao Annihilation to instinctively churn. However, firstly, Mo Sha was vaguely of the same origin as Dao Annihilation. Furthermore, with Li Fan presiding, Dao Annihilation ultimately controlled itself and did not actually proceed with the act of swallowing. Condense. Li Fan raised his hand and pointed lightly, and Mo Sha and Dao One Insect merged into one place. Their figures simultaneously disappeared. In their place were countless wriggling black dots. Go! Li Fan pointed again, and a small surge of Dao Annihilation power, like fierce soldiers, charged towards the newly born Dao One Insect. The black dots instantly became less than 1 in 100. However, this remaining one, after all, survived the first wave of Dao Annihilation's invasion. 1763. No Control Method. Chapter 1749. Unrestrained Power Unleashed. Just like the mountain and sea. Although the Dao One Insect had barely survived the first wave of Dao Annihilation's attack, it was now extremely weak and could not withstand any further erosion. Fortunately, Li Fan was the controller of Dao Annihilation. With a slight shift of his divine thought, he restrained the restless Dao Annihilation tide. This gave the dying Dao One Insect a chance to breathe. With Li Fan's nourishment, the Dao One Insect quickly proliferated and thrived again. Then Dao Annihilation came again. After a round of transformation, the Dao One Insect swarm indeed had a slightly stronger survival ability against the same scale of Dao Annihilation invasion. But at this rate of growth, Li Fan frowned slightly. And it's still uncertain whether this slight increase is due to the Dao One Insect itself becoming stronger, or simply a random factor. So Li Fan conducted the experiment again. In the void realm, Dao Annihilation rolled, dividing the insect swarm into millions of equally sized pieces. Then, it simultaneously launched an invasion against these millions of insect swarms. Under Li Fan's precise control, the power of these Dao Annihilation invasions was such that a single attack could almost wipe out the insect swarms, but not completely kill them. Like a wave passing over, the once flourishing insect swarm was instantly reduced to mere scattered remnants. Compared to before, there are increases and decreases. It is indeed a random factor at play, and not that the Dao One Insect truly became stronger in just a few attempts. Li Fan shook his head slightly. This was also reasonable. The Dao One Insect, even if it had fused with Mo Sha's Dao One Insect, had not even reached the power of the Transcendence Realm. How could it resist Dao Annihilation, which could destroy saints? However, through my hands, it might not be impossible to turn decay into wonder. In the mountain and sea, I can elevate mortals to saints. In the void realm, I can also transform insects into dragons. Li Fan captured a tiny Dao Annihilation insect, and with his divine thought like a knife, he began to engrave and transform it. As the patterns on its back continuously improved, this Dao One Insect gradually revealed a unique aura. It seemed to emit a different kind of temptation, which actually caused the Dao Annihilation nearby to become eager to move again. Fortunately, Li Fan forcibly suppressed the restless Dao Annihilation. He gazed at his masterpiece. On the back of the Dao One Insect, numerous lines undulated. They contained infinite Dao rhythm, like a replica of the mountain and sea. Or rather, these lines were originally imitated by Li Fan from the petrified mountain and sea he had observed in his previous life. Compared to the true Shanghai stone slab, it's still slightly inferior. Li Fan was somewhat dissatisfied and directly crushed this creation. He began to engrave again. What I saw in my previous life was ultimately only a section of the mountain and sea. The true and complete manifestation of the mountain and sea is in this Shanghai transformation outline. With it as the general principle. Once, Li Fan directly achieved the mountain and sea saint realm with the shadow of the mountain and sea. Theoretically, if the entire mountain and sea landscape were engraved on a single Dao One Insect, it might give birth to the mountain and sea's first saint realm Dao One Insect. However, after several attempts, Li Fan decisively gave up. A single Dao One Insect is simply too weak. It cannot bear the boundless mountain and sea. Even millions or tens of millions of insect swarms are useless. More are needed. With a thought, the Dao One Insect swarm began to proliferate frantically again. Li Fan even ordered his Dao Annihilation subordinates to scour the mountain and sea to feed them as nourishment. After devouring several possibilities of the mountain and sea, the scale of the Tao 1 insect swarm finally reached a barely usable level. Hundreds of millions is the limit. This refers not to the limit of the insect swarm's proliferation, but to the number of Shanghai stone slabs that Li Fan could simultaneously meticulously engrave. Li Fan's divine thought simultaneously covered hundreds of millions of Tao 1 insect swarms, as if evolving an equal number of arms, each engraving on the backs of these insect swarms. The patterns on the back of each Tao 1 insect were not identical. Each was a corner of the mountain and sea. But when they were combined, they formed a barely complete and magnificent mountain and sea painting. Copying the entire mountain and sea landscape, even with the Shanghai transformation outline as a guiding principle, Li Fan's actual task was basically just to follow suit. It was still an extremely mentally exhausting task. After a period of time, Li Fan's black hair would turn slightly white. Until his hair was completely white, signs of aging began to gradually conquer Li Fan's skin. The engraving continued, and Li Fan's appearance became increasingly decayed. Without becoming a saint, the resistance to external erosion is still a bit weak after all. But Li Fan didn't pay too much attention, continuing to focus on the engraving of the mountain and sea landscape. He didn't know how much time had passed, until the mountain and sea ahead suddenly shone brightly. It stirred up waves, causing the fellow Taoists protecting Li Fan to fluctuate, showing signs of collapse. Without me, they actually managed to reconnect the mountain and sea. Li Fan was a little surprised. However, looking at the almost complete Tao 1 mountain and sea map in his hand, Li Fan felt relieved. It took such a long time just to reconnect a section of the mountain and sea. To truly save the mountain and sea from Tao annihilation, who knows how long it will take. Ignoring the mountain and sea saints who were invigorated by the successful reconnection, Li Fan coughed weakly and focused his attention on his work again. When the mountain and sea shone again and Shou Chu and the other saints completed another reconnection, Li Fan was finally only one stroke away from completely finishing the Tao 1 mountain and sea map. But precisely at this last stroke, Li Fan found himself unable to proceed, no matter what. And at this moment, Li Fan also reached the end of his lifespan. A lifetime of painstaking effort, yet not a complete success. He looked at the new insect swarm, heavily surrounded by Tao annihilation. Hundreds of millions of Tao 1s gathered, bearing the continuous mountain and sea. Although named an insect swarm, it was in fact already a shadow of the mountain and sea. The aura it emitted was already extremely similar to the mountain and sea itself, causing the surrounding Tao annihilation to repeatedly lose control, disobey Li Fan's commands, and occasionally invade. But compared to their initial weak state, they were now vastly different. Their majestic momentum had been established, and a few minor disturbances could no longer harm them. However, it was still a little short of the ideal state Li Fan wanted. Before completing the final touch, Li Fan had already reached the end of his lifespan in this life. He didn't force it, silently chanting, Huan Zhen. It was anchor year 1 again. This time, Li Fan directly chose to inherit the mountain and sea Tao 1 map that was unfinished in his previous life. With a slight thought, a meticulously crafted masterpiece appeared before Li Fan. One who walks 100 miles will fail at 90. This last step is still difficult to begin. Li Fan observed and sat in meditation for 100 years, repeatedly comparing it with the Shanghai transformation outline. He still hadn't found the best time to start. I still need to learn from the mountain and sea. Li Fan put away the Tao 1 mountain and sea map and got up to cultivate. Over 200 years, he returned to the realm of Zhou Wei Saint. Without the star's favor, my cultivation is still a bit fast. Li Fan thought to himself. When the new saint descended, the mountain and sea saints cast their gazes. Li Fan, however, ignored them and directly leapt into the void realm. This caused widespread astonishment. Li Fan's movements were too fast, even the 3 saints didn't have time to stop him. They could only watch as Li Fan vanished into the void realm, his whereabouts unknown. That is, the great Tao of Zhou Wei. Although this Tao path is extraordinary, entering the vast void realm alone is likely to lead to more ill than good. What is the reason for this? He seems to be avoiding us. What a pity, truly a pity. If another saint were to join us, our reconnection of the mountain and sea would be hopeful. The saints discussed amongst themselves. Finally, the 3 saints made a decision. Each has their own ambition, no need to force it, let him be. The saints, however, did not know that Li Fan's traversal of Tao annihilation, though not effortless, it wasn't as risky as they imagined either. Compared to being besieged and swallowed by Tao annihilation, the greater obstacle was the unclear direction and the difficulty of distinguishing between ancient and modern times. In the past, the three saints served as guiding lights. He only needed to travel towards a predetermined goal. However, traveling alone now, with no one to guide him, Li Fan could only grope his way. The three saints existed, accompanying the mountain and sea throughout. Therefore, in the void realm, they could always discern the direction of their progress. Li Fan was just Li Fan. His journey was not so smooth. Fortunately, he had the experience of several previous lives of reconnection and repair. This dark path, after all, was one he had personally walked step by step. In the dark, there was indeed a sense of familiarity. With no major mishaps, he finally reached his destination. It was precisely before the mountain and sea was surrounded and besieged by the ropes. When true is false, false is true. With a thought, the great path of truth and falsehood enveloped him, and his form dissolved into nothingness. In an instant, he disregarded the meticulously woven net of devouring by the ropes and entered the mountain and sea. The scenery within was different from ordinary mountain and sea. It was somewhat similar to the scene of the Zon net spanning the Xuanwang world in the past. Above the sky, horizontal and vertical lines could be vaguely seen intertwining. There were also many gaps, as if a piece had been directly swallowed, revealing strange, rolling blackness. The entire mountain and sea was filled with the ropes, desire to devour, and the creatures' temperaments were twisted, as was the world itself. All things contend, heaven and man contend. But in the end, it only benefited the ropes, gluttonous Ma. If there were no external intervention. Li Fan snorted coldly. Tao annihilation. Return. His gaze pierced through the mountain and sea, through the layers of ropes, net, directly reaching the depths of the void realm. Relying on the familiarity brought by his immersion in starlight in his previous life, Li Fan now used himself as bait, leading a large amount of Tao annihilation from the void realm to this place. It must be known that at this time, the mountain and sea was already a place highly valued by the void realm, and the power gathered by Tao annihilation was unusually dense. Upon suddenly discovering a vulnerable loophole, they naturally swarmed in immediately. Tao annihilation, like a massive tide, suddenly appeared in the mountain and sea. The ropes were astonished, unable to understand how the void realm had broken through their blockade and snatched food from their jaws. But Li Fan's goal was not limited to this. Having traveled so far, how can I be satisfied with such a small commotion? Spiritual veins. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and directly grabbed tens of thousands of creatures from the mountain and sea. These were not naturally conceived in the mountain and sea, but were born through Chu Tianhui's great Tao of living beings. With a gentle squeeze, the creatures in his hand shattered into specks of light. These were infused by Li Fan into the hidden spiritual veins of the mountain and sea's living beings. Half went to the past, half to the future. In the life before last, the mountain and sea saints only intended to stimulate the mountain and sea's innate resistance. Therefore, the scale of Tao annihilation they were instructed to invade was limited. But in this life, Li Fan acted recklessly. Guided by the light transformed from tens of thousands of creatures, the Mai Luo were clearly visible. The Tao annihilation army, therefore, marched straight in. The mountain and sea became dim, instantly falling into a precarious state. Even the ropes were shaken by this. Although the ropes' strength allowed them to survive in Tao annihilation, they could not protect the mountain and sea. Moreover, this time, they had ventured across to obtain the great Tao of living beings of the mountain and sea. Now, the spiritual veins of the mountain and sea's living beings, for some unknown reason, had been detected by the void realm and used as an attack channel. The ropes were extremely vexed. However, the situation in the mountain and sea was already extremely chaotic, and their search did not reveal the cause. They could only retreat helplessly. All their hard work was in vain, not to mention the considerable energy consumed by their traversing. It truly was a case of trying to steal a chicken and losing the rice. Li Fan hid in the shadows, watching the ropes gradually disappear, his eyes cold. He grabbed at the air. Sensing a cold aura moving over their body and taking away some essence, the ropes were both startled and enraged. But after only a moment of hesitation, the ropes decided to accelerate their escape. This anomaly is clearly directed at me. My concealment was so careful, yet I was still detected. Which old friend could it be? The ropes felt a piece of themselves missing, feeling extremely stifled. But the current situation was unclear, and a trap clearly aimed at them had been set. If they stayed here any longer, they might truly perish. Despite all the unwillingness in their heart, the ropes still returned to the beginning of mountain and sea. What a pity! Li Fan secretly savored the taste of the ropes, Tao of devouring the mountain and sea, looking at the increasingly clear line of characters and great Tao of returning to truth. He felt somewhat unsatisfied. With his current strength, he was not yet strong enough to directly contend with the ropes, so he could only use this method to fleece them a bit. If I fleece them enough times, it might even become the orthodox way. The ropes, net receded, leaving behind the clash between the void realm and the mountain and sea. And with Li Fan acting as an inside guide, the outer defenses of the mountain and sea, and even the Xuanji ring light laid by the saints, were all rendered useless. The Tao annihilation torrent, vast and mighty, poured freely along the spiritual veins of the mountain and sea's living beings. What was originally the source of life for the mountain and sea now became a deadly poisonous conduit. Compared to slowly eroding from the outside, the efficiency was more than 100 times higher. A moment later, although the current mountain and sea was still unharmed. But the three isolated sections of the mountain and sea, both before and after, had already fallen into the Tao annihilation frenzy. It was foreseeable that if this momentum did not stop, the mountain and sea might be in danger of instant collapse. The saints' expressions changed, but with the situation so rotten, they were already powerless. The three saints exchanged glances, seemingly about to make a certain decision. It was at this moment that the endangered mountain and sea itself suddenly rumbled. A vast force erupted from within the mountain and sea. In a short period, it actually forced back the pouring Tao annihilation torrent slightly. But it was far from as easy as in the previous life. Tao annihilation had already gained a preliminary advantage. Although it was resisted by the great power of the mountain and sea, it still remained deeply entrenched within the spiritual veins. Like a strategically important military location, neither side yielded. For a time, they fell into a stalemate. The saints exerted all their efforts, trying to prevent the situation from worsening. Li Fan, however, remained hidden in the shadows, as expected. Until that moment, even with a great risk of collapse, the mountain and sea will not choose to petrify and delay. I hope my luck in this life is good enough to see the birth of the new god again. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Li Fan waited for a long time, but still no variable appeared. This time, the divided soul struggle in the beginning of mountain and sea did not quickly yield a result. Could it be that I didn't fleece them hard enough? Li Fan couldn't help but rub his chin. 1764. Li Fan's deification. Chapter 1750. Li Fan's record of god-making. How to become a god? This question, without personally participating in that struggle in the Taichu immortal realm, might never receive an accurate answer. Li Fan could only try to deduce a thing or two based on the different outcomes caused by different variables. It seems that besides Suo suffering heavy injuries, there might be other factors. Li Fan waited for a long time again, but still did not receive the three saints' words, "The time for divided soul has arrived." Without choosing to continue wasting time, Li Fan decisively used Huan Zhen to reset. He still chose to keep the Tao 1 mountain and sea diagram, which was only a step away from completion. Pausing his actions, Li Fan first carefully reviewed all the details of the new god's arrival in that era. Could it be that, besides Suo suffering heavy injuries, the saints' infiltration of his mind and their struggle were also one of the key factors? Since the cause cannot be determined, then I will restore all variables as much as possible. With this thought, Li Fan summoned dozens of saint spirits from the mountain and sea. They were used as chess pieces. The saints who previously entered Suo's net and contended with him were, in succession, Thief of Opportunities, Bai Xiao, Feng Kun, and Tai Wei. Only then was it Li Fan. Among them, the first three had already left their imprints in the great Tao of returning to truth, so it should not be difficult to simulate and exert the same effect. The key lies with Tai Wei's sacred emperor. Ordinary beings find it difficult to manifest the noble aura of an emperor. Li Fan's gaze swept over the chosen lucky ones, selecting the most suitable vessel. Then he gently blew on it. This being was originally in a state of confusion, but slowly, its temperament and expression underwent subtle changes. The beings gathered around it also seemed to sense something, instinctively moving away and not daring to approach. What Li Fan imbued into it was not just a illusory memory. More importantly, it was a segment of an emperor's hard nature. Li Fan observed for a moment, still not satisfied, and shook his head slightly. Although it has the spirit of a sacred emperor, it lacks the substance of a sacred emperor. It's not enough. In the era when the new god was born, the sacred emperor comprehended the great Tao of living beings, and used his own divided power to infiltrate Suo's net, with negligible consumption. Therefore, if Li Fan wanted to perfectly replicate the conditions for the new god's birth, he also had to create a sacred emperor with almost equivalent strength. With my understanding of change of truth and falsehood, it is not enough to create a saint with a single thought. However, I can transform my cultivation. The Tao of Zhou Wei, shed. A rather bizarre scene occurred. Li Fan's skin suddenly began to wriggle on its own. It was as if an external force had grabbed it and was fiercely tearing at it. Slowly, a figure shed from Li Fan's body. Faceless and formless, it drifted erratically. Yet, it exuded a vast aura belonging to the saint realm. And Li Fan, however, had already returned to the mortal realm. Compared to a saint, a mortal is no different from an ant in the mountain and sea. Under normal circumstances, if one were to do as Li Fan did, they would certainly lose control of the saint's outer shell the moment they shed their cultivation. But Li Fan was different. Most of his strength and foundation lay in change of truth and falsehood. Even if Li Fan was merely a mortal body, he could still suppress the saint's outer shell. In addition, the Tao of Zhou Wei had already left its name in the great Tao of returning to Truth Hall. The combination of these two reasons made it even more impossible for it to escape Li Fan's control. Now is not the time to act yet. I will wait until I cultivate to the saint realm again. For his second cultivation, Li Fan chose the Xuanpin Great Tao. Li Fan's comprehension of the Tao of Zhou Wei, after all, had once left a mark on the mountain and sea without boundary tablet. His understanding of the Xuanpin Great Tao was naturally not as profound. But to become a saint again, Li Fan only took 400 years. Constantly starting over, repeatedly proving the Tao. The path to becoming a saint, which was unattainable and as difficult as ascending to heaven for other cultivators, had become as simple as eating and drinking for Li Fan. In the future, creating a saint will be within my single thought. The Xuanpin saint, Li Fan, felt heroic, and wrapped in the Zhou Wei outer shell, he headed towards the mountain and sea sealed by Suo's net. Still, illusion becomes reality led the way, infiltrating silently. Then, he successively released the fabricated, thief of opportunities, Bai Xiao, and Fang Kun. Suo's net underwent corresponding changes, which, though not necessarily exactly the same as in the era of the new god's arrival, followed roughly the same trajectory. Next, it's your turn. Li Fan looked at the sacred emperor, illusory figure in his hand, smiled slightly, and draped the Zhou Wei outer shell over it. At the same time as the saint's power was bestowed, Li Fan also contended for the ownership of the Tao of Zhou Wei in the great Tao of returning to Truth Hall. How could a masterless outer shell contend with Li Fan? The Tao of Zhou Wei disappeared. That outer shell also quickly fell from the saint realm, possessing only accumulated profound cultivation but no saint status. This corresponded perfectly with the sacred emperor's performance when he crossed and descended into Suo's net. The sacred emperor, trained by Li Fan, had its actions already set. Disperse cultivation, build an immortal army, and force Suo to appear and change the rules. And after the created, sacred emperor, turned to dust, Li Fan then made his grand entrance. Oh, you! Even though Li Fan was well hidden, Suo instinctively sensed something was wrong. A sense of crisis inexplicably arose in his heart. A mere ant of later generations, yet it can make my mind uneasy. Suo was startled and uncertain, but he was, after all, one of the original saints of the mountain and sea, an ancient existence that had ultimately survived in the harsh environment of the Taichu immortal realm. Naturally, he could not be directly scared away by Li Fan. Another round of practice. The outcome, needless to say. Li Fan showed no mercy, using the Tao of thief of opportunities to reap another harvest. A cold, eerie feeling arose in his heart, and the uneasiness that Suo had deliberately suppressed earlier was suddenly magnified 1,000-fold. It's a trap, carefully planned and interconnected. Who exactly is scheming against me? Suo roared in his heart. For some reason, this scene gave rise to a sense of déjà vu. Once the thought arose, it could no longer be dispelled. What was initially an inconspicuous snowflake, in but a moment, had already turned into a thundering avalanche. Unease turned into fear. Suo even, in a trance, saw the scene of his own tragic death. I will die, I will die. The tremor was hard to describe, his heart filled with confusion, shock, and fear. Suo no longer cared about anything else and fled in disarray. This time, did I overdo it again? Li Fan keenly noticed the subtle change in Suo at the last moment, his expression unreadable. His figure faded, hiding before Suo's net completely dissipated. Suo's net inexplicably receded, causing a wave of confusion among the saints of the mountain and sea. But ultimately, they could not find the reason and could only attribute it to the changes in the beginning of mountain and sea. Li Fan lay low, patiently waiting for the outcome. The appointed time had arrived, but there was still no sign of the descent of the heart nature. Failed again, Li Fan frowned. Just as he was about to try again with Huan Zhen, his heart suddenly stirred. Although Suo has subtly sensed something and become more cautious, he ultimately cannot compensate for the fact that his origin has been damaged. What should die, will die. It just means it can cling to life a little longer. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of mountain and sea in the illusionary realm, reaching directly to the beginning of mountain and sea. Li Fan seemed to have an epiphany. Then he went into hiding again, quietly awaiting the signs of the new god's arrival. This time, Li Fan was not disappointed. That seemingly sudden plummeting sensation from the high heavens, ethereal and indistinct, suddenly struck. In the various mountain and sea, the three saints all suddenly rose. They looked up at Taichu, their expressions extremely solemn. With that phrase, "The time for divided soul has arrived," the three saints all committed suicide, their power converging towards the Taichu immortal realm, leaving behind only the other bewildered saints and the utterly chaotic mountain and sea. After waiting so long, I've finally waited for this moment again. Taking advantage of the turbulent state of the mountain and sea illusionary realm, Li Fan, with a flick of his hand, scattered millions of living beings. They were all lucky ones he had plundered during his reverse journey through time. He infused them into the spiritual veins of the mountain and sea beings. Tao annihilation, return. In the mountain and sea, as starlight overflowed, Li Fan also pointed towards a spot in the vast illusionary realm. What was originally in a state of letterlessness, now, with Li Fan's guidance, suddenly transformed into a pack of vicious beasts that had caught the scent of prey. Roaring and galloping, they charged in, unstoppable. The mountain and sea instantly fell. All living beings perished, and most of the saints scattered and fled. Only Shouchu still desperately tried to stop it. However, without Li Fan's unified will and the blessing of change of truth and falsehood, Shouchu was merely an ordinary saint in strength. Facing such a catastrophe, his best efforts were but a drop in the bucket. Li Fan ignored them, his gaze fixed on the mountain and sea. After 3 lifetimes of effort, whether it can succeed depends on now. The mountain and sea, heavily invaded by Tao annihilation, also erupted with astonishing potential. The roars coming from within the mountain and sea temporarily forced back the Tao annihilation torrent. And then, the exact same scene as in the era of the new god's arrival appeared. Everything else within the mountain and sea was shattered. Only the pure mountain and sea itself remained. The Shanghai stone slab reappeared in the world. Furthermore, because the scale of Tao annihilation that Li Fan triggered in this era far surpassed previous times, invading through the spiritual vein network, the fall of the mountain and sea was exceptionally swift. This caused the petrified mountain and sea to not only be confined to the current section, but instead, it stretched continuously for a total of 36 sections of the mountain and sea, spanning approximately 25 million years. Even on the scale of hundreds of billions of years for the mountain and sea, this was no longer a negligible drop in the ocean. Instead, it was equivalent to literally tearing a piece of flesh from its own body. Within this, countless beings perished. As the instigator, Li Fan remained calm, even not forgetting to mock, "A brave man severing his own arm, admirable, admirable. However, it's exactly what I need." The continuously extending Shanghai stone slab, spanning 25 million years, was far more detailed than anything Li Fan had seen before. The boundless and infinite nature of the mountain and sea seemed to have a concrete expression. Merely observing it from the illusionary realm, there was already a faint tendency to be absorbed and lost by it. Like a high levee, it stood across the path of the illusionary realm's Tao annihilation. The waves rolled, but for a short time, they could no longer stir up a storm. Li Fan no longer resisted his descent towards the Shanghai stone slab. He even used this power to stretch and extend his divine thought, covering every corner of the Shanghai stone slab. Every tiny pattern was clearly visible. Li Fan immersed himself in it, his heart captivated. Compared to the Shanghai transformation outline which recorded all data of the mountain and sea, this stone slab, evolved by the mountain and sea itself, was even more subtle and concrete. One can know the whole. But with the boundless and infinite nature of the mountain and sea, the 1. Needed to see the whole is vast enough to be called boundless. Li Fan compared the patterns on the stone slab with the records in the transformation outline. He also cross-referenced them with what he had written in the Tao One Mountain and Sea diagram. New insights emerged in his heart. That stroke that had been so long delayed seemed finally possible. But something still seems to be missing. Li Fan pondered, his divine thought continuing to gallop through the Shanghai stone slab. Suddenly, at a certain insignificant point, it paused. This is, amidst all destruction, on the stone slab where only the mountain and sea itself existed, there was actually external matter present. Like a drop of ink on the stone slab, it was out of place with everything around it. But it also seemed to complement each other, in harmony. This was also why Li Fan's divine thought had swept over it earlier without detecting its anomaly. And this external matter was not unfamiliar to Li Fan. It was precisely the mountain and sea without boundary tablet. Even if the mountain and sea turns to stone, it remains here. The mountain and sea without boundary, unchanging through eternity. Life and death, all are determined thus. His divine thought rapidly contracted from the 200 million years of mountain and sea, returning to human form and entering the mountain and sea without boundary tablet. He repeated the process, using his comprehension of the Tao of Zhou Wei to engrave a mark upon it. His divine thought then attached itself to it. Fortunately, I didn't find any previous traces I left on this mountain and sea without boundary tablet. Otherwise, I would have been quite startled. This mountain and sea without boundary tablet is my final touch, the dotting of the dragon's eye. Observing the faint, almost imperceptible traces on the mountain and sea without boundary tablet, Li Fan's heart gained clarity. Mountain is mountain, sea is sea. Even if they share a divided soul, they are ultimately two independent entities. They rely on each other but do not contaminate each other. And ever since this mountain and sea without boundary tablet existed, the mountain and sea could truly be called the mountain and sea. Li Fan's eyes gradually brightened. After understanding everything, he felt extremely refreshed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, his laughter was soon interrupted by a booming sound from outside. This is the torrent of returning to God. Li Fan's expression became serious. During the time he was comprehending the Tao within the stone slab, the struggle for divided soul in this era had also come to an end. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, the myriad things of the mountain and sea, evolved from God, now returned to the new God. The torrent was mighty, and this power of return crushed everything. Even the solidified and frozen Shanghai stone slab was pushed by it, trembling as it flowed towards the beginning of mountain and sea. If this were the first time he had seen such a scene, Li Fan would surely have been so startled that he would have immediately used Huan-Zhen to escape. But at this moment, Li Fan calmly watched all of this. Because the new god's arrival in this era was entirely orchestrated by him. This made Li Fan feel no fear, unlike the first time he encountered God. God is nothing more than this. It can be shaped, it can be shed. This is the change of truth and falsehood. Li Fan carefully savored the many variables from the 3 lifetimes, summarizing the conditions for the birth of a new god. It seems that the mere demise of Suo is not enough. Suo's past struggle with the saints was also one of the key factors. Why is this? Although he did not know the specific reason yet, he had, after all, mastered a stable method for creating the arrival of a new god. However, with the precedent of the silver glow points, it should not be repeated excessively. Otherwise, it could cause it to awaken memories from when it was a god, and even subtly perceive the existence of Huan-Zhen. And it cannot be erased by Huan-Zhen's reset. For me, that's a bit too dangerous. This era, however, was for the sake of perfecting the Tao One Mountain and Sea diagram, and was done out of necessity. Li Fan was just thinking, but his thoughts suddenly paused. Because he discovered that the mountain and sea without boundary tablet, which was originally flowing with the Shanghai stone slab towards the new god, suddenly stopped moving. 1765. New God Fight in Virtual World. Chapter 1751. Void Realm New God Battle. As if knowing that being devoured by the new god awaited it, the mountain and sea boundaryless steel remained fixed in the void realm, unmoving despite the surging return to God current. It can actually contend against the great trend of return to God. Li Fan's eyes flickered, and his divine thought swept over the boundaryless steel, seeking the reason for its immobility in the void realm. The remaining mountain and sea flowed like a river eastward, converging into the new god's nutrient vortex at the beginning of mountain and sea. The boundaryless steel, however, stood like an unmoving stone mountain beside the river. Li Fan stood on the mountain, watching the mountain and sea collapse, a unique feeling in his heart. This stone stele, it can gather mountains and seas, yet exist independently of them. It can also act as a mirror, reflecting and engraving all the Taos of the mountain and sea. What is its origin? Li Fan suddenly recalled the scene he had perceived when he first saw the mountain and sea boundaryless stele. Beyond the mountain and sea, in a vast, unknown realm, where creation was hard to manifest, a stone stele suddenly emerged as if from nowhere within the mountain and sea. Or perhaps it came from beyond the mountain and sea, falling into it. The mountains shook, and great waves swept. Mountains and seas merged, becoming boundaryless because of it. Could it be, as the three saints said, a remnant of a god, or perhaps one who stands shoulder to shoulder with a god? As thoughts spun, Li Fan had already made a plan. At the end of this epoch, he would remain at the mountain and sea boundaryless stele. He would observe what became of this stele when the new god descended and even when the new god returned to the stars. Perhaps I can also use this boundaryless stele to further improve my Tao 1 mountain and sea diagram. Li Fan's heart stirred, and a Tao 1 insect suddenly appeared in his hand. Even ordinary saints found it difficult to leave clear, unique traces on the boundaryless stele, let alone a Tao 1 insect. As expected, unable to be contained by the stone stele, the Tao 1 insect instantly turned into wisps of moisture and vanished with the wind. Next, Li Fan gradually began to increase the number of Tao 1 insects. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000. None could persist for a moment, perishing within the stone stele. Only when their number increased to 10 billion, and the mountain and sea diagram engraved on the backs of the Tao 1 insect swarm began to take shape, could they persist for a little while. There's a chance. Li Fan keenly noticed that during the brief time the insect swarm struggled to survive, changes indeed occurred on the boundaryless stele. However, as the insect swarm disappeared, the new engravings also vanished. The Tao 1 insect, carving the mountain and sea, can also be considered a Tao path. Naturally, it can leave its mark on the mountain and sea boundaryless stele, just like other Taos. In fact, what is etched on the mountain and sea boundaryless stele is the most accurate mountain and sea diagram, Li Fan realized. He increased the number of the insect swarm again. Billions of insects formed a complete mountain and sea panorama. Coupled with Li Fan's insight, the mountain and sea boundaryless became the finishing touch. The moment the Tao 1 mountain and sea diagram formed, billions of Tao 1 insects all emitted a strange black light, condensing into one entity. It was like a splashed ink mountain and sea painting, with undulating mountains and raging waves. All Taos were fully displayed within it. It truly possessed the attributes of a real mountain and sea. The moment it descended, it almost broke free from Li Fan's control, drawn towards the return to God vortex at the beginning of mountain and sea. Facing the suppression of the mountain and sea boundaryless stele, this Tao 1 diagram's ink light flowed, mountains trembled, and waves surged. The mountain and sea, as one, could actually contend with the boundaryless stele for a time. Amidst the mountain calls and sea roars, the shadow of the mountain and sea was slowly engraved onto the boundaryless stele. The mission of the boundaryless stele was the mountain and sea boundaryless. It seemed to have some special sense of the mountain and sea's existence. As the Tao 1 diagram's mountain and sea scenery became more splendid and approached the real mountain and sea, the boundaryless stele, which had been stagnant in the return to God current, suddenly moved again, leaping into the Tao 1 mountain and sea diagram. Without any pause, it plunged towards the finishing touch Li Fan had drawn earlier based on his own insights. Boom! As if it was meant to be, it replaced it. With a single stroke, the mountain and sea diagram underwent continuous, earth-shattering changes. It was like a divine brush, constantly wielding ink, rewriting the layout of the mountain and sea. Ink flowed like clouds, obscuring the mountain and sea within. As the ink color flowed, the mountain and sea gradually merged into one. Before the boundaryless stele took its place, Li Fan had not felt his own mountain and sea diagram was crude. It was only when the boundaryless stele added the finishing touch and replaced it, comparing the before and after, that he realized he had merely been imitating clumsily. This new mountain and sea diagram, though just a painting, gave Li Fan the feeling of a real mountain and sea. It's not just the Tao path of the mountain and sea, but the mountain and sea itself. Originally, he only intended to use the mountain and sea boundaryless stele to correct the Tao 1 diagram, but he never expected the boundaryless stele to leap into the painting itself. It was truly an unexpected delight. With the stone stele's enlightenment, the Tao 1 mountain and sea diagram had reached perfection, with no room for further revision. The Tao One bears the mountain and sea on its back. Although it has the appearance of the mountain and sea, in reality, its essence is still the Tao One. Li Fan looked at the Tao annihilation in the void realm beyond the return to God current of the mountain and sea. The ink-colored mountain and sea cleared a path, parting the current, and Li Fan charged straight into the void realm. The Tao One diagram's aura, which was extremely similar to the mountain and sea, immediately drew numerous Tao annihilations to instinctively surround it. The ink color surged, colliding and intertwining with the Tao annihilation. After a fierce struggle, the Tao annihilation finally discovered the true nature of its opponent. It was subtly its own brother. Although this brother looked a bit strange and was a bit weaker in strength, the aura of the same origin was unmistakable. Thus, the great battle suddenly ceased. They did not clearly separate, but rather blended together like fish in water, becoming one. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan nodded secretly. After the Tao One insect merged with Mo Sha, it could already carry the power of Tao annihilation. However, its initial form was too weak to survive in Tao annihilation, let alone be compatible with it. But after my transformation, incorporating the Tao of mountain and sea, and with the boundaryless steel's finishing touch, the current Tao One mountain and sea diagram resembles the mountain and sea in form, and belongs to Tao annihilation in spirit. It can merge into Tao annihilation when advancing, and reenact the mountain and sea world when retreating. Its uses are truly infinite. With this diagram's protection, I can ignore the risks of Tao annihilation and traverse the eternal void realm without the need for true spirit infusion. Of course, it is only a resemblance, not true Tao annihilation. It can fool the Tao annihilation army filling the void realm, but it certainly cannot deceive the one behind the void realm. Even the void realm incarnations of the saints can easily see through it. When traversing it, one must still be careful and cautious. Li Fan did not let temporary smoothness go to his head. Nor did he forget the goal he had just set. The return to God of the mountain and sea was already nearing its end. However, what transpired showed some deviation. The new god born this time had a completely different style of action compared to the one in the previous epic. The new god of the previous epic feigned demise to draw out the hidden surviving saints. But the new god born in this epic was open and upright, sweeping across all directions. With each breath and exhalation, the mountain and sea nutrient vortex spun faster and faster, devouring everything. Gradually, apart from the void realm, only the new god remained independent. With the mountain and sea gone, there was no place left to hide. 4 light spots, green, purple, and 2 white, were forced to reveal themselves. Wherever the new god's gaze fell, the green light spot offered no resistance and was swallowed into its belly. The remaining 3 scattered like birds and beasts. But their escape speed visibly slowed down. Eventually, all came to a halt, returning to the god. Perhaps due to the mountain and sea boundaryless steel, I can minimize the god's influence by hiding in this Tao One diagram. As long as I don't meet the new god's gaze, but observe from the shadows, it will be very difficult to be detected. Only after the new god finished devouring the mountain and sea did the battle with the void realm begin. Li Fan manipulated the Tao One diagram, continuously diving deeper into the Tao annihilation. The new god, having completed its consumption, stood in the void realm, motionless for a long time. It seemed to sense its own incompleteness, still searching for something. But Li Fan had already hidden amidst layers of Tao annihilation, and even divine power found it difficult to locate him for a time. And the void realm, having accumulated power for a long time, finally sounded the horn for battle against the new god. In the void realm's view, there was no distinction between the so-called mountain and sea and the new god. They were merely different manifestations of the same power. Its mission was to utterly destroy them and then offer them to its greatest master. The new god's consumption of the mountain and sea meant its strategic objective was reduced to just one, which greatly saved its energy. In the final battle, myriad Tao annihilations surged to an unprecedented degree. Undercurrents surged like dragons, intertwining competitively. They surrounded and strangled the descending new god. As the number of Tao annihilation brothers used to cover up decreased, Li Fan's hidden Tao One diagram gradually faced the risk of exposure. Li Fan even faintly sensed the existence behind the void realm. He just didn't dare to truly probe, only striving to remain hidden and await the outcome of the void realm and new god's conflict. The battle lasted only a moment, but it already exceeded Li Fan's observable range. He could only see the profound figure of the new god occasionally flashing through the endless darkness. Ripples of turbulence spread, one wave higher than the last. Even with the blessing of the boundaryless steel, the Tao 1 diagram was repeatedly on the verge of being shaken into visibility. Fortunately, at the critical juncture of the fierce battle, neither the new god nor the one behind the void realm had time to concern themselves with other matters. Only then could Li Fan continue to hide. Even though he could not see, Li Fan still concentrated his utmost attention, meticulously recording the battle between the new god and the void realm. In the future, repeated contemplation of this will likely yield no less than observing the mountain and sea. Under the continuous scouring of the ripples, the traces of the mountain and sea on the mountain and sea diagram also underwent inexplicable changes. Li Fan naturally became aware of this. However, after some thought, Li Fan realized it might be a good thing. So, he did not intervene. He allowed the aftermath of the new god and void realms battle to reshape the Tao 1 diagram. In the void realm, time seemed to pass unnoticed. The descending new god was clearly much more vibrant than the dying mountain and sea. The two fought as if endlessly, making it difficult to determine the final outcome. Under the continuous tempering of the ripples, the Tao 1 diagram had gradually adapted to the aftershocks of the great battle. Li Fan sat in the diagram like an old monk in meditation. He committed every detail of the fluctuations to memory. His heart gradually became devoid of sorrow or joy, calm and thoughtless. He knew not how much time had passed, but even Li Fan, a Saint Realm expert, found a wisp of silver climbing onto his temples. The ripples echoing in the void realm finally began to weaken from their intensity. Li Fan's heart, at the same time, gave a sudden leap. In the darkness, something seemed to be on the verge of breaking free from its cage. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Li Fan. It was the star. However, the star's descent he had witnessed before was the demise of the mountain and sea, and the solitary star's emergence. This time, as the new god gradually weakened, the cage imprisoning the solitary star became increasingly fragile. That solitary star seemed to be continuously bombarding it, announcing its redescent with increasingly massive movements. It seems just as I predicted. Whether it's the mountain and sea or the new god, they ultimately cannot escape the fate of the solitary star's descent. Li Fan became even more cautious, dispersing all thoughts from his mind, no longer visualizing anything related to the star. The outcome was already determined, the new god's struggle was futile. However, the demise of a god was not an instantaneous event. When Li Fan's hair had turned completely white, no more movement emanated from the void realm. Pure stillness, nurturing pure vitality. The void realm churned and vibrated incessantly, and the pounding of a heartbeat grew increasingly intense. The solitary star was about to descend upon the world at any moment. But for some reason, it seemed to always be missing something. Appearing, but unable to manifest. He hadn't thought for so long that Li Fan's mind remained a blank slate. Until a peculiar fluctuation instantly swept across all of the void realm, then finally locked onto Li Fan's location. Only then did his divine thought resume its activity. Just like the massive vortex that nurtured the new god, now in the void realm, a similarly massive vortex subtly formed around Li Fan. However, it was not to nourish Li Fan, but to devour him. The Tao 1 insect, after all, was not Tao annihilation itself. When the disguise was mercilessly torn away, what followed was an impact several times more fierce than the Tao annihilation he had previously encountered. It was as if, during the battle of slaying gods, Tao annihilation had also undergone some kind of sublimation. Under the impact of the Tao annihilation waves, everything on the mountain and sea diagram seemed to be erased. The rich scenery quickly became sparse. Now's the time. Li Fan was neither surprised nor flustered. The change of truth and falsehood suddenly enveloped him. It had not become rusty despite the long period of disuse. It was as if it was innate, easy to use. The moment illusion becomes reality concealed his existence, Li Fan mercilessly tore the last remaining mountain and sea diagram to shreds. Countless Tao 1 insects scattered and fled under the calamity of destruction. But no longer united, and merely isolated, they were quickly annihilated by the Tao annihilation. And in the center of the Tao 1, the mountain and sea boundaryless steel was once again exposed to the world. The void realm vortex paused. The star's pulsation also seemed to halt because of it. Then, as if receiving an order, myriad Tao annihilations ignored the fleeing Tao 1 insects and all swarmed towards the mountain and sea boundaryless steel. Li Fan clearly felt the excitement coming from the Tao annihilation. And the surging of the Tao annihilation originated from the will of the star. How does it feel? As if the star has never devoured the mountain and sea boundaryless steel. Witnessing this scene, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Li Fan's heart. And the astonishing scene that followed confirmed his conjecture. As the Tao annihilation surged, the various Tao marks engraved on the mountain and sea boundaryless steel became increasingly clear. Even figures vaguely emerged, one after another. These were precisely the saints who had once left their marks on the boundaryless steel. There were primordial beings, and there were the three saints. Li Fan even saw himself. Figures flew out and circled, while the boundaryless steel gradually entered the void realm. As if its mission was complete, it suddenly collapsed inward, converging to a single point. It was about to disappear without a trace. Just then, a glimmer of starlight pierced the darkness. It locked onto this single point. 1766. God changed the mountains and seas. Chapter 1752. The God once changed the mountain and sea. Starlight descended, and all things prostrated. Although the lonely star did not truly descend, the single ray of light it cast was enough to crush everything. The Tao annihilation in the void realm, as if witnessing their king, stood still in a daze. Swept away by the starlight, they vanished without a trace. And the mountain and sea without boundary tablet, which was about to collapse and return, actually re-manifested its form under this pure radiance. It was no longer the shape of an upright stone tablet, but rather a severed finger. This finger had existed for an unknown amount of time, as if eroded by wind and frost, completely losing the original appearance a finger should have. It looked more like a solitary mountain peak, laughing proudly at the world. But everyone present who witnessed its existence instantly understood in their minds. This was the finger of a god. Or, more accurately, the finger of a true god. Boom! As this thought emerged, it was as if that fallen true god had truly traversed time and space, gently pressing down with a single finger. The Tao annihilation swallowing vortex instantly exploded and dissipated. Billions of mighty lions would also instantly collapse before a true god's finger. Even with the amplification of the change of truth and falsehood, Li Fan felt all his cultivation vanish, and the Xuanpin Great Tao dissipated like a wisp of smoke, returning to the vast primordial chaos. And the ray of light cast by that lonely star was forcibly twisted and broken. The shackles disappeared, and the true god's finger instantly collapsed inwards again, vanishing without a trace. A moment later, the starlight suddenly diffused 1,000-fold, occupying everything in his vision. It was not the first time Li Fan had witnessed the scene of the lonely star's descent, so he was not flustered, and silently chanted in his heart. Huan Zhen. At this moment, it was as if time had reversed. The freely spraying starlight, as if meeting a strong wind, instantly flowed backward. Despite all its unwillingness, under the suppression of Huan Zhen's invisible hand, it had no choice but to return to where it came from. The starlight receded, and darkness swallowed everything. After an unknown period, or perhaps just an instant later. Like the first rays of dawn, piercing the darkness. A ray of starlight reappeared, shining upon the world. However, for some unknown reason, the starlight only lasted for a moment, then seemed to sense something. The radiance suddenly dimmed for no reason, its destination unknown. Anchor Year 1. True God's Finger. Li Fan, now awake, seemed to still be immersed in the moment when the mountain and sea without boundary tablet was revealed by the lonely star. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he also learned to imitate, pressing down into the void. Shattering sages, breaking the void realm, crushing starlight. As expected of the remnants of a former true god. With the concept of the true god's finger blended in, even though Li Fan had just woken up and was still in a mortal body, as he gently pressed down with a finger, the entire great Zon small world subtly trembled. Rumbling sounds came from the sky, as if it was shattering, and cracks appeared and spread like a spiderweb. The immortal severing grand formation that sealed the great Zon small world instantly shattered, and wisps of spiritual chi were able to flow in from the Xuanwang world. Not only that, the profound finger force even penetrated, reaching directly beyond the Xuanwang world. In the immortal ruins, the hungry immortal who was comprehending the Tao suddenly felt a tremor in his heart and was about to open his eyes. But he was forcibly pressed back by Li Fan. As if having lost his recent memory, the hungry immortal once again fell into the state of comprehending the Tao. And from beginning to end, the hungry immortal had no awareness whatsoever of being affected by external forces. Wherever the finger force reaches, it can be arbitrarily altered. Regardless of cultivation, regardless of realm. This is just the concept I imitated. Li Fan withdrew his hand, staring intently at his fingertips. The true God's concept had already dissipated from it. It was just an ordinary mortal body. No one would have thought that it could unleash power almost equivalent to transcendence. The various cultivation realms in the mountain and sea are merely divisions conventionally agreed upon by us cultivators. In reality, they are basically all defined with the mountain and sea as the benchmark. Those who can cross the mountain and sea are transcendent. Those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the mountain and sea are sages. However, everything in the mountain and sea originates from God. When the true God's finger falls, it defines the fate of the mountain and sea. Borrowing its profundity to distort and rewrite the living beings in the mountain and sea is as easy as turning over one's hand. With a mortal body, Li Fan felt no discomfort whatsoever in wielding the true God's finger. Li Fan vaguely sensed that this might be related to his long-standing cultivation and comprehension of the change of truth and falsehood. If it were anyone else, let alone a mortal body, even a sage realm expert would not be able to use this divine ability so smoothly. But having been constantly influenced by the change of truth and falsehood over the years, I have already become somewhat different. Li Fan continuously savored the feeling of using the true God's finger to distort and rewrite the hungry immortal's consciousness just now. It merely made him ignore the external disturbances and return to his meditative state. But it was, unequivocally, a direct modification of the other party's consciousness. One must know that although the hungry immortal is now hardly worth Li Fan's attention, he is still a cultivator just one step away from the nameless true immortal realm. Yet, he was toyed with by Immortal as if he were a plaything. What if Li Fan recovered his sage cultivation? What if Li Fan's comprehension of the true God's finger concept advanced further? It was truly somewhat unimaginable. If Huan Zhen is about resetting the mountain and sea with a single thought, then the true God's finger possesses the potential to modify the mountain and sea. From this perspective, the two are powers of equivalent magnitude. No wonder my comprehension of the true God's finger was so smooth after my change of truth and falsehood cultivation achieved success. But such a divine object, Li Fan frowned, trying to search for traces of the true God's finger in his past self's long reincarnation memories. Perhaps because Li Fan's past memories were simply too vast, he could only recall the tip of the iceberg even now. Or perhaps his past self was always striving against the void realm at the last moment, and simply didn't notice this hidden boundary tablet in the mountain and sea. In any case, Li Fan didn't recall any scenes related to the true God's finger. This was his first true contact. Li Fan didn't dwell on it further. To have this divine ability by my side is definitely a blessing for me now. The change of truth and falsehood, the true God's finger. With the two combined, the other shore sages at the beginning of mountain and sea are nothing to worry about. A surge of heroic spirit instantly welled up in Li Fan's heart. But recalling that in the previous life, the descended new god seemed to have changed, he instantly calmed down. The two new gods I encountered before had vastly different styles of action. It can basically be concluded that the god achievers in the two lives were not the same person. This means that all the sages at the beginning of mountain and sea actually possess the strength to replace the mountain and sea and become a new god. What they lack is just a bit of luck. They are indeed quite troublesome. No wonder the three sages are always so cautious whenever they talk about the sages at the beginning of mountain and sea. No rashness, still proceed according to the original plan. Li Fan's excitement quickly subsided. With my change of truth and falsehood, I don't need to compete with them. The so-called gaining the divided soul's fortune is fundamentally a dead end. Li Fan compared the various situations after the different new gods descended in these few lives. He became increasingly certain of his judgment. The mountain and sea, the new god. Neither can escape the pursuit of the lonely star, this has long been destined. The mountain and sea without boundary, intermingling with each other. This is the beginning of Tao annihilation. From the day of their fusion, the ultimate demise of the mountain and sea was destined. However, looking back from a post-event perspective, the mountain and sea itself, at the very beginning of its boundless state, seemed unable to perceive its tragic future. Instead, it remained optimistic. This point is quite suspicious. Not to mention me, a latecomer, even the sages at the beginning of mountain and sea could foresee the terrible disaster in the future and chose the method of severing the future to escape the calamity. How could the mountain and sea not perceive it? This simply makes no sense. Suddenly, connecting it to his recent act of modifying the hungry immortal's consciousness, a thought suddenly surged into Li Fan's mind. The boundary tablet, the true God's finger, not only caused the mountain and sea to merge, but also distorted and rewrote the concept of the mountain and sea. Li Fan's heart trembled slightly. Perhaps, the merging of the mountain and sea is just the surface. The true purpose of the true God's finger is to tamper with the consciousness of the mountain and sea and change its future direction. In an instant, Li Fan couldn't help but think of the 3 rumors about the God's trump cards. Legend has it that the mountain and sea divided soul, 3 trump cards left by God at the brink of death. Each one possessed the power to overturn the mountain and sea. Previously, I speculated that the Lonely Star and Huan Zhen were both among them. However, now I understand that Huan Zhen is my former self, obtained by integrating the Tao paths of various sages with supreme aptitude, and is not a so-called gift from God. Now it seems that this mountain and sea without boundary tablet is more like one of the trump cards left by God. The key is, where did it go? Li Fan's heart stirred, and he chose to inherit the Tao One mountain and sea diagram he had forged in the previous life. A splashing scroll painting then appeared in Li Fan's hand. Compared to when it was first created, it was vastly different. Having endured countless years of ripples from the new God's Void Realm battles, the mountain and sea diagram had gained a few more unique profound rhythms. However, the mountain and sea without boundary tablet is gone. Only its shadow remains. A faint wisp. Even with Huan Zhen's change of truth and falsehood, it cannot be completely replicated. This was the first time Li Fan had encountered something that Huan Zhen could not create. After all, even the mountain and sea and the sages could be recreated with a single thought. If there truly was something that could not be recreated, without a doubt, it would be something that transcends the mountain and sea, belonging to a true God. Li Fan carefully examined the remnant of the mountain and sea without boundary tablet. Even just a faint afterimage was thousands of times more profound than anything Li Fan could copy or engrave. After observing for a long time, insights continuously welled up in his heart like mountain spring water. Li Fan vaguely understood where the mountain and sea without boundary tablet went after its collapse. It didn't go anywhere, it simply ceased to exist. The mountain and sea without boundary tablet only came to merge the mountains and seas. If the mountain and sea no longer exist, and the mountain and sea diagram, as its lower-level substitute, also disappears, then the boundary tablet will naturally no longer manifest in the world. But if, in the void, the mountain and sea reappear, then the mountain and sea without boundary tablet will descend again, like a persistent illness. So, the boundary tablet seen in each reincarnation of the mountain and sea was not reset by Huan Zhen. Rather, it manifested itself again. As for the numerous carvings on it, Li Fan recalled the scene he saw in the previous life, where the residual images of the sages rose from the boundary tablet under the impact of Tao annihilation. They were merely the carved Tao principles of the sages, not the boundary tablet itself. When it re-manifests, it naturally won't carry them. The legacy of a true God is indeed extraordinary. Li Fan looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the infinite possibilities of the mountain and sea, reaching directly to where the boundary tablet was located. Just this one finger completely sealed off all subsequent possibilities for the mountain and sea. No matter how it struggles, no matter what variables it evolves, as long as the mountain and sea itself exists, the boundary tablet will descend to fix its fate. Plus, the lonely star that ultimately swallowed everything. The fate of the mountain and sea was actually written the moment it swallowed God. No wonder, it's irrelevant to the final outcome. Immediately, Li Fan couldn't help but wonder, with such means at God's disposal to control the mountain and sea, did he truly need 3 trump cards? Perhaps, they have other uses. Either they restrain each other to prevent failure, or to facilitate a return. The more Li Fan observed the finger of God, the more he felt the immeasurability of the former true God. Then the long-standing question resurfaced in his mind. How exactly did God die? It has always been the mountain and sea divided soul, not the mountain and sea slaying God. It's clear that with the means of the mountain and sea, they were certainly no match for that true God. The deity, the source of all power, why did he fall? The answer to this question might only be vaguely glimpsed at the beginning of mountain and sea, at the time of the divided soul. Li Fan didn't trouble himself further, but instead focused on his next plan. With this boundary tablet holding the fort, my Tao 1 diagram can definitely be called a supreme treasure of the mountain and sea. In normal circumstances, it will already allow the Tao annihilation and mountain and sea to merge harmoniously. If I add my own true God's finger amplification, it would be as easy as turning over one's hand to trap and suppress the sages with a single thought. Having successfully created such a treasure, Li Fan did not forget his original purpose. It was precisely for becoming the Lord of the Void Realm. The Tao 1 mountain and sea transformed into a black and white robe, draped around him. Li Fan sat in meditation. The various Tao principles within the mountain and sea all seemed within reach, allowing him to choose at will. In fact, what Li Fan touched was not the true great Tao within the mountain and sea, but merely a copy within the mountain and sea diagram. But the fake was so close to the real that Li Fan could actually use it directly to comprehend the Tao and become a sage. It can only greatly reduce the difficulty of comprehending the Tao, and cannot serve as a foundation for increasing strength. To truly achieve the realm of a mountain and sea sage, one still needs to rely on the great Tao within the mountain and sea. However, the miraculous use of the mountain and sea diagram is already astounding enough. The true spirit infusion solves the aptitude problem for becoming a sage. The Tao One mountain and sea diagram can bypass the requirements for comprehending the Tao to become a sage. Combining the two, as long as I wish, I can cultivate enough sage reserves. Sages. They can be replaced at any time. As his thoughts churned, Li Fan's aura simultaneously surged upwards. From immortal, he cultivated back to the sage realm, and this time, Li Fan only took 50-odd years. One must know, this was without the amplification of starlight, entirely relying on Li Fan's own efforts. With the mountain and sea diagram draped over him, it was as if the entire mountain and sea belonged solely to Li Fan. Cultivating and comprehending the Tao was as easy as eating and drinking. On the day he became a sage, under the concealment of the Tao One mountain and sea diagram, the other shore sages didn't even notice that another sage had descended upon the mountain and sea. Enveloped in rolling black ink, Li Fan went straight into the Tao annihilation. Like ice melting into water, Li Fan didn't use the change of truth and falsehood, relying solely on the mountain and sea diagram's protection, and completely merged into the surrounding Tao annihilation environment. But this was not enough. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, recalling his past inheritance of the starlight rhythm excerpt. The eerie, heart-like pulsating light reappeared, illuminating Li Fan's body. The surrounding Tao annihilation, as if sensing something, instantly became turbulent and chaotic. Go! Li Fan threw the mountain and sea diagram in his hand into the surrounding subservient Tao annihilation. 1767. The Great Bandit. Chapter 1753. Mountain and Sea Great Thief Disciple. Although the Tao annihilation of the void realm prostrated before Li Fan, it was not out of submission to Li Fan himself. Rather, it was due to the layer of starlight that covered his body. As an envoy of the star, he naturally possessed the authority to command the Tao annihilation army. However, if the mastermind behind the void realm were to appear, the Tao annihilation would instantly lose control. What Li Fan sought in this life was to truly become the lord of the void realm. Let the Tao annihilation change its name. Li Fan revealed his starlight, firmly controlling the myriad Tao annihilation surrounding him. He then manipulated the mountain and sea chart to carry out batch by batch transformations on them. The ink-colored mountain and sea continuously breathed, and amidst the rising winds and surging clouds, the invisible Tao annihilation gradually became imbued with the chi of Tao One. Before entering the mountain and sea chart, they were purely Tao annihilation power. But after a journey through the mountain and sea chart, they emerged stamped with the Li Family Army label. These transformed Tao annihilation were now absolutely loyal to Li Fan. Although currently, compared to the vast void realm, they were but a minuscule amount of power. But Li Fan believed that change had already begun. It was only a matter of time before the landscape changed colors. The Tao One mountain and sea diagram, like a vortex, slowly corroded the original Tao annihilation. Li Fan still felt it was not enough. The speed of changing allegiances is still a bit too slow. His gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the mountain and sea beside him. With a slight thought, his subordinate Tao annihilation, like a long spear, plunged straight into the mountain and sea. The other shore sages were not unfamiliar with the Tao annihilation. In the past, even if the Tao annihilation tide surged, the Xuanji Ring's white light, with the sages in command, could temporarily resist it. But this time, the white light only briefly obstructed for an instant, and then shattered with a crash in the collision. Li Fan's elite Tao annihilation were able to advance unhindered, descending upon the mountain and sea. They transformed into a world-destroying torrent, instantly reducing thousands of possibilities to ashes. The other shore sages were stunned by such an unexpected turn of events. The Tao annihilation actually treated the Xuanji Ring's protection as nothing, which was unprecedented. The sages' gazes involuntarily turned towards the three sages. For Gui Hai Saint, myriad light and shadows instantly surged before his eyes, but ultimately, they all converged into a chaotic expanse. He was unable to deduce the reason for this change. However, Lian Shan Saint had already recalled his true body from the Void Realm. With the Lian Shan staff, he timely intercepted the sword-like Dao annihilation that was wreaking havoc. Retreat. Among the other shore sages, only the 3 sages truly made Li Fan somewhat apprehensive. Since Lian Shan's true body had returned, Li Fan, knowing his strength, naturally chose not to confront him head-on. 1/3 of the elites chose to cover the retreat, while the rest of the main force rapidly withdrew. They arrived swiftly, and their escape was even more decisive. In just a moment, what seemed like a world-ending catastrophe left no trace. Lian Shan Saint's accomplishments are truly profound. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly resolved the Dao annihilation calamity the sages praised. Lian Shan Saint, however, vaguely felt that something was amiss. This Dao annihilation, it came strangely. Indeed, soon, it might return. We must be careful. In the Void Realm, although Li Fan lost some of his elite subordinates due to Lian Shan Saint's intervention, it was absolutely worth it. Dao annihilation devours the mountain and sea, the essence of the divine returns entirely to the Void Realm and to the Lonely Star. It should be so, but Li Fan stared intently at the twinkling lights slowly rising within the mountain and sea chart. The destination of these light points seemed to have been decided long ago. Even if Li Fan's trusted Dao annihilation completed the world-destroying cleansing, they could not retain a single bit. The light drifted out of the mountain and sea chart, heading towards the unknowable lonely star above the Void Realm. No power could retain them. This is also why the mastermind behind the Void Realm is destined to be a pitiful laborer. Expending great effort to destroy the mountain and sea, yet unable to enjoy a single bit. It all benefits the lonely star that descends alone. Before Li Fan's eyes, the scene of the lonely star devouring everything reappeared, and his heart suddenly stirred. Perhaps, it's not that they are unwilling, but unable. The divided soul evolves the mountain and sea, and after the mountain and sea are destroyed, everything returns to the divine. Even if the mastermind behind the Void Realm coveted it, they probably had the will but lacked the power. But, within the Dao One mountain and sea diagram, as Li Fan's thoughts flowed, that mountain and sea without boundary tablet instantly emitted a faint, profound stream of light. Even if it was not the true boundary tablet, even if it was just a faint afterimage. But the moment its radiance appeared, the starlight that was returning seemed to instantly lose its direction. Falling into uncertainty. Sure enough, Li Fan rejoiced at the sight. But the joy did not last long. The ethereal boundary tablet, after all, could not contend with the influence of the true lonely star. Ultimately, the vast majority of the mountain and sea essence obtained from the devouring still vanished towards the location of the lonely star. Only about 1/1,000,000th of the remnant was lured by Li Fan, lingering within the Dao One mountain and sea diagram. The starlight descended, adhering to the boundary tablet, making the originally ethereal afterimage instantly become clearer by several points. The starlight seemed to bear the mountain and sea, though only a few wisps. Li Fan clearly felt that the Dao One mountain and sea diagram as a whole became much heavier. The pleasant surprise did not stop there. The appropriation and theft of starlight depended entirely on Li Fan's own ability. And as for his subordinate Dao annihilation devouring the mountain and sea, the mastermind behind the Void Realm had another reward. A thought suddenly descended and then receded. It came suddenly, but with the dual blessing of Li Fan's illusion becomes reality and the mountain and sea chart, he was not discovered. Upon examining the changes, Li Fan found that the Dao annihilation he controlled, after receiving affirmation from the mastermind behind the Void Realm, had already advanced, and had indeed become the leader of the surrounding myriad Dao annihilation. I can mobilize more of the nearby mountain and sea Dao annihilation power, and even, based on the Void Realm's memories, create mountain and sea sages. Although the quantity is currently limited to 1, there is great potential. From this change, Li Fan had vaguely discerned the operational model of the Void Realm's Dao annihilation. The will of the mastermind behind the Void Realm oversaw the entire situation. The Dao annihilation fought individually, carving and devouring the mountain and sea. Those who achieved success would be promoted. Following effective methods of invasion, they would influence and transform the surrounding Dao annihilation. As for the Void Realm's memories, they originate from that mysterious will behind the Void Realm. Although the Dao annihilation cannot hide anything when devouring the mountain and sea, during the process of erosion, everything within the mountain and sea, including the sages, is observed with extreme thoroughness. If there is enough power, reshaping and evolving them again is but a flick of the wrist. Li Fan felt a series of ethereal figures within his subordinate Tao annihilation. They were none other than the familiar sages. With the scale of Tao annihilation I currently control, it's not enough to create the 3 sages. However, with a slight thought, the Tao annihilation churned, and shadows converged. Inky Shochu, before long, descended before him. When he appeared, he was briefly bewildered. But he quickly understood his situation and bowed to Li Fan. Being created by Li Fan's subordinate Tao annihilation, he naturally obeyed Li Fan's commands entirely. It's not just an empty shell, it still possesses some will and thoughts from its previous life. But it's not the true Shochu after all. However, Li Fan had repeatedly been in complete accord with Shochu, and had frequently chosen to inherit Shochu's memories. All of Shochu's various aspects converged. A point of light emerged from his fingertip, which Li Fan then pressed into the center of the inky Shochu's forehead. 1768. Playing the 3 Saints. Chapter 1754. Dancing playfully with 3 Saints. Shochu's ink-colored face instantly twisted in struggle. Becoming a Void Realm incarnation was completely contrary to the beliefs he had always upheld, causing Shochu's mind to suffer an extremely violent impact. His reaction was even stronger than Li Fan had anticipated. When one's thoughts are at odds with the Tao, one cannot tolerate oneself. There is a danger of self-destruction. Li Fan had not expected Shochu's beliefs to be so firm and righteous. After learning of his situation, he would rather choose to end himself than become a Void Realm lackey. But once he fell under Li Fan's control, life and death, wanting or not wanting, were no longer his to decide. With a thought, rolling Tao annihilation surged forward, re-stitching Shochu's shattered body. Then, Li Fan infused his own memories of countless reincarnations to save the world into him. Destroying the world to save it, killing to protect life. Fellow Taoist Shochu, you have misunderstood me deeply. Li Fan sighed with emotion. As expected, after learning of Li Fan's past actions, Shochu's struggles slowly weakened. But he clearly still harbored resentment about his identity as a Void Realm incarnation. He merely gazed at Li Fan, not speaking. When the lonely star descends, no matter your stance or identity, mountain and sea will not change its destined demise. What fundamental difference is there between being destroyed by us and being destroyed by the Void Realm? Instead of being swallowed by Tao annihilation for nothing, it's better to become a resource for us to deal with the Void Realm and the lonely star. Fellow Taoist, you still haven't seen through the meaning of, irrelevant to the final outcome. Facing Li Fan's words, Shochu still did not reply, but his disdain was evident. Li Fan was unconcerned and chuckled softly. Forget it, I know fellow Taoist Shochu will not collude with me. But, even if you don't approve of my methods, you should acknowledge my ambition to save the world. The future of mountain and sea rests entirely on me. If I don't resort to extraordinary measures, how can I find a glimmer of hope from the impossible? Li Fan said with a desolate expression. Shochu's gaze shifted slightly, and his expression became somewhat solemn. In this life, I intend to become the master of the Void Realm. Since fellow Taoist is unwilling to follow, what harm is there in me going alone? However, I have something I'd like to ask fellow Taoist to help me comprehend. As Li Fan spoke, he slowly unfurled the Tao 1 mountain sea chart. The ink-colored mountain and sea, with surging winds and clouds, appeared both real and illusory. Upon first sight, a hint of surprise flashed in Shochu's eyes. Soon, he noticed the mountain and sea without boundary tablet presiding over the center of the Tao 1 chart. This is true God finger, Li Fan's faint voice echoed. Upon hearing these 3 words, even with Shochu's composure, his ink-colored body couldn't help but tremble slightly. When the true God finger descends, mountain and sea changes. This is the very origin of mountain and sea fusion. The mountain and sea chart here is merely a phantom I comprehended. Even so, it possesses the power to overturn heaven and earth. As Li Fan spoke, he lightly pointed at the ink-colored Shochu. It was as if, in an instant, he faced the entire mountain and sea. Or perhaps, he witnessed the true God from beyond mountain and sea. The Tao annihilation body uncontrollably surged and swelled. The ink-colored Shochu couldn't help but slightly change his expression. He had never encountered the power of the true God finger before. It directly rewrote the origin of all things in mountain and sea, which could no longer be simply described as profound. The ripple from Li Fan's fingertip was about to land on Shochu's body when it stopped just in time. I believe you can see that with this true God finger, even if you are unwilling in your heart, I can easily rewrite your will. However, we have, after all, fought side by side countless times. Perhaps it was the innate yearning of mountain and sea cultivators for the mysteries of the true God, or perhaps Li Fan's last words moved him. After a long period of silent contemplation, Shou Chu finally nodded. Although he would not aid tyranny, he would help Li Fan comprehend the mysteries of the true God finger. Please, fellow Taoist Shou Chu, first comprehend the true God finger phantom I have left. The true moment of comprehension will be when it truly manifests in this life. The ink-colored Shou Chu sat down, transforming into a speck, floating beside the mountain and sea without boundary tablet. As the saying goes, one must guard against others. Although fellow Taoist Shou Chu, you have agreed, and I trust your character. But after all, it involves the mysteries of the true God. To prevent any accidents, I need to take some precautionary measures. Shou Chu, please don't take offense. As he spoke, threads of ink color surged within the Tao One Mountain Sea chart. Like countless shackles, they sealed and bound Shou Chu. Shou Chu chuckled, unconcerned. His focus was solely on the mountain and sea without boundary tablet. Li Fan cupped his hands in a salute, and more ink color continued to roll, completely isolating Shou Chu from the outside world. Only the faint light of the mountain and sea without boundary tablet penetrated inward. The slight smile on his face suddenly vanished. Li Fan mused to himself, my decision was indeed correct. Even the Void Realm incarnation reacted so intensely, let alone the true entity. If I were still of one mind with him, he would probably directly drag me to commit suicide. However, although I managed to persuade him with great difficulty, he is, after all, just an incarnation. His comprehension ability is naturally not as good as the real Shou Chu. As Li Fan's eyes flickered, a plan was already set in his mind. If quality is insufficient, then quantity will make up for it. Looking at the distant mountain and sea, Li Fan's eyes were cold and calm. Allocating a large portion of Tao annihilation power to shape Shou Chu's Void Realm incarnation would not affect Li Fan's progress in invading mountain and sea. As a former mountain and sea saint, he was extremely familiar with the target he intended to conquer. Even the actions of the other shore sages were mostly within his expectations. He used the same old trick. When the saints' true bodies were in mountain and sea, he would lie dormant and strengthen himself. When the saints' true bodies went to the Void Realm, intending to reunite, Li Fan would dispatch his Tao annihilation subordinates, driving straight in, to devour freely within mountain and sea. A tide of Tao annihilation, 10,000 zhang high, was about to engulf countless possibilities. At this moment, a staff, a shovel, and a cudgel suddenly appeared. They confined the surging Tao annihilation. The three formed a formation, a white circle like a dam. No matter how the Tao annihilation churned, it could not break through the blockade. Three saint phantoms suddenly materialized within the white circle. They looked at the confined Tao annihilation tide, their expression solemn. This Tao annihilation seems different from before. Has a second will actually been born within the Void Realm? The three saints deduced for a while and came to a seemingly incredible conclusion. Just as the three saints' expressions were strange, the confined Tao annihilation seemed to come alive. It boiled, gathered, and finally condensed into a phantom. It smiled chillingly at the three saints. Then, it exploded violently. Wherever the faint light reached, it instantly penetrated the Xuanji Ring's blockade. The trap personally laid by the three saints using the Lian Shan staff, Guihai shovel, and Zongsheng cudgel was treated as nothing by the opponent. The white light still existed and seemed unaffected by any impact. But the confined Tao annihilation tide within it had suddenly vanished without a trace. The three saint phantoms rippled slightly, revealing the great turmoil within their hearts. Guihai Saint tried his best to deduce, but he simply could not figure out the origin of this newly born Void Realm will. The situation was already precarious, and now another variable has been added. Where did this variable come from? The three saints instinctively looked towards the beginning of mountain and sea. 1769. Zheng Shengshu's World Affairs. Could it be that an old friend has willingly fallen? Tai Saint frowned. From the beginning of mountain and sea until now, countless hundreds of billions of years have passed, and there have been dozens of saints. However, the Lonely Star has always had only one will. It is not that easy to defect to the Lonely Star. Otherwise, there would have been traitors in mountain and sea long ago. Guihai Saint shook his head slightly. The variable might originate from within the Lonely Star. The three saints' gazes intertwined, as if discussing something. Then, light and shadow flickered, and an undying intention lay horizontally. It was as clear as autumn water, radiating a crisp brilliance. Even the holy light of the three saints could not suppress it. Clouds swirled, occasionally revealing a profound black light. It was as if an eye was hidden within, peering into all things. The curve of the handle was naturally formed. As for the tail, it was actually between reality and illusion. Like the confluence of 100 rivers flowing into the great sea. They bordered each other, merging together. If Li Fan were still here, the moment he saw this undying intention magic treasure, he would instantly recognize it as the magic treasure that Baishao once forged, the undying intention. But for some unknown reason, even though it was forged when Baishao had not yet achieved transcendence, the three saints treated it with extreme caution. Even when the Tao Annihilation Army had just arrived, threatening to engulf most of mountain and sea, the three saints were far less cautious than they were now. Facing the strange brilliance on the surface of the undying intention, the three saints all closed their eyes in unison. Let us use this object to investigate. We must proceed with caution. Without any visible manipulation from the three saints, the process of the undying intention merging with its surroundings, starting from its tail, accelerated by thousands of times. A wondrous undying intention gradually vanished into nothingness. The hidden eye at the head of the undying intention suddenly opened. It gazed into the lonely star. The three saints are indeed not to be underestimated. With just one glance, they have already detected an anomaly and set up precautions. Fortunately, I am one step ahead. This time, the harvest was naturally not as much as the first sneak attack. But it was enough to create a second Shochu incarnation. The key is the reward from the will of the lonely star. The more Tao annihilation that can be mobilized, the faster it will be converted by the Tao One Mountain Sea chart. The Lord of the Lonely Star. Li Fan was deep in thought when a sudden sense of extreme crisis, as if being spied upon, surged in his heart. Without hesitation, illusion becomes reality instantly enveloped him. At the same time, the Tao One Mountain Sea chart was also covered. Thump, thump, thump. Without Li Fan's will controlling it, the lonely star returned to its original silence. In the darkness, Li Fan seemed to hear his own heartbeat. That was the instinctive trembling of his body. This aura is no weaker than a new god appearing in person. What exactly? Li Fan dared not move easily, forcibly eliminating all thoughts in his mind. He hid under the great path of truth and falsehood, observing the changes. Within the Tao annihilation, ripples seemed to rise. They came from an unknown place, but like a wave, they instantly spread throughout the lonely star. It was like a gaze sweeping across. After a brief silence, the boundless Tao annihilation of the lonely star all boiled. In response, even when the lonely star descended and its starlight devoured everything, the lonely star's reaction was never this intense. As if encountering something extremely important to itself, the Tao annihilation, or perhaps the power behind the lonely star, was exhausting all means to trace the source of the gaze. Li Fan could feel the uncontrollable madness from the Tao annihilation under his command. The usually calm lord of the lonely star is so flustered. It can temporarily put aside the mission of engulfing mountain and sea. Engulfing mountain and sea is for the descent of the lonely star. And searching for the source of the gaze is for itself. Li Fan gradually comprehended the reason for the obsession of the power behind the lonely star at this moment. Just like a Xuanwang cultivator witnessing the blazing flame, a transcendent strongman encountering the mountain and sea great path, Li Fan encountering the true God finger. Although there were differences in realms and strengths, the pursuit of advancement and the possibility of going further was the same. Can the lonely star gain a different kind of fortune through this gaze, or more accurately, the source of the gaze? Li Fan's heart suddenly trembled. The power behind the lonely star seemed to exist only for the descent of the lonely star. After painstakingly engulfing mountain and sea, it would be difficult for it to preserve itself when the lonely star broke free from its cage. The power behind the lonely star naturally knew this. But just like the destiny of mountain and sea returning to the stars, this was its destined outcome. It could not resist. But what if it could go a step further? Even the new god born after the destruction of mountain and sea was no match for the Tao annihilation of the lonely star. If it could go another step further, wouldn't it possess the power of a true god? How is this possible? Could it be that the source of this gaze is from a true god? Just like the true god finger. The third contingency left by God. Why have I never seen it in my previous reincarnations? In an instant, Li Fan's thoughts raced. He immediately thought of its possible origin. I just escaped from the encirclement of the three saints, and this gaze followed. Could it be? It was too much of a coincidence for Li Fan not to think so. Lianshan, Guihai, Tai. A cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. But at this moment, the lonely stars tied and the mysterious gaze intertwined, and Li Fan dared not reveal himself rashly. He could only continue to hide under the protection of the great path of truth and falsehood. The lonely star was boundless, yet that gaze seemed to encompass everything. After searching fruitlessly, it slowly dissipated on its own. The power behind the lonely star tried its best to retain it, but those ripples were ultimately like sand through fingers, difficult to grasp. The gaze vanished, and the boiling lonely star returned to silence. Then, Li Fan felt the command from the power behind the lonely star. The Tao annihilation instantly surged again, roaring towards mountain and sea. The momentum was immense, like a final general offensive. Mountain and sea instantly fell into a precarious situation. However, Li Fan frowned slightly. Although the lonely star generally holds the advantage, it should not be time for the decisive battle yet. Lengthening the battle lines, constantly engulfing mountain and sea, and gradually weakening its power is the only way to achieve ultimate success in one fell swoop. Now, due to the appearance of that mysterious gaze, the lonely star has fallen into disarray. Moreover, I still have some hidden. Could it be that in this life, mountain and sea will actually defeat the lonely star? A thought that Li Fan found hard to believe suddenly emerged in his mind. Originally, Li Fan dismissed it as a joke, ready to shake his head and forget about it. But it was as if a keyword had been triggered, and Li Fan's mind was pierced with pain, as numerous images flashed continuously. After countless reincarnations, I finally succeeded. With mountain and sea, suppressed Tao annihilation. The will of the lonely star has dissipated, and the danger of mountain and sea's destruction is no more. Joy overflowed. Li Fan and the surrounding saints were all celebrating this moment. But for some reason, an ominous feeling suddenly surged in his heart. The other saints were unaware. Li Fan was the first to look up. A trace of starlight, from an unknown source, drifted like snow and fell upon mountain and sea. The joyous and celebrating mountain and sea unconsciously quieted down. They all stared intently at Li Fan with extremely strange eyes. A chill rose in his heart, and then Li Fan suffered attacks from everyone around him. Even the mountain and sea he had painstakingly saved turned against him. 1770. Stars descend to devour mortal bodies. Chapter 1756. Starfall devours the mortal body. Shou Chu, Yang Jie, Lianshan, Starfall scattered across the mountain and sea, and former close comrades became his slaves. Even if Li Fan screamed, trying to awaken their consciousness. But it was all in vain. Their resolute eyes had long become dark and indifferent. There was no hint of struggle on their faces, only fierce distortion, and divine abilities were unleashed without reservation. Even mountain and sea, the surviving victor, let out roars, vowing to annihilate Li Fan. The figures who once fought side by side surrounded Li Fan. The mountain and sea, which was once protected at the cost of lives, showed no regard for the past, treating Li Fan as an enemy. One moment they were celebrating the successful rescue of mountain and sea, the next moment the situation underwent such a drastic change. Friends and family were all lost, and all efforts were in vain. Under the illumination of the eerie starfall, Zhang Sheng twisted. Mountain and sea was reborn. But it was no longer the mountain and sea of before. Everything familiar was instantly rewritten by the lonely star. Li Fan's heart ached as if cut by a knife, and tears streamed down his face. He was almost in despair. Repeated failures were not terrifying. What was terrifying was that after hundreds of thousands of calamities and countless reincarnations, it seemed that the disaster had finally been resolved successfully. But it still failed to stop the descent of the lonely star. First, hope was given, then despair was mercilessly brought down. Li Fan's indomitable will was almost shattered by it. He allowed the attacks of the familiar saints to pierce his body, no longer offering any resistance. But at the last moment of his lingering life, witnessing the terrifying madness of mountain and sea under the starfall's illumination, Li Fan still forced himself to gather his will, using the great path of truth and falsehood to reverse everything. Li Fan awoke from the boundless illusion. This memory was different from the fleeting fragments that had rushed by in the past. Instead, it was incredibly real, as if he had personally experienced it in his previous life. Li Fan found a trace of undried tears still clinging to the corner of his eye. It was clearly left from being immersed in the memory just now. It's not just emotions that are affected. Even an intense pain came from all over his body. It was as if the saint's divine abilities in his memory had truly manifested in reality. What made Li Fan even more alarmed was that specks of starlight were rustling out from various parts of his body. It was as if a lonely star truly appeared above his head, illuminating and locking onto Li Fan. If the starlight stained by observing and reading Starfall Rhythm Excerpt was 1, then the scale of starlight gathered on Li Fan's body at this moment was 1,000. And this was just the beginning. The surrounding Tao annihilation seemed to sense something, spontaneously roaring towards Li Fan, like subjects greeting their king. The feeling of being exposed to some kind of gaze grew stronger. It was like being roasted in a raging fire, his whole body about to be evaporated. True is false, false is true. Clearly aware of the star's power, Li Fan, after witnessing the abnormality on his body, decisively used change of truth and falsehood, attempting to suppress the influence brought by the starfall. But before that, the corrosion brought by the lonely star's eerie light had already silently occurred. When true is true, false is true. What Li Fan thought and intended in his heart was the great path of truth and falsehood. But what he unleashed was a distorted, half-lost divine ability. Not only did the starfall not fade, but it spread further because of it. Slap. Caught off guard, Li Fan's right hand suddenly slapped himself. It was not his original intention, but his arm was controlled by the starfall, trying to take the opportunity to further invade his head. It did succeed. Li Fan's left eye gradually showed traces of starlight. Then, his eyeball seemed to be directly pulled by a great force, popping out of its socket. The flesh connection remained, and the starlight eyeball rotated halfway, strangely staring at Li Fan. From his own eyeball, Li Fan seemed to see his entire body completely immersed in starlight, transforming into a slave of the lonely star in the future. HMPH. Li Fan was fearless, forcing himself to gather his spirit, using change of truth and falsehood as a blade to sever the flesh connection between the starlight eyeball and himself. However, the eyeball did not lose contact with Li Fan because of this. Amidst the flickering light and shadow, it returned to his eye socket. Bang, 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 bang. After a moment of silence, the starlight eyeball began to violently and continuously impact inward. Blood gushed out like a fountain, bursting forth. Damn it, it wasn't that he couldn't bear the pain. In countless reincarnations in the past, Li Fan had encountered torments many times worse, yet he always managed to endure them safely. It was because as the eyeball continuously impacted, Li Fan's vision began to be gradually filled with starlight. The erosion of the starlight further accelerated. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A maniacal laugh came from Li Fan's mouth. But it was not from Li Fan's original intention, but from his uncontrollably mutated mouth. With each word, his mouth seemed to be torn open a bit more. A moment later, Li Fan's entire jaw was ripped apart. He could no longer make any sound. After the silence, Li Fan's only remaining upper lip constantly opened and closed. At first, there was no movement. But slowly, rustling whispers came from Li Fan's mouth. The Tao annihilation began to ripple, as if a great wind was blowing. The commotion even rivaled the previous mysterious gaze. The light spots on his body erupted again, like festering sores. Aside from his sea of consciousness, Li Fan's body was completely lost. The low murmurs from his own mouth not only affected Li Fan's body. They also twisted Li Fan's memory. For example, the Starfall Rhythm Excerpt he had once observed. Originally, Li Fan had only given it a cursory glance, but at this moment, as the sound continuously echoed in his mind, Li Fan actually felt that the changes in the starfall slowly became simple and easy to understand. So that's how it is, so it is. Li Fan almost became engrossed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the tragic state of his former comrades twisting under the starfall suddenly appeared in his mind. This startled Li Fan, temporarily pulling him out of his longing for the starfall. The confusion of the starfire was like a shadow, about to drag Li Fan back into the abyss. In the midst of the crisis, Li Fan became calmer than ever before. He abandoned the defense of most of his sea of consciousness, only guarding the most core point. His thoughts raced. Change of truth and falsehood can absolutely reverse the trend of the lonely star's descent. There is no doubt about this. The reason I am in such a miserable state now, so vulnerable under the starfall's erosion, is because my comprehension of change of truth and falsehood has been twisted by the star. The only way to survive, find a counterbalancer to restore my change of truth and falsehood to its original level. Li Fan resolutely cast his last shred of will into the Tao One mountain and sea diagram quietly floating beside him. Or, more accurately, into the true God finger within the mountain and sea chart. There were traces of saints on the boundless tablet, but it was just the boundless tablet. And when all later traces faded, returning to its original form, the one who descended into the world was the true God finger. Li Fan's divine thought hid within the boundless tablet, and the starfall instinctively followed. Amidst the scattered starlight, the true God finger also emerged. Although it was only a phantom comprehended by Li Fan, when it collided with the starlight Li Fan attracted, an incredible change occurred. Shou Chu, who was comprehending the Tao beside the boundless tablet, was swallowed without a trace before he even had time to struggle. 1771. The mystery of mountains and seas is finally solved. Chapter 1757. The final unraveling of the mountain and sea mystery. Starlight diffused. An aura of standing proudly in the world gradually emerged, and the true God finger materialized from the void, reappearing in the world. It seemed that for the starlight, the severed finger's attraction far surpassed Li Fan's. As far as the eye could see, all the brilliant light converged towards the true God finger. Even the light particles that occupied most of Li Fan's body abandoned him without any reluctance. Gradually regaining control of his body, Li Fan seemed not to have fully adapted yet. He only felt that he was out of sync with this body, every part of it incredibly stiff. Being immersed in starlight for a moment felt like being away from the mortal world for tens of thousands of years. The extreme discomfort of his body made Li Fan's thoughts feel somewhat rusted. But stimulated by the instinct for survival, he did not forget the dangerous situation he was in. With a thought, the change of truth and falsehood empowered him. It was like suddenly donning a straw raincoat in a storm. His body and mind entered a state of unparalleled tranquility and stability. The corrosive sensation was expelled, and Li Fan's thoughts and divine abilities returned to normal. He observed the anomaly ahead. There should only be one true God finger in the world. Therefore, when the true God finger appeared under the starlight, the boundless tablet that was originally in the mountain and sea immediately fell into turmoil. Its foundation was gone, leaving only the Tao traces left by the saints. It ultimately could not sustain the destiny of the mountain and sea without boundary. The traces of the great Tao shattered like fragile branches, piece by piece. The currently merged mountain and sea instantly showed signs of separation. Within the Xuanji ring, due to the intense side effects brought by using undying intention, the three saints closed their eyes tightly, resuppressing the undying intention. It was at this moment that Lianshan Saint first detected the anomaly in the mountain and sea. Lianshan represents all civilizations and living beings who once attempted to cross the mountain and sea. Their strength, Tao cultivation, and foundation can be said to be largely built upon the fusion of the mountain and sea. Now that the mountain and sea showed signs of separation, he naturally suffered the greatest impact. The mountain above, which was originally level with his shoulders, seemed to inexplicably rise, moving away from the mortals of the world. Even though Lianshan's bridges stretched with all their might, trying to repair the Lai-Shi that appeared, the speed of the mountain and sea's separation far exceeded the speed at which Lianshan Saint could mend it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the gap exceeded a certain limit, a faint sound of cracking came from between the mountain and sea. It echoed throughout. Mortal living beings were unaware. But all those who had become true immortals felt it, as if a great disaster was upon them, their faces filled with terror. Immortals stood on the mountain above, connected to the infinite sea. They possessed the high status of an immortal, and thus wielded infinite divine abilities. But at this moment, the bridge that maintained the connection to the mountain above collapsed with a roar. The numerous immortals on the bridge naturally could not escape their fate and fell along with it. Their realm and aura rapidly plummeted at a visible speed. Saints, transcendents, nameless, true immortals. No matter the realm, no matter the strength, no matter how they struggled, all were unavoidable. All fell to the realm of mortals. Being a mortal body, how could one still wield the infinite? Those in Tao annihilation could not protect themselves and perished instantly. Those who sought refuge in the mountain and sea were subjected to the backlash of the infinite sea's grand and mighty power, becoming part of the boundless ocean. With the disappearance of the mountain and sea without boundary tablet, at this instant, 99% of the cultivators above the true immortal realm in the mountain and sea all died. The remaining fortunate ones, those still struggling, were destined to meet their demise. Because the mountain and sea had awakened. Without the true God finger, the mountain and sea separated, reappearing in their original God-devouring form. Countless fallen cultivators in the mountain and sea turned into nourishment, returning to the mountain and sea. This made the originally dying mountain and sea instantly regain some vitality, as if it had swallowed a great tonic. Without saying it returned to its peak state, it at least possessed the strength for a final desperate struggle. More importantly, the will of the mountain and sea, which had been twisted and rewritten by the true God finger, also returned to normal. Mountains stretched endlessly, standing majestically. The vast ocean reflected the myriad worlds. Two wills that could truly represent the mountain and sea descended upon the mountain and sea. When the mountain and sea were merged, they intertwined, chaotic and unclear, possessing only an instinctive presence. But now, divided into two, mountain was just mountain, and sea was just sea. Each independent will, after separating from the other, became incredibly prosperous. At this point, the three saints found themselves in different situations. Although the three saints were also affected by the anomaly and fell to the mortal realm, they still survived due to various reasons. As if sensing what was about to happen, Lianshan Saint looked at the other two and sighed, "There is no endless banquet in the world." Before he finished speaking, Lianshan Saint, not a specific figure or body in the mountain and sea, but all his manifestations, turned into streams of light and vanished into the mountain above. And Gui Hai Saint also sighed softly in response. Countless blue light particles floated, surging into the infinite sea's endless possibilities. As for the last one, Tai Saint, countless figures vanished as if evaporated. Tai, and the infinite evolving Tao he represented, all returned to the mountain and sea. The mountain and sea once evolved countless Taos and endless living beings. But at this moment, everything was reclaimed. Everything returned to its most primitive state. Just like the beginning of the mountain and sea divided soul. The anomalies occurring in the mountain and sea were already astonishing. But compared to the changes caused by the collision of starlight and the true God finger in the void realm, they seemed insignificant. As if obtaining the key to escape. Centered on the true God finger, an endless stream of starlight instantly spread out. Compared to the lonely star Li Fan had seen descend, the boundless starlight before him appeared somewhat softer. At the very least, the void realm could still exist under the starlight's illumination. At the very least, Li Fan could still barely maintain the change of truth and falsehood state and continue to observe. When the endless starlight first appeared, for a fleeting moment, one seemed to vaguely discern a blurry figure hidden behind it. But as the starlight expanded 10,000,000-fold in an instant, Li Fan's vision was completely obscured. Could it be my illusion? Li Fan was filled with doubt. However, he quickly had no time to ponder this question. Starlight spread endlessly from the depths of the void realm. As the central node for the star's descent, the true God finger also seemed to sense the increasing brilliance around it, undergoing further changes. The change was not in the true God finger itself, but in its posture. It was an extremely mysterious thing. Though merely a severed finger, it could perform various different movements. Each one represented a different divine ability and effect. What Li Fan had seen before, the mountain and sea without boundary, was to twist the will of the mountain and sea, causing them to merge. But now, the finger changed, pointing towards the boundless starlight. In an instant, the shimmering starlight seemed to lose its color. From dazzling brightness, it turned into dim black and white. The entire void realm became dim as a result. The no longer bright starlight, like a weapon that had lost its sharpness, had its threat reduced by more than half. Li Fan, looking up, felt a faint sensation in his heart that he could now resist its influence even without the aid of the change of truth and falsehood. However, Li Fan did not rashly put himself at risk. The changes before him were somewhat beyond his expectations. What is this situation? Why is the true God finger attacking the starlight instead? Lonely star and true God finger, shouldn't they both be the god's backup plan? For the mountain and sea to merge, is the lonely star descending? The facts unfolding before him completely contradicted Li Fan's conjectures. While causing Li Fan to feel doubt, it also vaguely touched upon the truth concerning the god, the mountain and sea, and the star. Since the identity and motive deviate from the actual actions, then let's rededuce. Among the three, the mountain and sea is both the divided soul murderer and the victim. The true God finger, the faint ancient aura on it, coupled with one finger rewriting the will of the mountain and sea, leading to their fusion. And another finger dispersing the boundless starlight, re-imprisoning the lonely star. Such power, such divine ability, only a true god could possess. Li Fan first confirmed this point. Lastly, the star. What exactly is the star? At the end of each reincarnation, the lonely star descends and devours everything. Evidently, the star seemed to be the backup plan left by the true God, meant to annihilate what was reborn after being devoured. When the lonely star descends, the mountain and sea are utterly destroyed, and the void realm ceases to exist. Then, a new God is reborn. Li Fan had always thought so before. But, is that truly the case? The scene of the true God finger conversely sealing the starlight completely shattered this conjecture. The star is not the true God. Then the star. There were no other known options that could serve as an answer. If the star is not a god, then the star is the mountain and sea. The star is the mountain and sea. The star is the mountain and sea. The moment this thought emerged in his mind, Li Fan's body and mind trembled violently. The shock brought by the strong contrast almost caused him to fail to maintain the protective change of truth and falsehood on his body, revealing himself amidst the true God and starlight's struggle. How could this be? How could this be? Li Fan forced himself to calm down. But a premonition had already arisen in his heart, causing him to know the outcome of his deduction before he even thought about it. In his mind, the infinite memories of his past self, like a bursting river, could no longer be suppressed. They exploded and surged forth. Countless figures floated, countless past scenes, all like firewood, burning fiercely. Ultimately, they converged into a towering, uncontrollable sense of unwillingness and endless rage and despair. These were the last emotions of the former Li Fan before making his decision. And they are the reason for the existence of the current Li Fan. So that's how it is. Li Fan's expression became extremely strange. He watched the struggle ahead, his cold nature like a steadying needle, systematically sorting through all the unwillingness and anger. What his former self could never accept, in the eyes of the current Li Fan, was nothing more than that. It's just that I feel it's not worth it for you. Li Fan let out a soft snort. With the enhancement of past memories, everything became logical. Li Fan had no more doubts in his heart. If the star is not a star, the star is the mountain and sea. The mountain and sea devouring itself seems absurd and unbelievable. But if combined with the fixed destiny of the mountain and sea's fusion, and the properties and actions set for the true God finger, then everything can be explained. When time returns to the time of the true God's demise and the mountain and sea divided soul. Before Li Fan's eyes, a bizarre scene immediately appeared. In the darkness, there seemed to be two invisible fierce creatures, silently gnawing on something. Greedy and enjoying it, the true God disappeared, and two new gods were about to be born. But, suddenly, a certain fear spread from the heart of the mountain and sea. After devouring a part of the god's body, they gradually gained some of the god's abilities. Therefore, they seemed to be able to foresee future events to some extent. They saw that after the true God died, he did not completely dissipate. As if the god's single eye was still coldly watching them. As long as the mountain and sea existed, the true God finger would appear. The mountain and sea gradually merged, and finally returned to nothingness. Only pure energy remained, upon this boundless and limitless cradle, upon the corpses of the mountain and sea. The true God would be reborn. The true God would return again. The true God's remains suddenly became no longer delicious. As newly born new gods, the mountain and sea naturally did not want to end up like the food in their mouths. After foreseeing their own destructive future, the mountain and sea immediately deduced countless possibilities. But in all the outcomes, there was no scene of their survival. The true God's final blow before his demise annihilated all possibilities for the mountain and sea to turn the tables. The mountain and sea had no chance of winning. Just newly transformed, they were about to embark on a path destined for destruction. How could these two newly born deities accept this? Even ants cling to life, let alone a deity. After completely devouring the true God's body, who knows how much time passed. After countless eons, the mountain and sea, working together, deduced the only possible way to turn the tide. Since the mountain and sea are destined to perish, then let the mountain and sea perish. Completely bury ourselves, and then, before the true God revives, regerminate. Is this your way of survival? Li Fan's gaze seemed to pierce through the dark void realm, reaching the will behind it. In his mind, the scene of the lonely star descending and devouring everything once again resurfaced. The existence and activation conditions of the true God finger rely on the existence of the mountain and sea. As the Tao annihilation invaded the void realm, the mountain and sea ceased to exist, and the true God finger also returned to nothingness, dissipating formlessly. The only dreaded opponent finally disappeared. The star, or the reborn mountain and sea, then descended impatiently. Allowing no other things, only I shall exist. Only I remain, only I am born, only I win. So the Tao annihilation of the void realm was merely a tool for the mountain and sea to destroy themselves. So all of this was just a meticulously orchestrated play. The Zhang Sheng of the mountain and sea, Lianshan, Guihai, Tai, Shou Chu, Dao Da, they were all just characters in the play. As long as they followed the script and completed their predetermined performance, then everyone would be happy. The true god completely perished, and the new god Wu Yu. The grand play ends, and the new god ascends. Perfect. But unfortunately, Li Fan sighed deeply, not for anything else, but for the former Li Fan who had passed away. Into this grand play, an outsider, who should not have existed, intruded. The mountain and sea's self-destruction, in his eyes, was an incredibly terrifying disaster. With lives devastated, he wanted to save the living beings from suffering. If once didn't work, then 100 times. If 100 times didn't work, then 1,000, 10,000 times. Countless times. Finally, he made the impossible possible. He broke the script set by the mountain and sea. The mountain and sea finally won. But, how could the script continue like this? Just as the mountain and sea had foreseen. As long as the mountain and sea existed, the true God finger would not be extinguished. Without the void realm, without the Tao annihilation, the mountain and sea merged, but did not disappear. Thus, the mountain and sea were enraged. They finally revealed their sharp claws towards Li Fan, this disruptor. For the mountain and sea, even countless cycles of reincarnation were but an instant. They simply didn't care. But Li Fan actually shattered the script they had set. Then Li Fan must die. Thus, starlight scattered across the mountain and sea, the saints drew their swords against each other, and the mountain and sea regarded Li Fan as a tribal enemy. At this moment, Li Fan truly understood why that tear of his back then had fallen. It was not despair, but utter desolation. No longer resisting, he allowed what he had once protected to pierce through his body. But thankfully, at the last moment, he changed his mind. Thus, the current Li Fan was born. After understanding the past, Li Fan felt little indignation in his heart. What the mountain and sea did was understandable. If it were him, he would have done the same. However, what you can do, I naturally can do too. Li Fan looked at what was before him with extreme calmness. The mountain and sea, the void realm, and the star. He suddenly thought of something else, for no reason. Even the mountain and sea, who devoured the true god's corpse, could foresee their own defeat. So, could that fallen true god truly not have thought of a countermeasure to the mountain and sea's transcendence plan when setting up the true god finger? Unless an outsider comes to break the mountain and sea's plan. This is actually the reason for my existence here. In Li Fan's mind, a scene from long ago suddenly emerged. It was his life before his transmigration. Parents alive, children thriving. Damn you, all of you, die. 1772, Stars Fall. As Li Fan recalled most of his past memories, some long-standing doubts were finally resolved. Ever since he learned of the existence of his former self, Li Fan had always wondered how his true first life managed to cultivate successfully in the treacherous environment of the Xuanwang world. Li Fan had personally experienced it once, so he naturally knew how difficult that path was. For a mere mortal, let alone cultivation, even surviving was an almost impossible feat. Li Fan was able to reach this point step by step entirely thanks to Huan Zhen, his countless reincarnation experiences from his past self, and the great path of truth and falsehood. How could his very first self have gone so far? If it were merely explained by the 4 words, extraordinary talent, it would be too forced. Great Zon, Xuanwang, Dark Star Sea, High Wall. Countless killing intents, traps hidden everywhere. Without foreknowledge, even a cultivator with extraordinary talent would likely find it difficult to break the situation. If the first life had already ended, how could there have been a later encounter with the last saint of mountain and sea and the comprehension of the change of truth and falsehood? But if I was an outsider brought in by a fallen true god to break the situation, then everything makes sense. A severed finger of a true god can rewrite and distort the will of mountain and sea, and dim the lonely star's radiance. Protecting a mortal to grow smoothly to the saint realm is naturally as easy as turning one's hand. Looking at the word, God blessed, on the Huan Zhen panel, before change from the heart and illusion becomes reality, Li Fan was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that nothing was exaggerated. God blessed, it truly was God blessed. With the true God's blessing, coupled with the supreme talent of my former self, not only did I break the script written by Mountain and Sea, but I also mastered a way to indefinitely postpone Mountain and Sea's ascension to godhood. But just as I once said, one can block a star for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Mountain and Sea fades, lonely star ascends to godhood. If this script doesn't change, the final outcome will remain the same. Damn it. Li Fan's anger was naturally not because he had lost his former parents or children. In the past, when he was a grand tutor in the Xuanwang world, with many wives and concubines and numerous children, he might have enjoyed and cared about so-called bloodline kinship. But now, Li Fan, having mastered the change of truth and falsehood, personally destroyed and annihilated countless lives, and then restored them with a single thought. In his view, his former parents, wife, and children were no different from other so-called beings. As long as he wished, he could create his family from memory at any time. When true is false, false is true. True and false, there is no difference. Li Fan's fury was still because of himself. And it could only be because of himself. No matter what, that passed, Li Fan was still Li Fan. He was inexplicably brought in by a fallen true god to work. Originally an outsider to the play, he unknowingly became too deeply involved. He struggled desperately through countless reincarnations, only to discover that everything he did was a joke. The former Li Fan was utterly despondent, and the current Li Fan only felt an uncontrollable surge of malevolence rising in his heart. So what if it's a true god? Did you ask for my opinion when you brought me here? What you can't do, I'll do. The revenge you can't exact, I'll exact. Mountain and Sea, star, god. None of you can escape. A fierce glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and boundless killing intent spread out. This killing intent was so strong that even the change of truth and falsehood could not suppress it for a moment. The true god finger, the dim star radiance, and the divided soul of Mountain and Sea all seemed to subtly sense it at this moment. Li Fan seemed to see countless pairs of eyes looking at him simultaneously. He calmed down instantly. The change of truth and falsehood once again heavily concealed him. Fierce and self-centered is instinct, but cautious and prudent is also instinct. Although he had made a vow to kill in a moment of impulse. But Li Fan himself knew that with his current strength, self-preservation was more than enough. To slay a god, he was far from qualified. In the past, he believed that as long as he comprehended the change of truth and falsehood to a certain extent, everything would naturally be resolved. But everything he knew now told him that this might not be the case. My former self could break the true god's script, and the change of truth and falsehood had already been cultivated to its extreme. But facing the new god who descended at the end of the script, he was still helpless. The change of truth and falsehood merely twisted its existence back to a time before it appeared. It could not completely sever the possibility of the new god's descent. Slaying a god, Li Fan couldn't help but think of that question again. Why did the true god fall? He could foresee his own future, and even saw the method of Mountain and Sea's golden cicada shedding its shell to break the situation, and brought in an outsider to break it. Yet he couldn't avoid the outcome of his fall. If one can slay an old god, one can slay a new god. If I can find the cause of the true god's demise. Li Fan once again looked at the true god finger standing in the illusory realm. Suppressing the star radiance seemed to be an instinctive reaction after being stimulated. At this moment, the starlight dimmed and gradually faded. The true god finger then resumed its original mission. Mountain and Sea without boundaries. The true god finger, like a shooting star, pierced into the divided soul of Mountain and Sea. The Mountain and Sea, which had just completed its separation, seemed to be repeating its past fate. Just then, two figures flew out from Mountain above and Infinite Sea respectively, blocking the true god finger. Li Fan was naturally extremely familiar with these two figures and recognized their identities at a glance. Lianshan, Guihai. Li Fan's pupils constricted as he watched from afar. The appearance of the two saints had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before. Lianshan Saint's face was gone. He only vaguely maintained a human form, but his face was covered with billions of marks, each mark a record of the past civilizations of Mountain and Sea. And Guihai Saint seemed to be rooted in the endless possibilities within the infinite sea. Billions of tentacles served as support, sending Guihai out of Mountain and Sea. Lianshan and Guihai, both expressionless and resolute, stood in front of the rapidly descending true god finger. Though the three saints were strong, Li Fan would never believe that they could block the true god finger. But things developed beyond Li Fan's expectation. A stream of light, respectively, leapt out from Lianshan and Guihai. And then, a final wisp of light came from mountain and sea itself. The three lights combined, and a Ruyi, undying intention, instantly took shape. Undying intention. The moment he saw this Ruyi, its name naturally appeared in Li Fan's mind. At the same time, he also realized that it was this object that had been constantly searching for him in the illusory realm before. It truly originates from the three saints, using the eye of God to contend with the true God finger. Li Fan thought in an instant. The appearance of undying intention caused a stir identical to before. The illusory realm fell into extreme turmoil, ripples surging uncontrollably. It even temporarily abandoned its mission of devouring mountain and sea, frantically converging towards undying intention. And this time, Lianshan and Guihai did not put away the Ruyi in time. They just let it lie quietly in the center of the storm's vortex. Li Fan even vaguely saw that the two saints seemed to be trying their best to manipulate undying intention, causing it to be devoured by the illusory realm. Mountain and sea chose to transform into a lonely star to break the true God finger. But at the same time, to deceive the true God finger, the acting must be complete. On the day the grand play began, mountain and sea was no longer mountain and sea, but a lonely star. The identity transformation was completely finished. The mountain and sea that exists in the world is merely an actor used to complete the script. And the Tao annihilation of the illusory realm is a prop to advance the plot. Because this play is real enough, mountain and sea does not know its identity as an actor. Therefore, under the erosion of Tao annihilation, it will still instinctively awaken its will to survive. Only when the script is broken and the performance state is interrupted will mountain and sea know its true identity. This is why mountain and sea backstabbed me after it defeated Tao annihilation. And now, Li Fan silently looked up. The star radiance descended, but was blocked by the true God finger. Mountain and sea was about to merge again, continuing according to the predetermined script. Although Li Fan intervened, creating many variables, it ultimately had no bearing on the final outcome. Still within the script, which means that mountain and sea does not know its true identity. Li Fan's eyes immediately narrowed, and he focused on the center where Tao annihilation converged, where undying intention was located. In this life, mountain and sea experienced an unprecedented process of merging, separating, and merging again. The true God finger shifted twice, creating a scene Li Fan had never encountered before. Tao annihilation, like waves, constantly washed over and eroded undying intention. The Ruyi's influence gradually dimmed, and then, in the dark and silent illusory realm, a will seemed to be rapidly awakening. The entire illusory realm came alive. It seems I was only half right before. The illusory realm obtaining undying intention would indeed undergo a transformation. Therefore, the illusory realm's desire for it was even above its task of devouring mountain and sea. But the change was not a further step, directly ascending to godhood. Instead, it was the illusory realm, as a tool to advance the plot, awakened, or rather, recovered its original consciousness. The illusory realm, which had been completely dark since the beginning of mountain and sea, suddenly became less silent. The corrosive and destructive power originating from Tao annihilation also slowly receded. If the illusory realm's Tao annihilation was an infinite army before, then at this moment, billions of soldiers all belonged to one person. A distorted figure quietly emerged. Looking at mountain and sea, a hint of disgust seemed to flash in its eyes. But in the end, it still took action and blocked the true God finger that flew over. To be precise, it delayed it. The true God finger was unstoppable, but at this moment, it seemed to be stuck in an endless quagmire of Tao annihilation. Its light constantly faded, but it still couldn't fly out of the illusory realm's range. He is. Li Fan felt a sense of familiarity from this figure. It all stemmed from an extreme anger and hatred towards the lonely star. The illusory realm's Tao annihilation was created by mountain and sea, a tool to advance the plot. But where did this tool come from? After the divided soul, there should be nothing else in the world besides mountain and sea. After the illusory realm figure temporarily blocked the true God finger, it no longer paid attention to mountain and sea. Then, it proudly flew towards the outside of the realm. Until outside the realm, the dim lonely star. Infinite ripples erupted from the illusory realm figure. Each one was like a sharp blade, fiercely tearing apart the gap between reality and drama. Layer upon layer of black curtains seemed to be constantly unveiled under this violent collision. The originally dim starlight actually became a little brighter. He is trying to pull the star into the script. Li Fan was extremely surprised by the sudden appearance of a potential ally with the same stance. But he still chose to observe first. After all, the illusory realm figure's identity was still unknown, and its appearance was extremely strange. As the starlight grew brighter beneath the sky, the true god finger, trapped in the illusory realm figure's palm, once again sensed the presence of the star radiance. Its target shifted from mountain and sea, once again, directly pointing to the hidden lonely star. Li Fan finally understood. If one remains hidden outside the script, one might be able to deceive the true god finger. But if one enters the script, it will be difficult to escape the true god finger's discernment. The illusory realm figure, rippling and exhaling, drew in the starlight. Unlike ordinary creatures that mutate upon contact with starlight, it became even more profound. But it did not absorb the starlight for its own use. Instead, it channeled it into the existing mountain and sea. The wisps of starlight were not as overbearing as when the lonely star truly appeared. Instead, they were more like the light that scattered when mountain and sea defeated Tao annihilation in the past. Witnessing such a familiar scene, Li Fan was instantly moved. This is it, the script is broken, and the lonely star has entered the game. In a single thought, the world changed. Some bizarre change, with the continuous smearing of starlight, occurred within mountain and sea. The illusory realm figure suffered the same treatment as the former Li Fan. Starlight erosion, mountain and sea's repeated cycles. Li Fan vaguely felt an extremely enraged emotion from the mountain calls, sea roars, and the blooming of star radiance. You know how to be angry too. Li Fan immediately felt a bit of schadenfreude. Compared to the former Li Fan, the illusory realm figure seemed to have anticipated all the surrounding changes. Especially mountain and sea's backstab. Mercilessly, it transformed into an endless surging tide, surrounding mountain and sea, devouring it as if to vent. As a tool used to devour mountain and sea, the illusory realm's strength was inherently superior to mountain and sea. And now, having obtained undying intention and becoming more complete, the fully unleashed illusory realm was no longer something mountain and sea could resist. Like withering flowers, they all transformed into the illusory realm figure's nourishment. Li Fan looked at the figure standing in the desolate mountain and sea, and the familiar feeling in his heart grew stronger. It was no longer due to the shared hatred for the lonely star, but rather a sense of déjà vu. Sun, Piao Miao. A strange light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and he said the words one by one in his heart. In reality, he wasn't entirely certain, but as the illusory realm figure's process of devouring mountain and sea intensified, the figure became clearer. Li Fan's premonition grew stronger. It's really him. How is that possible? Li Fan suddenly thought of the previous question. Mountain and sea foresaw its own future and deduced the method of the golden cicada shedding its shell to break the situation. It needed to create a tool to advance the plot. But at that time, mountain and sea had just divided soul. In the world, besides the devoured god and mountain and sea, there was nothing else. Where did the tool come from? It couldn't be that it extracted its own origin power to create an apocalyptic tool, could it? No, that's not right. At the beginning of mountain and sea's divided soul, there were other people present. It was Sun Piao Miao, who wrote the mountain and sea fable. The mountain and sea fable meticulously described various aspects of mountain and sea. At the beginning of the notes, mountain and sea had not yet merged. At the end of the notes, mountain and sea was no longer seen, because a lonely star hung high, like a single divine eye, standing above mountain and sea. If one can reach the time before mountain and sea merged, one can reach the time of mountain and sea's divided soul. A time traveler would never suddenly stop. And the last chapter in the notes. Li Fan suddenly thought of a question. It was precisely because he had seen Sun Piao Miao's notes before, and seen the mention of star in them, that he subconsciously referred to the transformed power of mountain and sea as a star. In fact, it was just an extremely pure, overbearing power that tolerated nothing else. The god formed by mountain and sea was a star. The true god's return in the past was also a star. Li Fan was stunned. So, the last chapter of Sun Piao Miao's notes did not refer to what happened in the current mountain and sea. Instead, it referred to the outcome mountain and sea saw in its endless deductions. Able to glimpse into mountain and sea's heart, Li Fan seemed to see mountain and sea, troubled by not having created an apocalyptic tool, suddenly discovering Sun Piao Miao, who had traveled step by step to the beginning of mountain and sea's divided soul and was peering into its heart. 1773. Sit and watch the true God return. Chapter 1759. sitting and watching the true God return. Going against mountain and sea, every step was arduous, until the time of mountain and sea's divided soul. And he could even glimpse into the heart of mountain and sea. Sun Piaomiao's strength was beyond doubt. But in the end, he was no match for the strongest mountain and sea, who had just devoured the true God. Their discovery of him meant his fate was obvious. Thus, Sun Piaomiao was forged into a tool for mountain and sea to break the situation. Behind the scenes of the false realm, he led countless Tao annihilation to completely eliminate mountain and sea, returning them to a lonely star. Perhaps only mountain and sea's own understanding and perception of themselves could create Tao annihilation. In reality, even without the existence of the false realm's Tao annihilation, with the true God finger suppressing them, mountain and sea could not avoid the fate of merging. It's just that, with the initial volume of mountain and sea, the time required for complete dissolution was too long. So long that mountain and sea could hardly wait, fearing unforeseen variables. Thus, the Tao annihilation calamity of the false realm came into being. Witnessing Sun Piaomiao continuously devouring mountain and sea, Li Fan's mind rapidly deduced. Undying intention is not the eye of God as I thought. Instead, it is a part that mountain and sea stripped from Sun Piaomiao. After this part was missing, Sun Piaomiao only had a single will, obediently carrying out the Tao annihilation invasion plan. After all, Sun Piaomiao's strength was already profound, and if he were to gain the identity of the master of the false realm, even mountain and sea would probably have to yield 3 points. The scene before me is the best proof. Layers of Tao annihilation whirlpools intertwined, completely burying and concealing mountain and sea within them. Sun Piaomiao stood upon the great tide. Above his head, countless starlights shone brighter and brighter, continuously rising. Being forcibly pulled into the script by Sun Piaomiao, mountain and sea were no longer untouchable. The starlight shot out in unison, like myriad sharp swords, piercing down together. Sun Piaomiao, however, did not dodge or evade, his face contorted with a ferocious madness. While suffering the harm of countless starlights, he used his body as a bridge to send the true God finger into the continuous starlight in the sky. Mountain and sea could deceive everyone in the world, and even themselves. Outside the script, they might even be able to deceive the true God finger. But now, they had all fallen to the mortal realm. They could not escape the suppression of the true God finger. Just as mountain and sea had once foreseen countless years ago. In the endless brilliance, billions of overlapping shadows seemed to merge with each other. The peculiar light slowly faded. In its place was the image of mountain and sea overlapping, colliding, and shattering. Infinite continuous mountains, and boundless surging oceans. The form of mountain and sea descended and manifested within the false realm. There was only one mountain and sea in the world. When the true mountain and sea appeared, the actor mountain and sea they had created instantly disappeared, escaping from the heavy encirclement of Tao annihilation. And merged with the lost main body. The momentum of mountain and sea grew stronger. It was as if they had returned to their most powerful state after the divided soul, and amidst the shouts of mountains and roars of seas, they temporarily forced back the tide of Tao annihilation. But, prosperity was merely an illusion. The moment they were beaten back to their original form, they once again began the so-called fate of merging. No matter how many eons they evaded, what was destined to come, would always come. A doomed ending. This time, it was no longer a rehearsal script. Instead, it was a destructive calamity that was truly about to befall mountain and sea. Sun Piaomiao, the master of the false realm, witnessed all of this, as if his great revenge had been avenged, and he laughed wildly, like a madman. And then, without any pause, the Tao annihilation army, obeying his command, continued to swarm and devour. Returning from behind the scenes to the forefront, although mountain and sea's scheme was thwarted, they were also in their most prosperous state. And Sun Piaomiao, who had pulled the stars into the mortal realm and devoured most of mountain and sea, was also at his most spirited. Both harbored irreconcilable grievances, and their conflict was a fight to the death. Compared to the scenes of Tao annihilation and mountain and sea fighting that Li Fan had witnessed in countless reincarnations, the battlefield at this moment was grander and more intense. Every clash was comparable to the previous encirclement and siege by the false realm against the spiritual vein of mountain and sea. Both sides went all out, eager for a quick victory, vowing to kill the enemy before them. To mountain and sea, Sun Piaomiao, this mere tool, not only betrayed them but also ruined their plan to become a god. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. And to Sun Piaomiao, he was originally a medicine king who healed the world, but he was forced to commit acts of devouring Zhongsheng. Each act of swallowing was no different from a cruel torture. The calamity of mountain and sea, the script of billions of years, he was truly in an endless purgatory. This hatred was irreconcilable. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with fury. Mountain and sea and Tao annihilation disregarded their own consumption and future gains or losses. They only sought the other's death. Boom, boom, boom. Mountain and sea sank, falling into Tao annihilation, stirring up layers of vibrating ripples. Light and shadow patterns moved, and mountain and sea transformed from shu to shi, dispelling boundless darkness. It seemed as if the hundreds of billions of years of conflict between mountain and sea and Tao annihilation were compressed into just a few short days. Every moment of conflict and upheaval was incredibly intense. Li Fan felt as if he was in a pool at the bottom of a 10,000-foot waterfall. 10 million giant drums pounded simultaneously, creating deafening sounds. The two collided, with a low hum reverberating beneath. The ripples were like surging giant waves, each possessing the power to overturn everything. In the face of such a terrifying battle, Li Fan's change of truth and falsehood, which he used for concealment, was truly like a thin straw cloak in a storm, at risk of being blown away at any moment. With Li Fan's current strength, if he didn't have the protection of the great path of truth and falsehood, his fate would undoubtedly be instant death. But he did not easily Huan Zhen. Firstly, at the most dangerous point of the battle, if he were to rashly Huan Zhen, it would definitely attract the attention of both Mountain and Sea and Sun Piao Miao, increasing many risks. Secondly, Li Fan also wanted to see the return of that fallen true god. Don't look at how fiercely they are fighting, it's just a caged beast fight. No matter who wins or loses, it has nothing to do with the final outcome. Since Mountain and Sea's plan to break the situation has already failed, what awaits them next is the fate of returning to the true god. The more violent their attacks become now, the more it shows their impotent rage. Thinking this, Li Fan suddenly didn't feel that the so-called behind-the-scenes Mountain and Sea layout was so terrifying after all. This great battle seemed to have no end. However, in this process, Li Fan could still keenly perceive that the scale of Tao annihilation and Mountain and Sea was continuously shrinking. And above their heads, where Mountain and Sea had originally been aloof and hidden, something terrifying seemed to be awakening. The death match continued for an unknown duration, but in the end, Mountain and Sea's foundation proved superior. Under the stimulation of the impending fate of returning to God, the true Mountain and Sea unleashed numerous divine abilities that Li Fan had never seen before. Pure Mountain and Sea imagery, mountains supporting their might, the sea declaring infinity. Even amidst the merging of Mountain and Sea, many creations emerged. A magnificent and indescribable range of mountains rose from the sea, seemingly possessing a sharp intent to suppress the infinite. The tides surged, endlessly rising, overturning what was above. It was clear that, in order to cope with the impending return of the true God, Mountain and Sea had exhausted every possible means, evolving methods and employing all their tactics. Although he had reversed a segment of Mountain and Sea's life and, as the master of the false realm, witnessed the process of Mountain and Sea from existence to non-existence once again. Sun Piao Miao, however, slowly began to falter amidst the endless changes newly evolved by Mountain and Sea. He eventually vanished, swallowed by the infinite imagery of Mountain and Sea. With all others eliminated, the victor, the saint, should have been in high spirits. But the truth was, Li Fan clearly felt a hint of fear from the Mountain and Sea before him. When Sun Piao Miao was present, Mountain and Sea could still suppress their inner fear with endless death matches. But now, their only enemy had disappeared. What Mountain and Sea would face next was that fallen true god. Just as they had done before, Mountain and Sea still refused to give up, trying various methods of salvation. They attempted to prevent the fate of Mountain and Sea merging. But the current Mountain and Sea was no longer the initial divided soul Mountain and Sea. Instead, it was a pure Mountain and Sea that had undergone several instances of massive devouring. There were no other Zhongsheng, no scapegoats. Mountain and Sea, in the end, could not avoid facing their fate alone. Another 100 billion years passed. Mountain and Sea went from extreme prosperity to gradual decline. Then merged and perished again. Outside Mountain and Sea, a glimmer of light was already faintly discernible. Just as Sun Piao Miao had once recorded in his prophecy. Like a lonely star, like a divine eye. Hanging high, looking down, majestic over Mountain and Sea. Mountain and Sea trembled because of it. At the last moment, they still did not forget to struggle desperately. But it was all in vain. The moment Mountain and Sea finally perished, Li Fan, who had been observing everything, suddenly felt as if he had replaced mountain and sea's previous position. Directly facing the gaze of the true God, Li Fan could even clearly feel that the great path of truth and falsehood, which he relied on as a protective talisman, was creaking under the divine might of the true God. As if it could collapse and become ineffective at any moment. It seemed that everything that had once devoured the divided soul had all returned to the fallen true God. Although the starlight still maintained a single point, its divine might was invisibly growing stronger. The weight on Li Fan's shoulders grew heavier and heavier. Even the great path of truth and falsehood could no longer completely protect him, and his body gradually turned into dust, floating towards the lonely point in the sky. Only the resilient great path of truth and falsehood continued to struggle. Until this moment, Li Fan still hadn't Huan Zhen, all to verify a conjecture in his mind. That was, does the great path of truth and falsehood belong to the true God? From the currently known information, all things, all objects, and all principles in the world originated from that fallen true God. If the true God wanted to revive, then he would have to reclaim everything that once belonged to him. If the great path of truth and falsehood was indeed once a part of the true God, then without a doubt, it would also return to the light point above his head as the true God's revival progressed. While maintaining his own coherence, Li Fan observed the changes in the great path of truth and falsehood he held. Mountain and sea had perished, but the true God did not descend immediately. It was as if there was still one last step before full revival, only scattering light that grew increasingly dazzling. The brilliance frantically searched, trying to find Li Fan's hidden traces. Dazzling and brilliant, filling his vision. The stronger the brilliance, the more intense the divine might it emitted, and its attraction to Li Fan became. Finally, with a crisp snapping sound, the great path of truth and falsehood also collapsed. Li Fan had been waiting for this moment. At the moment of collapse, Li Fan was able to see the disintegration of Huan Zhen. A majestic Tao hall built with true as false and false as true as core pillars, and other Tao paths as fillers. Under the might of the true God, it also collapsed with a roar. The other Tao paths, like scattered stars, returned to the true God who was about to descend. Only the two Tao of truth and falsehood still struggled to hold on. However, there was still a difference between true and false. False as true was clearly weaker in its resistance compared to true as false. In this perilous situation, it was true as false that desperately dragged false as true, maintaining the cohesion of Huan Zhen. So, it was as I first learned. All laws, all things, all originate from God. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan sighed in his heart. The connection between truth and falsehood was about to be shattered under the true God's tearing, and Li Fan dared not hesitate any longer. He called out Huan Zhen in his heart. A ray of light burst forth, first from true as false, then from false as true. Its brilliance was dazzling, its intent fierce. At this moment, it seemed to even overshadow the brilliant light in the sky. True as false was like an invisible hand, wiping away the starlight across the sky. False as true was like a divine brush, reshaping the vanished mountain and sea. In an instant, 100 million years passed. The world, which had originally become empty due to the true God's revival, was once again filled with vitality. Li Fan returned to the anchored year 1. Having escaped from the true God's grasp several times, Li Fan was no longer afraid or terrified. Instead, he had gradually grown accustomed to it. At this moment, his expression was calm as he reviewed what he had seen in the previous life. The fallen true God and the star that mountain and sea successfully transformed into after their successful layout are actually still different. Of course, if there hadn't been me, this variable, then the mountain and sea that completed the layout might truly have been able to complete their ascension and become a god. However, because I held Huan Zhen and secretly kept the great path of truth and falsehood originating from the true God, mountain and sea's transformation and ascension were no longer complete. They could only ascend to a star, but not be called a god. My previous confusion of star and God was truly because, whether it was a star or a god, their power was simply too overbearing and intolerant of external things. Moreover, their strength far exceeded that of mountain and sea Zhongsheng, and once they appeared, Zhongsheng had no resistance whatsoever. I simply couldn't discern the so-called difference between a star and a god. Perhaps, looking at the entire mountain and sea, only I know. The only difference is truth and falsehood. At this point, Li Fan couldn't help but think of Tianluo Emperor of the original Immortal realm. He had once thought that Tianluo Emperor, leading the Immortal realm, had successfully transcendence mountain and sea when they collectively disappeared without a trace. But now, Li Fan directly faced the star and the descending true God, and only then did he understand. Everything was mountain and sea's predetermined script, so how could one transcendence mountain and sea? Outside the mountain and sea script, there was only the truly watchful mountain and sea. I'm afraid the moment they break free, they will be destroyed and then return to the mountain and sea script. The only thing Tianluo Emperor could do was to ensure that the nourishment formed after himself and the immortal realm were destroyed would, as much as possible, return to the original Zhongsheng. This might be the reason why the aptitude of the surviving Zhongsheng all improved after the destruction of the original immortal realm. Li Fan shook his head slightly. How could the cage built by the phrase, irrelevant to the final outcome, be so easily escaped? Even if I reincarnate countless times, combining the great path of truth and falsehood to understand all the truths behind the scenes. In the short term, I still can't think of a way to break the situation. Li Fan frowned slightly, truly feeling somewhat at his wit's end. How exactly could one kill a god? Relying on his own methods to create countless saints and have them attack collectively. Under the true God's radiant glow, the fate of the saints could only be to melt like ice and snow. Since they originated from the true God, how could they contend against the true God? The fate of mountain and sea has already proven this point. God's demise. Li Fan's gaze was profound as he looked beyond Zanhuang, to the beginning of time. Perhaps only by going to the time of the divided soul, like Sun Piao Miao, can one faintly glimpse the mystery of God's demise. 1774. Shadow of the Gods. Chapter 1760. The Overlapping Shadows of Gods. In the previous life, I walked a path before the true God was about to descend, and aside from the great path of truth and falsehood, I had nothing left. However, it's not a big problem. Li Fan looked at the Huanzhen panel. It was as if it were unfolding for the first time. Instead of appearing all at once, characters popped out one by one, in sequence. Now, it disintegrated, and all the complex content vanished, leaving only a few lines of characters. Name: Li Fan. Path: true, false. Great Tao of returning to truth. Comma. In the path column, the words true and false flickered like breathing, as if these two words alone encompassed all laws and things in the world. And the great Tao of returning to truth hall, which had already taken shape, was now empty. First Xuanu, second Zhou Wei, and other great Tao that had been captured, all disappeared. At the end of the previous life, in order to verify the origin of the great path of truth and falsehood, Li Fan desperately held on until the last possible moment. The god devoured everything. Even Huanzhen was dismembered and separated. All the functions derived from the other shore sages, paths, as well as the various great Tao in the great Tao of returning to truth hall. All were swallowed by the true God who was about to revive. What remained of Huanzhen was only Li Fan and the great path of truth and falsehood. But for the current Li Fan, gaining truth and falsehood meant gaining everything. Everything else was unimportant. False is true. Li Fan stared at the constantly flickering characters before him, recalling the two lonely lights that enveloped him at the end of the previous life, and his past comprehension of the various Tao in the great Tao of returning to truth hall. His heart stirred, and then, something appeared out of nothing. Lines of colorful characters were born from nothingness, writing themselves in the void realm. First Xuanu, second Zhou Wei, and the paths of the other shore sages, all were listed. The empty great Tao hall instantly became filled with numerous Tao, shining brightly. There was no difference from what Li Fan had controlled before. But it also did not exceed the original existence limit. Li Fan then visualized the Tao 1 mountain and sea diagram. Unfortunately, as the Tao 1 dark clouds surged, although the mountain and sea chart roughly formed, it could not perfectly restore its strongest state when the mountain and sea without boundary tablet was present. Seated within the mountain and sea chart was an even fainter and more ethereal true God finger than before. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be difficult to even detect its existence. The change of truth and falsehood is all based on my perception of everything. Through continuous reincarnation, my mastery of the mountain and sea great path is already sufficient to support my single thought of creation. But, the true God finger isn't working. The scene of the sky full of starlight before the true God's revival reappeared in Li Fan's mind. Even seeing a God, it is difficult to know a God. With my reincarnation experiences, trying to analyze a God is still far from enough. But the past me, perhaps, could. With a thought from Li Fan, the long-suppressed Huanzhen inheritance option finally popped up. It skipped all the previous options and went directly to the last line. A brand new option that had never appeared before. The Pantheon of Gods. Li Fan stared intently at these 3 words, but he hesitated to choose. For some reason, a sense of dread, one after another, arose in his heart and could not be calmed. Gods. What does this mean? Li Fan already knew that Huan Zhen was the sum of his countless reincarnation memories and experiences, as well as the paths of the other shore sages and the change of truth and falsehood. The Pantheon of Gods is the insight that my past self gained after witnessing the revived true God. But why is it, gods? Li Fan couldn't help but recall the rumors about the creator god he had once heard. The powerful creator god defeated his peers. And by extracting their power, he evolved all living beings in the world. The only record of its origin came from Sun Piaomiao's notes. The mountain and sea allegory, and various other things, have all matched what I observed in the mountain and sea. Only this one about the creator god has remained without a clue. Li Fan's expression was uncertain, and he did not directly choose to inherit. Instead, he cultivated again until he reached the saint realm, at least gaining a certain degree of self-preservation before opening it again. It was as if starlight returned to the earth. Profound darkness swallowed everything around. Xuanwang, the original place, and the mountain and sea, all ceased to exist. In the absolute void realm, Li Fan only vaguely perceived that there seemed to be certain indescribable existences around him. They were beyond Li Fan's comprehension and observation, so they were invisible and unknowable. But he could feel the drastic changes happening within the darkness. Without any warning, one of the indescribable existences suddenly vanished. As if it was suddenly devoured by something. Next, it was the second, then the third. Of the original gods, only the last existence seemed to remain. This scene perfectly matched what Sun Piaomiao had recorded. Li Fan immediately understood. Sun Piaomiao probably glimpsed this scene from the thoughts of the mountain and sea at the beginning of the mountain and sea divided soul. That's why he wrote the allegory of the creator god slaying other deities. But, Li Fan frowned slightly, always feeling that something was amiss. At this time, there was no mountain and sea. How could the mountain and sea know this scene? The boundless darkness did not recede. It always lingered around Li Fan. Li Fan suppressed the various doubts in his heart and quietly waited for the next change. It was longer than the time spent on the disappearance of gods combined. A faint light suddenly appeared, illuminating this unknowable world, allowing Li Fan to glimpse the blurred images hidden in the darkness. Numerous figures overlapped, merging into one, as if devouring and chewing, yet also as if fusing and sublimating. Many are one, and one is many, encompassing everything, containing all. But within this, disharmonies were quietly brewing. Li Fan seemed to see 2 images trying to break free from it. Compared to the other unknowable and invisible existences, these 2 figures were quite familiar. Mountain, sea, Li Fan's mind was greatly shaken. And at this moment, the light in the void realm suddenly burst forth. The darkness was dispelled, and Li Fan returned to reality. Compared to observing the Shanghai transformation outline and the star radiance rhythm summary, this so-called the Pantheon of Gods did not bring about any special effects. It was even like a fleeting dream, and when Li Fan broke free, he quickly emerged from its influence. This does not mean that the true God is weaker than the mountain and sea or the stars. But, my past self's experience and memories finally lost their effectiveness in this kind of scene. It was too far beyond comprehension, so his insights and my insights were actually not much different. It could only generate such an unclear image. The legacy of my past self has finally been exhausted. Li Fan was not surprised by the arrival of this day. In fact, he had already accomplished what his past self had not, seeing through the truth of the mountain and sea and the stars. He had seen the scene of the revived true God about to descend. The path ahead will truly depend entirely on myself. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, another self seemed to appear before Li Fan. He smiled faintly, then his figure completely shattered, transforming into countless starlight, surging into Li Fan. All past memories, like a surging flood, came towards Li Fan. If it was only partial viewing before, now, it was a complete inheritance. Li Fan sat for a long time before finally fully digesting the memories of his past self. In addition to countless reincarnation experiences, there were also insights into the various great Tao of the mountain and sea. This is the cornerstone of the great path of truth and falsehood's operation, the fundamental reason why Huan Zhen can be realized. Although these were originally Li Fan's own memories and insights, However, at this moment, Li Fan felt a certain barrier when inheriting them. My past self is me. And not me. That past Li Fan has truly fallen. Only such a degree of severance can give birth to a completely different possibility for breaking the deadlock. Li Fan understood in his heart. Although he couldn't directly transform all of his past self's divine ability and cultivation, such a gift was almost equivalent to a direct enlightenment. Li Fan's comprehension of the mountain and sea great path and the change of truth and falsehood was increasing at a frantic pace every moment. From another perspective, it was as if Li Fan and Huan Zhen were gradually undergoing fusion. They would gradually become indistinguishable. The day the fusion is complete will be the day Huan Zhen perishes. But it can also be said that Huan Zhen did not perish. Because I am Huan Zhen, and Huan Zhen is me. Li Fan's heart was incomparably calm as he looked up towards the beginning of mountain and sea. The great path of truth and falsehood is merely a means of self-preservation. To truly break the deadlock, I still need to seek a method to slay gods. What I glimpsed in the pantheon of gods was too vague. There should be more clues when the mountain and sea divided soul. I will follow the predetermined plan and journey backward towards the beginning of mountain and sea. Billions of years, even with my current realm, is an extremely long journey. I shall take my time. By the time I arrive, perhaps the fusion and absorption of Huan Zhen will be mostly complete. Li Fan's thoughts slowly turned, and his figure transformed into a thread, escaping into the void realm. The vast void realm not only harbored the danger of Tao annihilation's devouring but also the calamity of indistinguishable past and present. This was the greatest obstacle for ordinary saints who wished to travel backward. Li Fan did not know how Sun Piao Miao managed to reach the beginning of mountain and sea step by step. But for him, traveling backward was no longer a difficult task. With the change of truth and falsehood protecting him, Tao annihilation could not harm him in the slightest. From his past experiences and memories, countless reincarnation and world-saving efforts, Li Fan had personally walked through every part of the mountain and sea, even the void realm. For others, places where past and present were indistinguishable, Li Fan felt incredibly familiar everywhere. He walked with an unhurried pace. Without any hesitation, Li Fan traveled through. He ignored the disputes between the mountain and sea and Tao annihilation, only paying attention to the possible whereabouts of Sun Piao Miao and Chu Tianwei. He did discover faint traces left by Sun Piao Miao, further verifying his past backward journey. But what was strange was that Chu Tianwei seemed to have vanished from the mountain and sea. Only their life Mai Luo remains, but their figures are nowhere to be seen. They went from mountains and sea's end to the beginning of mountain and sea. What exactly were they seeking? Chu Xinwei, as their creation, could vaguely sense the presence of Li Fan's Huan Zhen. Perhaps Chu Tianwei also had some perception. The proclaimed mountain and sea revival plan is completely useless for saving the world. They shouldn't be unaware of this. Li Fan traveled backward, pondering as he went. Like a transient in the mountain and sea, he traversed it all, yet left no trace. He didn't know how much time had passed, until he took a step forward, and instantly, it was as if the world spun. The scene of mountain above standing tall and the infinite sea flowing together inexplicably disappeared. In an instant, he found himself in a vast and boundless realm. Taichu Immortal Realm. A glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. This was the initial stage of the mountain and sea's fusion, even including the mountain and sea's attempt to prevent its own fate. But it was interfered with by the true God finger, causing this realm to self-destruct. Only the sages within vaguely perceived something, and by severing the future, they gained temporary peace. The Taichu sages, HMPH, they are all just cowardly individuals. In his countless past reincarnation, Li Fan naturally had contact with these Taichu sages. But not a single one could become a comrade in arms. They failed to contend for godhood, and failed to save the world. They could only hide in this realm and fight among themselves. Although Li Fan felt disdain in his heart, he did not underestimate them. The Taichu Immortal Realm seemed to be isolated from the mountain and sea, with time and space stagnant. The internal strife among the sages had lasted for an unknown period, and all who survived here had the potential to become gods. What they lacked was merely an opportunity. Li Fan's two previous witnessed births of different new god were the best proof. He looked up at the sky, trying to gaze further into the ancient past. But it was as if something was blocking him, preventing him from seeing clearly. He wanted to take a step, to go against the flow, but it was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move. This is why the Taichu Immortal Realm, despite being crowded with sages, has not seen any contention for godhood. Before the Taichu immortal realm was the time of the mountain and sea divided soul. The mountain and sea naturally would not allow their creations to disturb or affect them. Thus, they set up this divine mortal restriction, severing time and space, cutting off karma. Li Fan reached out, attempting to break the divine mortal restriction with the true as false method. But just as he moved, all the sages in the Taichu immortal realm looked at him simultaneously. The next moment, various Tao and divine ability rained down on him. There are the Lianshan three sages, and also an old acquaintance, Suo. And, Hua, Ding, Lu. Ripples of light shimmered before him, blocking all harm. Although he ignored the attacks of the sages, Li Fan also felt his energy being rapidly consumed. His protective great path of truth and falsehood also began to gradually vibrate. Frowning slightly, Li Fan's figure faded again, disappearing from plain sight. Although a few divine thought could still track him, Li Fan's continuous transfers allowed him to escape from the sages' view. Firstly, the divine mortal restriction is a restriction left by the mountain and sea. It cannot be easily broken. Secondly, all the sages are eyeing each other, and anyone who attempts to step forward, regardless of whether they might succeed, will inevitably be attacked by the group. One less competitor for godhood means one more chance for oneself to become a god. The opportunity for godhood has arrived. What exactly are the conditions for breaking the deadlock? Li Fan, in his hidden state, quickly deduced based on the various god-making experiences of his two previous lives. The gods have been entangled for many years, forming a strange balance. No one can do anything to anyone, and no one can advance further. Like a stagnant pool, when it's still, there's no change. At this time, a foreign stone needs to be thrown in with force. A faint, eerie light flickered in Li Fan's eyes, and as his figure shifted again, he had quietly appeared beside Suo. Suo had been exploited by Li Fan several times, and his name was recorded in the Great Tao of Returning to Truth Hall. Naturally, he couldn't escape Li Fan's search. Countless shadowy figures, like tentacles, drifted and swayed, and upon sensing Li Fan, they spread out like a net, coiling around him. 1775. Holy Spirit is in the net. Chapter 1761. All Holy Spirits enter the net. Without any superfluous words, the moment So detected Li Fan, he unleashed all his divine abilities. It was as if Li Fan had left the primordial immortal realm and entered a colossal net that So had been weaving for countless years. Innumerable fine threads and shadows crisscrossed, intertwined. Upon them lay piles of skeletal remains and billions of Yuan Hun resentful souls. They cried out hoarsely, all surging towards Li Fan. Countless hands stretched out, attempting to drag Li Fan into their midst. The strength of these Yuan Hun resentful souls, which managed to persist even after being devoured by So, was naturally not weak. In the later mountain and sea, they might have possessed the transcendent strength to traverse Tao annihilation. However, in this primordial immortal realm, they were merely food on the plates of the various holy spirits. Billions of transcendence Yuan Hun resentful souls charging simultaneously would cause even the holy spirits of the primordial immortal realm to momentarily freeze. Li Fan, within the net, instantly froze in place. Facing the attacks of countless Yuan Hun resentful souls, he neither dodged nor flinched, seemingly having given up resistance. So was surprised rather than pleased. Even though the prey was clearly struggling no more, he felt a dangerous sensation of being targeted. The innumerable tentacles of So's net continued to entangle Li Fan. But the master of So's net had already silently escaped. Li Fan was not in a hurry to pursue. His name was registered in the Great Tao of Returning to Truth Hall. In the mountain and sea void realm, So had no escape route. This net is excellent, it can be used by me. A cold glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. At every point of contact with the Yuan Hun resentful souls of So's net, a face emerged. Grinning sinisterly, they ruthlessly devoured their counterparts in return. In an instant, the roles were reversed. The colossal net, woven by So with his lifelong effort, seemed to change owners in a flash. A stream of light flashed by. Wherever the dazzling radiance reached, So's former minions all transformed into Li Fan's pawns. In a short while, Li Fan had taken control of the majority of So's net. And at this moment, So actually returned. You also know the Tao of So. No wonder you could so easily accept the net I wove. So's ethereal voice came from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Upon hearing the voice of their former master, the countless Yuan Hun resentful souls in So's net first felt an instinctive fear, and then showed signs of breaking free from Li Fan's control. Ignorant and greedy junior, how could my creation be so easily taken away? Li Fan overturned his hand, suppressing the disturbance in So's net. He narrowed his eyes and looked outwards, but So's trace was no longer visible. However, he keenly sensed that a crisis was about to descend. This is, Li Fan, within the entangled net, suddenly trembled. A familiar sensation arose from the Yuan Hun resentful souls of the entangled net, and within Li Fan's heart. It was as if they were currently in another, even larger So net. So that's how it is. This net on the surface was merely a trap. Compared to the bait net, the threads of the true So net were formless and intangible. But in an instant, they had already tightly bound the prey within the net. Beyond the darkness, an eye, like a rising red sun, slowly emerged. Extremely indifferent, it stared at Li Fan. Just like looking at a prey that was certain to be caught. From countless directions around, pulling forces came. They bound tighter and tighter, making it extremely difficult to break free. The bait net, which Li Fan had occupied, was easily torn to shreds. And Li Fan, within the net, also seemed to be inescapable. If Li Fan were an ordinary holy spirit, in such a situation, he would indeed be in danger of perishing. But, compared to the terrifying scene of a lonely star descending and engulfing everything, So's display of power was utterly without deterrence. No matter how many nets you weave, it will be futile. What should die, will die in the end. Firmly entangled by the invisible net, Li Fan's expression remained as calm as ever. He took a step forward, completely disregarding all the threads, restraints, and walked out of the net from thin air. Trying to escape, Li Fan's eyes narrowed, and he lightly stomped his foot. Like rippling waves, another identical replica of So's net emerged from Li Fan's toes. Its scale rapidly expanded, and then it enveloped the original So net. Li Fan reached out and grabbed into the void. A figure was awkwardly pulled out by him. Countless threads, like dragons dancing, instantly wrapped him tightly. How is this possible? Even after being captured by Li Fan, So's heart was still filled with disbelief. No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out how Li Fan had turned the tide of the battle in an instant. Li Fan naturally wouldn't explain it to him. With a flick of his slender finger, he pressed down from afar. The true as false Great Tao was instantly activated. It wasn't about directly erasing So's existence, but rather, while making it false, absorbing and comprehending So's Tao path. On the Great Tao of returning to Truth Hall, the character representing So gradually became clearer. And in reality, the light of time gathered on So's body became increasingly dim. Primordial Immortal Realm, Holy Spirit Tao Path. These were all refined mountain and sea great paths, remnants that the mountain and sea divided soul had not fully digested. Even with the enhancement of his past memories and experiences, Li Fan could not fully master them in a short period. Fortunately, this world was self-contained, and the flow of time had no significant practical meaning. So was also deeply bound within the net, unable to move or struggle. He could only let Li Fan absorb and comprehend. After an unknown period, the light and shadow on So's body, which had condensed like an outer garment, completely dimmed. This primordial Holy Spirit also revealed his true form before Li Fan. He had a spider body and a human face, but his tentacles resembled human arms. Millions of tiny eyes on his body were all staring intently at Li Fan at this moment. The hatred in his eyes was etched into his bones. Li Fan looked at one of So's eyeballs. Like a flame being extinguished, the eyeball disappeared silently. As Li Fan's gaze shifted, the eyes on So's closed body slowly diminished. The speed of extinguishing was steady and resolute. At first, So could still maintain an angry glare. But when only 90-odd eyeballs remained, So's body trembled slightly. Finally, he shifted his gaze. Even ants cling to life, let alone a mountain and sea Holy Spirit. Bowing to me is not shameful. Li Fan did not mock him, but said faintly. You have two choices. First, to perish here, with no trace left in the mountain and sea. Second, Holy Spirits in the net, though losing their freedom, may have a chance to recover in the future. Living beings in the net. Hearing Li Fan's words, So was slightly startled at first. And then he saw the net that had captured him suddenly reveal its true form. Compared to the invisible net he had meticulously woven, this replica created by Li Fan was colorful, dazzling, and radiant. It was as if the mountain and sea great path was entirely within it, filled with endless vitality. So clearly knew that this was not his illusion. Rather, this net before him truly seemed to carry the mountain and sea. Only at this moment did So truly understand how insurmountable the chasm between himself and Li Fan was. Although our strengths are both at the Holy Spirit realm, but his foundation. But where does it come from? In the primordial immortal realm, all opponents were very familiar with each other. There was absolutely no one like Li Fan. While he was pondering, a sense of voidness coming from various parts of his body interrupted So's thoughts. I am willing to become a Holy Spirit in the net, So said repeatedly. The sense of oppression disappeared. A moment later, So only felt his vision blur, and he entered a magnificent and boundless hall. It was vast and endless, its beginning and end unknown. Only various Taos stood tall, moving in the high heavens. Like bricks and tiles, they collectively built this indescribable hall. With So's understanding, he almost got lost in the face of this scene. However, driven by instinct, he still flew towards the position he was supposed to go. So, his heart was incredibly calm, and all his previous calculations disappeared at this moment. The instant he saw the flashing character ahead, So understood that this was the location of the great Tao he had cultivated throughout his life. With a thought, he floated into it. The moment So returned to his place, a ray of light swiftly streaked from heaven to earth. And then completely hid itself. So opened his eyes again. It was as if what he had just experienced was merely a nightmare. He froze for a moment, then quickly checked his own condition. Nothing is missing, the great Tao is not damaged in the slightest. Could it be, it was really an illusion? So frowned deeply. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a figure standing behind him. He tried to turn around and look back, but he couldn't move. Only then did So fully understand that everything he had just experienced was not an illusion. After such a dramatic turn of events, So could only helplessly accept the reality. Although I seem to have recovered to my peak state, my life is entirely in this person's hands. Every action can be controlled by him. So could not discern the specific method of control, but he instinctively knew that if he tried to break free from the shackles, he would perish in an instant. In other words, So's current existence was maintained under Li Fan's control. If the control link disappeared, then So would also return to nothingness. This method, So's mind surged like a tide, but he heard Li Fan's ethereal words. Do your best to disrupt the primordial immortal realm. Before the words finished, So felt himself return to the primordial immortal realm. The world was still vast, but So was no longer the same So as before. He quickly regained his spirits and began to act as Li Fan requested. The word, disrupt, seemed very simple, but adding the phrase, do your best, before it changed the meaning significantly. So dared not be negligent. The first target he aimed for was Tower, which he had been plotting against for many years. Tower's Tao path was, all things, high and low in order, clearly stratified. Tower was the one sitting at the highest level, and all other great Taos had to be beneath him, suppressed by him. So and Tower had always been at odds. Many years ago, at the critical moment of So's enlightenment and becoming a Holy Spirit, Tower had launched a sneak attack, intending to suppress So. Fortunately, So had some luck, and successfully escaped this calamity. However, a wisp of his origin was consequently suppressed in Tower. Although he had been subtly inferior and naturally restrained whenever he encountered Tower since then, he was also able to vaguely know of Tower's existence. For many years, So had tried every means to scheme against Tower. But he had never succeeded. Now that he was under the control of others, since his life and death were not his own, he might as well go all out. So deliberately created the appearance of severe injury, hoping to attract Tower to take the bait. Tower, who had suppressed a wisp of So's origin, should be able to detect So's severely injured state at the first moment. However, having lived in the primordial immortal realm for many years, all the Holy Spirits were extremely cautious. This level of injury as a lure was simply not enough to make Tower easily act. So, with a ruthless heart, directly cut off 1/3 of his origin. He also deliberately created a huge commotion. A shattered net appeared in the sky of the primordial immortal realm. So's voice echoed continuously, if there is a chance for me to return, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. The tone was utterly venomous, not at all like an act. And the Holy Spirits clearly sensed So's severe injuries. Thus, they began to stir. Just as So had deduced, Tower was the first to attack him. By relying on the suppressed wisp of origin, Tower successfully locked onto the severely injured So's location. Streaks of fine threads, like celestial pillars, pressed down from above, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, suppressing everything within. The method was identical to the one used against Li Fan earlier. The visible sonnet was merely a trap to lure the enemy. The true killing move was another net, meticulously woven by So in secret for countless years. What puzzled So was that this true So net was clearly a one-time use item, and it had indeed been consumed in the previous battle. But as he joined Li Fan's ranks, this So net somehow returned to its original state. So's net, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, leapt out from nothingness. It wrapped around Tower, which pierced through heaven and earth. The originally suppressed object had instead become a menacing hunter. Tower, however, showed no panic at all. Your little tricks, in this vast world, who doesn't know them, who isn't aware of them? To actually try to use them against me, how truly laughable. You are still suited to forever hide in the shadows. Once you show your head, it will be a dead end. Tower's mocking voice resounded throughout the primordial immortal realm. Although So's net had already entangled Tower, the light on Tower's body flowed, and in an instant, it transformed to be identical in form and appearance to the surrounding So net. It was as if it was originally a part of So's net. So could devour external objects, but he could not devour himself. An endless, irresistible suction force came from within Tower. The meticulously woven So net uncontrollably plunged into Tower. What Tower seized back then was merely a wisp of my origin. Over so many years, he has actually researched it to such an extent. He can almost perfectly imitate me, forcefully pretending to be me. I have always been scheming against him, but how could he not have been scheming against me? Before his consciousness disappeared, a flash of realization crossed So's mind. But surprisingly, So felt little fear towards the impending demise. Rather than always being controlled by others, it's better to disappear completely and be truly free. As for you, a fierce thought flashed in So's mind. The vast So net instantly disintegrated, losing its original form and transforming into pure energy that burst forth. Darkness engulfed So, after an unknown period, So woke up from the darkness again. What happened? Am I still alive? So was somewhat stunned. Confused, he quickly checked his own state. He had returned to his peak condition. Was what I just experienced an illusion? But very quickly, So negated his own guess. Because at this moment, chaos had already begun to appear in the primordial immortal realm. Although Tower successfully devoured So's desperate strike before death also caused Tower to be severely injured. Two holy spirits, one dead and one injured. This was truly a situation unseen in the primordial immortal realm for a long time. As if they had encountered the opportune moment for the divine and mundane realms to open, the holy spirits all began to harbor their own thoughts. I died, but how did I come back to life? Just as So was confused, Li Fan's voice once again sounded behind him. Well done, but it's far from enough. 1776. Break the ban on the saints. Chapter 1762. Breaking the restriction, Sage's Battle. The moment he heard Li Fan's voice, Suo once again felt that invisible control. Now, all the sages of the primordial immortal realm believe you are dead, which is perfect for secretly weaving your net and making arrangements. You still have 3 chances. If you still cannot successfully capture another sage. Before he finished speaking, Li Fan's figure suddenly faded away, leaving Suo to sink into thought, his heart heavy. At the moment of his previous demise, Suo was indeed not afraid of death. But now that he was alive again, he had lost that courage. That's right, even an ant clings to life. As long as I am alive, there is a chance. Suo carefully checked his own state again, feeling even more incredulous. Dying and coming back to life is understandable. But the Suo net I wove, which took countless years of effort, was clearly consumed in the battle with Ta. Yet, it reappeared completely with my return. This. Could it be? Suo instantly thought of the only possibility, his eyes flickering. On the surface, however, he dared not show the slightest abnormality, for now his survival depended entirely on the other party's whim. If that's the case, it's not something to be ashamed of. Suo's thoughts surged, and he quickly suppressed many distracting thoughts, beginning to scheme. Ta, now that I am completely hidden in the dark, and have 3 chances to fight without fear of death, I will surely kill you. Suo looked darkly at the chaotic primordial immortal realm. He could feel that Ta was both evading the encirclement of the sages and healing his injuries. His remnants from the previous life were turning into nourishment for the other party. Eat as much as you want. You'll have to spit it all out in the end. Unnoticed by the sages, Suo wove a dark net, slowly beginning to envelop the primordial immortal realm. All of Suo's actions naturally fell into Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan could even perceive some of the other party's thoughts. It seems he knows I control the change of truth and falsehood. Li Fan smiled. If he had been alarmed by Huan Zhen's exposure before, he now had the qualification and strength to not care. His opponents in his eyes were now only Xing and Shen. Let's use the sages of the primordial immortal realm as pawns to explore the mystery of the true god's demise. Li Fan's plan was to go to the time of the mountain and see divided souls beginning and find the truth of the true god's demise back then. But he certainly wouldn't rush in headlong. The strength of the mountain and sea divided soul is roughly equivalent to Xing. Even with Sun Piaomiao's power, he was captured without resistance. I am still far from that level. However, these sages of the primordial immortal realm can be used by me. Li Fan sat in the void realm, and as he meditated, an endless array of light and shadows burst forth from above his head. These were all memories of the reincarnation mountain and sea. The great path of truth and falsehood is within them. Understanding truth and comprehending falsehood, one can control all sages. Giving Suo 3 redundant lifetimes was not Li Fan suddenly becoming benevolent. Rather, Li Fan creating a sage had reached the current limit he could bear. He needed his comprehension of the great path of truth and falsehood to advance another level before he could simultaneously manifest a second sage. Let's see who is faster. It's like seeking a tiger's skin. If the matter is exposed, then only Huan Zhen can come again. Feeling a slight pressure, Li Fan's divine thought was completely submerged in the boundless memories of the past. The sages of primordial immortal realm were basically on par in strength. Moreover, they were extremely cautious beings. Therefore, battles often lasted for thousands of years. Although the primordial immortal realm seemed chaotic now, only a few sages were actually making moves. The vast majority of sages were still lurking in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment. Ta was indeed capable of killing Suo. Although he was encircled, he always managed to turn danger into safety. Not only did his injuries gradually recover during the encirclement, but having absorbed Suo's essence, his strength subtly advanced. Whenever the tower that stood tall and wide appeared, it was gradually accompanied by a dim net. The net first sought out the enemy, and then the tower suppressed them. As time passed, Ta became more at ease in dealing with the sages' encirclement. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, many sages chose to give up. But there were still 2 sages, Guang and Hua, who remained entangled. Knowing that the longer they dragged it out, the more disadvantageous the battle would become. At this moment, the 2 sages, by mutual agreement, unleashed all their divine abilities in a final attempt. The primordial immortal realm instantly plunged into darkness. All light gathered into a single point. As light vanished, time itself seemed to freeze in the world. What followed was absolute coldness and silence. The tower within the net emitted ripples and fluctuations, resisting this sudden darkness. But it was as if there were a pair of invisible giant hands, erasing all the influence it tried to exert on the outside world. With the 2 sages working together, the incomplete net outside the tower gradually withered. A single point of infinite light suddenly leapt out, colliding violently with the tower's horizontal and vertical lines. Light eroded along the tower, as if the entire tower was ignited by light. In the absolute darkness of the primordial immortal realm, all the sages silently watched the magnificent scene in the sky. Facing the erosion of light, Ta repeatedly tried to use his own rules to suppress it. But some existence in the ethereal realm always obstructed him, making his counter-attacks repeatedly fail. It seemed that under the encirclement of the 2 sages, Ta had fallen into a dead end. But just as the lines representing Ta's suppression Tao were completely swallowed by light, a sudden change occurred. Within the boundless light and fire, towers unexpectedly rose without warning. The light boiled, wanting to devour them. However, it was as if a paintbrush was continuously depicting and emphasizing the image of the tower. Not only was the tower not submerged by the light, but it instead imprisoned and suppressed large swaths of light. 4 thin horizontal and vertical lines appeared silently. Connecting with each other, they formed an encirclement, sealing off the battlefield. Hua, who had been hidden in the dark, also seemed to be forced to reveal his tracks. His appearance was that of a swirling mist. The mist tried to escape, crashing into the surrounding blockade lines. The moment it touched them, the lines indeed rapidly dissipated. But outside the forced encirclement, a new encirclement immediately rose. Layer upon layer, endlessly. Although Wa could instantly break through 1 or 1,000 encirclements, he could not break through all the town guardian encirclements in a short time. He was actually suppressed within the battlefield, unable to escape. It seems that Ta has been hiding something all these years. Heh, who isn't? Guang and Wa were a bit reckless. But I don't think they will fall directly like Suo. However, severe injury is inevitable. I just don't know who injured Suo so badly before. If Suo was at full strength, Ta probably wouldn't have been able to take him down easily. Having obtained Suo's essence, Ta's Dao rules are even more stable. He might even be able to break the mountain and sea restriction. In the darkness, lines of divine thought communicated with each other. While waiting for the outcome of the battle, they were also ready to act at any moment. Even as Guang and Wa gradually became overwhelmed, this battle continued for another 1,000 years. In the eternal night, the light grew fainter. The scale of the wandering mist also became smaller. Although Ta remained at an advantage, his consumption was visibly enormous. The lines representing the suppression Dao were no longer so stable. They even showed some distortion. After an unknown period of time, the final scene of this long battle finally arrived. Boundless light, detached from its concentrated point. The primordial immortal realm returned to light. A disheveled figure was exposed under the tower's layers of linear suppression. Flames surged, yet he remained fearless in the face of the heavily pressured tower. As long as there is light, I exist. You cannot defeat me. Ta did not hesitate in the slightest, resolutely and slowly swallowing the surging light and shadow. As if being scorched, Ta's lines, which were already at their last gasp, subtly became illusory. The tiny bit of mist that remained, instead of retreating, advanced. Transforming into a finger, it pointed remotely at a single point. Like a bursting bubble, Ta, after persisting for a moment, shattered with a crash. What a pity, just a little bit more. Fighting 2 against 1 was still a bit difficult. Being able to persist for so long was already beyond our expectations. This battle actually ended with all 3 severely wounded. As if seeing extremely delicious prey, the sages who had been waiting in the world began to stir. Each locked onto their next desired target. But at this moment, a dim net suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Ta, Guang, and Wa. This is Suo. The sages were naturally familiar with this net, so their hearts were even more shaken. How is this possible? Suo's demise was something we all witnessed. The sages were instantly filled with doubt and began to deduce. However, they found nothing. On the battlefield, Suo, who had been planning for a long time, had already begun to reel in his net. At this moment, Suo felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. It turned out that being hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by others, and silently laying out plans, was such a delightful thing. Precisely because he was unconsciously ignored by all the sages, he was able to capture the 3 sages in one fell swoop. Within the shattered tower, a figure was faintly visible. Trembling uncontrollably, he stared in disbelief at the net that imprisoned him. Guang and Wa were also startled by the sudden turn of events. They vaguely sensed a conspiracy. After a moment of lang, the 3 sages who had been fighting each other simultaneously chose to unite their efforts, intending to tear the net apart. Boundless light, shape-shifting mist, horizontal and vertical lines. Colliding and filling, they instantly stretched the Suo net, expanding it dozens of times. The lines of the net became distorted and transparent. The desperate blow unleashed by the 3 sages at the brink of death unleashed terrifying power, enough to drag Suo down with them to their mutual demise. Light vanished, mist dispersed, lines perished. As for the Suo net that had just descended, it seemed to be ignited, gradually burning to ashes. All 4 sages perished. This tragic scene caused the sages observing the primordial immortal realm to feel a stir in their hearts. But soon, they again stared at the remnants of the sages in the world. Just as they were about to make their move, something that startled them happened. Suo, who had clearly dissipated, had actually returned to the world. The burned net suddenly reappeared, enveloping all the remnants of Ta, Guang, and Wa. They no longer struggled. The Suo net tightened, capturing them all. Suo, having accomplished all this, did not linger. He merely showed a smile of unknown meaning to the sages watching in the world. And then he disappeared from the sages' sight, as if he had perished again. What kind of divine ability is this? They never expected that Suo, who had been the first to perish, was actually the one behind the scheme. And the divine ability Suo displayed in this battle far exceeded the sages' previous understanding of him. All sorts of strange occurrences, coupled with the other sages, made them all seem untrustworthy. The sages quickly concealed their tracks. However, once the undercurrents in the primordial immortal realm began to surge, there was no way for them to subside. Well done. The remnants of Ta, Guang, and Hua, all three sages, were devoured by Li Fan using the change of truth and falsehood. As light and shadow surged, the three sages, reborn, emerged one after another. Just like Suo's initial reaction, they first showed a hint of confusion. But they quickly understood their situation. So that's how it is. It's no wonder I lost, having fallen to the great path of truth and falsehood. Ta glanced at Suo, saying with relief. The great path of truth and falsehood. Seeing Ta directly speak out what they had secretly guessed, Guang and Hua both trembled slightly. They had already resigned themselves to their fate. So, such a Tao truly exists between mountain and sea. They understood that even if they resisted and committed suicide, it would be futile. The other party could reshape them with a single thought. There was no escape. Li Fan's figure was not seen, only his faint voice was heard. It was the same words he had previously instructed Suo with. Let the primordial immortal realm be even more chaotic. However, this time, another sentence was added. I want to go to the time of the mountain and sea divided soul. Even though they had already guessed Li Fan's purpose, hearing it firsthand now, the sages couldn't help but tremble slightly. Contending with mountain and sea for the opportunity to become a god was the lifelong pursuit of the sages of the primordial immortal realm. They were no exception. However, with Li Fan's appearance, it seemed they no longer had any chance. Suo, Ta, Guang, Hua. The four sages together stirred up trouble in the primordial immortal realm. First, Suo appeared, attracting the attention of the other sages. When Suo was besieged and on the verge of death, Ta, Guang, and Hua suddenly appeared. Sages who had clearly perished reappeared in full strength. The same trick, yet it once again achieved extraordinary results. Under Li Fan's command, several more beings were added. As more and more Taos appeared in the great Tao of returning to Truth Hall, the capture of the sages of the primordial immortal realm became smoother. No longer needing schemes and tricks, he directly crushed them with overwhelming power. Soon, only 7 primordial sages, including the Lianshan 3 sages, were still resisting. The other 28 primordial sages were all under Li Fan's control. This net is already strong enough. Li Fan sat in the void realm, looking around. 28 sages, orbiting like stars. The Taos of all sages, and even their thoughts, were under his gaze. What immense power! What a pity! In front of Xing and Shen, it still collapses at a touch. Li Fan deduced in his mind for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The sages of mountain and sea still originate from mountain and sea. No matter how many are accumulated, it is useless. The change of truth and falsehood can indeed reverse the true God's descent, but it cannot stop the trend of returning to the true God. If I stay longer, the change of truth and falsehood will not be able to protect me and I will return to the descending true God. There will be no chance to start over. However, this power is enough to cross the boundary. Li Fan suddenly stood up, trying to take a step forward. The process of shaping the sages was also the process of tempering the change of truth and falsehood. During the chaotic battle in the primordial immortal realm, Li Fan's comprehension of the great path of truth and falsehood also advanced by leaps and bounds. The Taos of mountain and sea are the cornerstones of truth and falsehood. The more I know and master, the more familiar I become with the great path of truth and falsehood. With the 28 sages captured, the ethereal truth and falsehood became increasingly tangible and concrete. It was as if he saw the boundary of the primordial immortal realm. The change of truth and falsehood, carrying Li Fan and the 28 sages within the net, gently passed through. The next moment, the primordial immortal realm was no more. In a dark void, it seemed as if 2 colossal beings were feeding. 1777. The beginning of Shanhaifenshan. The great path of truth and falsehood draped over Li Fan like a light veil, concealing his and the Holy Spirit's web's existence. Even so, the moment he stepped into this divided soul, Li Fan still felt 2 gazes sweep over him. Mountain and sea paused their feeding for a moment. Li Fan held his breath and concealed himself. After a long, fruitless search, mountain and sea continued to focus their energy on devouring the true God. This place seems like a vast void realm, with neither mountain and sea nor the true God visible. Neither past nor future is seen. Li Fan did not act rashly, but first carefully observed the current situation. It was like an independent space-time. The moment Li Fan crossed the divine mortal boundary, he was disconnected from the future mountain and sea, trapped in the present. The divided soul of mountain and sea is not just a brief moment. Given the true God's immense size, mountain and sea dividing and devouring, and even slowly digesting, must span a considerably long period. No, that's not right. Li Fan's hard nature stirred, and his attention temporarily bypassed the two colossal beings in the void realm, focusing on this space-time itself. Here, there is actually no such thing as time flowing. What determines the existence of this place as mountain and sea's devouring of the God is unfinished. This means that as long as one arrives here, it must be the moment when mountain and sea have not yet completed their devouring of the God. When mountain and sea complete their devouring of the God, they will evolve into the future mountain and sea in the primordial immortal realm. This space-time will naturally dissipate. Although there is no concept of time flowing, it doesn't mean I can stay here forever. Entering this place means already participating in the struggle of the divided soul. In the matter of the divided soul, as you diminish, I grow. When one does nothing and completely loses the qualification to contend, one will be expelled from this space-time. Li Fan vaguely felt that he had landed on the massive corpse of the fallen true God, officially participating in the gluttonous feast of contention. From the perspective of mountain and sea, they are still in the undecided moment of the divided soul. All future events have not yet happened. But from the perspective of us reverse travelers, everything is already predetermined. A stagnant yet infinitely reincarnating moment of the divided soul. Li Fan vaguely felt that the true God's corpse was like a cage. It trapped mountain, sea, or any existence that dared to covet the true God's remains. Transcending space-time, it conceptually anchors the attribute of a prisoner who enters this place to participate in the struggle of the divided soul. No one who has a divided soul can truly escape from it. In the complete darkness, Li Fan seemed to see the fallen true God, whose remains stood erect, watching indifferently. Although I came here, I have no intention of contending for the divided soul. I merely wish to glimpse the secret of the God's demise. But similarly, first, I need to truly see the God's corpse. The true God's existence surpassed Li Fan's current understanding. Therefore, he could neither see nor hear. You all shall be my eyes and ears, fully observing the true God's secret. If there is anyone who can achieve an epiphany one day, perhaps they can use divine power to tear this binding web of mine into shreds and regain freedom. Li Fan said with a smile to the 28 saints in the web. Even though it was clear that the success rate Li Fan spoke of was almost zero, a glimmer of fantasy still remained deep within the hearts of the saints. Contending with mountain and sea for the God was something the saints of the primordial immortal realm had always dreamed of. However, due to the existence of the divine mortal boundary, all saints were trapped in the primordial immortal realm and could not advance even half an inch. Through years of exploration, the saints had reached a consensus. Only by breaking through the limits of mountain and sea with a saint's body could one enter the time of mountain and sea's divided soul. Yet now, Li Fan, by his own power, brought them all in. The great path of truth and falsehood was indeed incredible. However, if one could obtain divine might, the change of truth and falsehood must also submit. Since Li Fan gave them the opportunity to fully comprehend, how could they not take it? The 28 saints, at this moment, cast all thoughts of life and death aside. They fully immersed themselves in comprehending the dark void realm before them. To become a saint, especially in the primordial immortal realm, one must be among the most top-tier aptitude existences of mountain and sea. The God and the future mountain and sea also had commonalities. As the saints observed individually, the dark space gradually brightened. With every bit of darkness that dissipated, the divine might, Li Fan felt intensified. The fallen true God carried divine might no different from the descending true God. The change of truth and falsehood protecting the saints slightly distorted instantly. At this moment, Li Fan was the first to experience an epiphany. The deepening observation and cognition of the God's corpse is so similar to the process of a new God descending. The moment one sees the true God's full appearance is like facing the true God directly. It's just that the true God has fallen, so there won't be any return to godhood. But the true God's power is also not something ordinary saints can withstand. One needs to be like mountain and sea, eating while comprehending. Then, naturally, the question arose. The divided soul of mountain and sea was already their limit of acceptance. How could they allow other existences to contend with them? A struggle is inevitable. Let the saints fight mountain and sea for me. From beginning to end, Li Fan's goal was very clear. To witness the true God's complete body and glimpse the secret of the true God's demise. As the saints' comprehension of the Tao deepened, the layered shadows of the God gradually became clearer. Mountain and sea, who were previously feeding, stopped again. This time, they finally confirmed that others had intruded here. Their meal being coveted, mountain and sea seemed utterly enraged. The true God's heavy shadow was replaced by the illusory forms of mountain and sea. The God that the saints perceived seemed to have temporarily vanished from this space-time. Only continuous mountain ranges and swirling seas remained in the darkness. Although the saints had not yet revealed themselves, they were already surrounded by mountain and sea. Completely different from the mountain and sea known in later generations. Mountain and sea at the time of the divided soul were savage, cruel, and ferocious. Slaughter and devouring were their only means of dealing with outsiders. The illusory forms of mountain and sea collided, stirring up waves and ripples. The saints firmly believed that without the protection of the great path of truth and falsehood, they would have revealed their traces immediately. Seize the last moment, and quickly comprehend the Tao. With mountain and sea raging, there isn't much time left to hold on. Li Fan's faint voice came, and the hearts of the saints all tightened. Forcibly calming down, they tried to continue peering into the mysteries of the true God from beneath the overlapping shadows of mountain and sea. It seemed the intruders had completely enraged mountain and sea. At this moment, mountain and sea even temporarily halted the matter of the divided soul, fully searching for the hidden little bugs. There seemed to be roars echoing through the mountains and reverberating ceaselessly over the sea. The currents surged higher and higher, and under the collision of mountain and sea, even the foundation of this space-time, the true God's remains, trembled. Under the life and death crisis, the saints' epiphany surpassed their past experiences. Even with darkness all around, they gradually discerned the blurry outline of the fallen true God within it. Every saint was like this. Not to mention Li Fan, who was observing through the eyes of the 28 saints. The true God's remains, previously without concrete cognition, finally materialized in an instant. Li Fan's shoulders instantly felt as if a heavy weight had pressed down. His body and divine soul trembled because of it. It's time. Li Fan's eyes flickered slightly, gripping the giant net containing the 28 saints. Then, with a gentle tug and a toss. At the same time, he withdrew the change of truth and falsehood, and the saints, like stars, shone dazzlingly. Instantly drawing the gaze of mountain and sea. Although they had long anticipated their fate, they did not expect Li Fan's abandonment to be so swift. Everyone, ignoring everything else, the saints instantly became united, working together to face the wrath of mountain and sea. Beams of light illuminated the dark space-time. For a moment, they cast mountain and sea in a spectrum of colors. The 28 saints all possessed the ability to rival mountain and sea. Mountain and sea were enraged, but they could not take them down for a while. The slight trembling sound of mountain and sea resonated again. In the void realm, some unknown existence seemed to be falling and descending. PFF'd. Just like crushing an insect, 28 balls of light instantly extinguished one spot. What was that just now? The saints were bewildered, but Li Fan, hidden in the dark, saw clearly. This is the true power belonging to the God. It's like the true God finger. Mountain and sea have indeed gained something from devouring the God. Through mountain and sea's action this time, the true God's body in Li Fan's vision became clearer again. The closer he was to the God, the further he seemed from everything else in the world of mortals. Li Fan seemed to leap onto the sea, gradually ascending the mountains. All the commotion at the foot of the mountains and on the sea surface receded. Only the true God above his head and the few mountain and sea beside him remained. Li Fan no longer cared about the rapidly extinguishing lights in the distance. He climbed upward seemingly slowly, but in fact, incredibly swiftly. What he saw around him, what he felt beneath his feet. From time to time, it brought him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. All dharmas, all things, originate from the God. Mountain and sea are like this, and the great path of truth and falsehood is also like this. To reverse the cosmos with the change of truth and falsehood is actually the God's own transformation. After all 28 stars extinguished, mountain and sea, who finally regained their senses, seemed to have finally noticed Li Fan's existence. The mountains beneath his feet trembled and shook incessantly. The sea wind howled, threatening to blow Li Fan away. True as false, false as true. Wearing a straw cloak, Li Fan ignored the wind and rain between mountain and sea. He walked leisurely, ascending step by step. As he climbed further up, even the mountains and the vast sea gradually moved completely away from him. As far as his eyes could see, there were only a few solitary mountain peaks, and in the distance, a glimpse of the sea. But it could no longer affect Li Fan. The true God's face above his head became increasingly clear. The effort Li Fan needed for each step also grew greater and greater. Mountain and sea, God. Everything he had experienced in past reincarnations transformed into a vortex, constantly reverberating in his mind. It seemed that everything could find its reflection on the God's body. Using past memories and experiences as points, he gradually depicted the formless and shapeless God. When Li Fan could no longer take another step forward, the God finally appeared above his head. Li Fan's body and divine soul seemed to be frozen at this moment, losing the vitality of thought. Fortunately, the true God had fallen, leaving only remains in the world. After an unknown period, Li Fan's non-thought finally began to slowly turn again. Is this the God? It was vastly different from what he had imagined. There was no imagined divine might or disdain of the God. Only a vast expanse of deathly silence, spanning above. Li Fan's previous mental freezing was not due to the God's pressure, but rather due to the implication of the God's demise. When I hadn't seen the God's full appearance, I vaguely felt the divine might everywhere. But now that I see the God's face, the God is no longer a God. Emptiness and deathly silence permeate. Li Fan frowned slightly. The true God's body was indeed vast and boundless, encompassing everything. All cognition, all principles, seemed to find answers within the boundless dark cloud above his head. But one fact was unavoidable. The true God had fallen. Why did the true God fall? Perhaps only by becoming a God can one find the answer. Li Fan was pensive at this moment. He slightly opened his mouth, and the boundless dark cloud above his head slowly rotated, being absorbed by Li Fan. In a few breaths, data comparable to what Li Fan had experienced in the past was forcibly poured into his mind, completely exceeding Li Fan's acceptable range. The normal way to deal with it was like mountain and sea, slowly devouring and digesting over an infinitely long time. But Li Fan found another way. And, true as false, everything obtained from the God instantly became ethereal and illusory. It lost its tangible weight, but it still existed there. If one wished to access it, it could still be found. Feeling light all over, Li Fan quickened his pace of devouring. Only by devouring everything of the God can one inherit all of the God's power. But what I seek is not to become a God. Rather, it is to possess the God's gaze. Precisely because he had personally witnessed the fate of a new God's birth, Li Fan would not be swayed. His heart nature was incredibly firm. He swallowed the true God's remains whole, without seeking to digest them, only to swallow them completely. Li Fan might maintain his composure, but his contenders, mountain and sea, fell into extreme rage. Mountain and sea had sensed that Li Fan's speed of devouring was far superior to theirs. If this continued, the one who became a God would undoubtedly be Li Fan. So mountain and sea went all in. The mountains beneath their feet collapsed with a roar. The distant vast sea was no longer seen. Beneath the true God's dark cloud, two similar dark clouds suddenly appeared beside Li Fan. They were clearly smaller than the true God's body. They pressed and squeezed towards Li Fan, trying to trap him. Li Fan's inner being remained undisturbed. He simply treated them as remnants of the true God as well, and swallowed them whole. But he had not expected. The effect was surprisingly good. It seemed that the taste of mountain and sea was not fundamentally different from the true God's body. The only difference was that the two dark clouds of mountain and sea were filled with frantic resentment. Not only the scars of their bodies being taken, but also countless indescribable resentments transcending them, seemingly even more ancient than mountain and sea themselves. Compared to the erosion of mountain and sea's power, these resentful emotions were actually more troublesome. Even with Li Fan's current hard nature, his face couldn't help but occasionally twist. In his mind, countless new personalities seemed to begin to appear. They wanted to replace Li Fan. Li Fan's true self, watching one after another of himself emerge before him, felt an inexplicable sensation. It was as if the initial birth of mountain and sea was also like this. Then, associating the dark clouds of mountain and sea with the fallen God's body, Li Fan seemed to realize, mountain and sea originally separated from the God. It's just that their consciousness originated from what the God once devoured. Other gods. Before Li Fan's eyes, it seemed that countless divine figures appeared, fighting and dying one after another. Just as he was about to continue his deduction, he was interrupted by the countless newly generated selves in his mind. Li Fan couldn't help but reveal a fierce glint in his eyes. Good, let's taste them all and see what they're like. The vortex of his will, unconcerned with what was raw or cooked. Even if all the opponents looked exactly like him. He swept them all up and swallowed them into his belly. 1778. One and Only Thing. Chapter 1764. The One and Only Mortal. Only when Li Fan truly tasted it did he realize that the countless versions of himself he saw in his sea of consciousness were not mere illusions. Nor were they just faces wearing a similar skin, meant only to intimidate. Instead, they were all genuinely, truly Li Fan himself. With every face he consumed, Li Fan could clearly feel the terror, resentment, and despair of his other selves. They even had their own unique life experiences. All of them were similar to Li Fan, starting from humble beginnings in Zanhuang, cultivating diligently, and reaching the early stages of divided soul in mountain and sea. Even though Li Fan knew very well that such events had never truly occurred in the real mountain and sea, after swallowing himself, bite by bite, memories belonging to his food involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was as if these were all the various experiences he had undergone in his past reincarnations. The ability to turn the false into the true. However, even if they were truly my past selves, what of it? I shall swallow them all without hesitation. No matter your origin or background, you shall all serve as nourishment for my comprehension of the Tao. Li Fan's emotions remained utterly undisturbed. He swallowed and digested countless versions of himself with an unruffled and indifferent expression. He didn't even experience any mental confusion from the sudden influx of countless memories. He merely regarded them all as experiences that the past Li Fan had gone through in countless reincarnations. What do his experiences, his karma, have to do with me? I merely enjoy his gifts. Everything else can be ignored. Li Fan felt perfectly at ease, as if the affairs of the world should naturally be this way. He remained completely unmoved by the curses of his countless selves. His mind was not shaken in the slightest by the act of devouring his own divine thought. The vortex in his sea of consciousness churned, slowly consuming all the faces. Then, he looked up again at the divine might above. The emergence of these Zanyan miscellaneous thoughts is actually a side effect of devouring the divine might. But the dark clouds I am currently absorbing are but a drop in the ocean. Keep eating, keep digesting. As Li Fan finished digesting his first bite, the clamor from mountain and sea completely faded away from him. It was as if only he and the fallen divine might remained in the world. Li Fan continued to eat, solitary and persistent. With every bite, he seemed to comprehend more principles. At first, Li Fan would carefully savor the various flavors. But later, as the novelty gradually wore off, Li Fan chose to ignore it directly. He merely swallowed indiscriminately, caring only about the act of devouring itself. The power of a god was undoubtedly an ineffable delicacy for any cultivator in the world. To vie for a single taste, even the sages of mountain and sea would fight to the death. But what about the second bite, the third bite, or even countless bites? The fallen divine might was immeasurable in scale. Even the act of finishing it became an unbearable burden. Li Fan felt uncomfortably full, but the divine might before him had only diminished by a mere 1,000th. More and more memories of his own reincarnations filled his mind, and Li Fan occasionally felt a sense of disorientation. He forgot his name, his purpose for being here. Only a single obsession in his mind sustained his continued act of devouring. When Li Fan had finished eating 1/3 of the entire divine might, he felt as if he had disappeared. He was no longer Li Fan but had transformed into a part of the vast dark cloud. What once belonged to the fallen true god was now being re-energized through him, a newly formed organ. He vaguely felt that something was amiss. But the inertia developed over countless years caused Li Fan to continue his devouring mechanically. The dead silent dark cloud seemed to be changing. A certain extremely ancient consciousness was slowly reawakening within it. However, Li Fan was unaware of this. He looked at the increasingly smaller, undevoured portions of the divine might, instinctively continuing. While completing the task, he also wished to quickly escape from this endless torment. A mortal devouring a god. This journey was simply too long. So long that Li Fan had forgotten why he had embarked on it in the first place. Who knows how many more years passed. Because he hadn't thought for so long, Li Fan seemed to have completely lost his original will. And the massive divine might dark cloud, too, had only a small final piece left to be transformed. With Li Fan's current ability, just one last bite would allow him to finally complete the long journey of devouring the god. The vortex slowly rotated, and the dark cloud gradually entered. But at the very last moment, Li Fan suddenly stopped. This feeling is unease. Li Fan pondered for a long time before he finally recalled what emotion was reverberating in his heart. And fear, anger. Having devoured most of the divine might, he was no longer a mortal, in the ordinary sense. Li Fan felt that all the emotions within him were incredibly unfamiliar. I would be like this. Why is this? His long frozen and stagnant thoughts naturally began to operate again. He was just a hair's breadth away from completing the transformation. Yet Li Fan chose to pause. It was like the rolling eastward river suddenly being blocked. A certain emotion was gradually accumulating and brewing. Once it reached a certain level, it instinctively generated an urge to proceed. Originally, the fallen divine might would not have undergone this change. But now, only a sliver remained until the god's reawakening. The vast consciousness within the dark cloud was already on the verge of awakening. As if in a dream, it instinctively reached out. Sensing the urge from another, Li Fan couldn't help but frown. During the countless years of solitary devouring the divine might, he had long grown accustomed to being alone. Now, suddenly realizing that there seemed to be other existences within the dark cloud, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. His frozen thoughts shattered, layer by layer. Li Fan's consciousness rapidly recovered. Am I devouring the god? Or is the god devouring me? That was close. Scanning his entire body, Li Fan instantly understood his current predicament. It's exactly like the moment before a true god descends. However, the true god's descent means all things return to the god, a resurrection from death. But now, it's a possession. Li Fan disregarded the increasingly strong urge from the accumulating dark cloud, calmly pondering. How could devouring a god be an ordinary matter? Any single strand of this dark cloud could turn the false into the true, creating real past experiences. If I were to devour it directly and crudely like this, even if I could barely swallow it all, there would only be one outcome. The fallen true god would return, using my body. Just one step away from becoming a god, all subsequent events would be reset to a time before they occurred. The fading of mountain and sea, and everything in the world, was not an illusion. It was because they truly ceased to exist. Li Fan vaguely understood in his heart. The divided soul of mountain and sea was not a space-time in the ordinary sense. Instead, it was an evolution axis based on the state of a true god. The moment the true god fell, at its most complete state, was the beginning of the divided soul of mountain and sea. The end of the divided soul of mountain and sea, when the divine might completely dissipated, was its conclusion. As Li Fan devoured the divine might step by step, he grew closer to the true god's complete state. And thus, he arrived at the very beginning of this place. Thinking of mountain and sea, Li Fan immediately clarified a long-standing doubt in his mind. Why would mountain and sea accept sharing such an enticing act as devouring a god? The desire for exclusive possession is inherent in all people. Even for worldly cultivation treasures, one instinctively desires to monopolize them. How much more so for the power of a true god? It's not that they were unwilling, but that they were truly unable. If either mountain or sea attempted to fully devour the god, their fate would be just like mine now. Instead, they would become materials for the true god's revival. Only through compromise between the two, with mountain and sea relying on each other, could they jointly resist the divine might. Li Fan understood. Mountain and sea still had each other as companions, but Li Fan, having come this far, was destined to be alone. Fortunately, his original goal was not to devour the god. It was to observe the mystery of the god's fall. The current situation, though I still haven't seen the god's complete body, is barely enough. The urge from the vast dark cloud, like a dammed lake, accumulated more and more. It gradually transformed from urging to impelling. Li Fan knew he didn't have much time left, so he calmed his mind and began to observe. I hope this relatively complete corpse still holds some clues. In all the divine might Li Fan had devoured, there were no clues about how the god had fallen. There weren't even any memories. It was all pure Tao principles and laws. The cornerstone of all creation, the fundamental principles of existence. Li Fan, having recovered his senses, also admired himself for being able to forcefully swallow such a large stone. Such effort was naturally not in vain. The divine might dark cloud was boundless and endless. Yet now, Li Fan could sweep it all with a single thought. He was only a hair's breadth away from transforming into a god. Li Fan's observation could be likened to a deceased person's soul emergence, observing their own corpse. He was trying to find clues about his own demise. He observed it the first time. All the Tao, all the laws, are perfectly flawless, without any damage or abnormality. Li Fan pondered, and his divine thought swept over it a second time. The conclusion remained the same. An event that could cause a god to fall must be earth-shattering. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a huge scar. Why is it so normal now? Li Fan found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Could it be that only by becoming a god can one truly know the cause of a god's fall? But clearly, if Li Fan truly took that step, then not even Huan Zhen could save him. The great path of truth and falsehood, as long as the god has not truly appeared, it can be reversed and restarted again and again. But if I return to being a god, the great path of truth and falsehood would also enter the god. Naturally, it would no longer be able to repeat itself. Li Fan was very clear about this point in his heart, which was why he brutally suppressed the thought of becoming a god as soon as it arose. He would rather live forever in the reincarnation of world destruction, maintaining his independent will. He would absolutely never be willing to transform into a so-called god and lose himself. Li Fan, unwilling to give up, continued to observe the divine might again and again. And the instinctive reawakening of the god became increasingly difficult to suppress. The vast dark cloud gradually went out of control. Li Fan felt that as he remained inactive for a long time, the divine might was gradually developing a sense of repulsion. Or more accurately, the dammed lake formed by that instinctive drive was about to break through the stone blockade, reawakening on its own. And Li Fan, standing in the path of this mighty torrent, would be crushed to dust by this majestic divine might. Before the true God reawakens, I must use Huan Zhen. Otherwise, I will suffer eternal damnation. Li Fan finally made up his mind. Although he failed to glimpse the mystery of the true God's fall this time, by devouring the divine might, he had come to know all laws and all things in the world. If he could fully digest what he had gained, Li Fan's understanding of the great path of truth and falsehood might surpass his former self, reaching an inconceivable realm. At that time, apart from the God itself being unrecreatable, all creation and destruction in mountain and sea would be at Li Fan's whim. Such a harvest is already sufficient. Let me digest for a while, then I'll come back to probe. With this thought, Li Fan was about to use Huan Zhen. But in an instant, as he witnessed the increasingly restless true God dark cloud, his heart suddenly stirred. Only a true God can witness the mystery of a God's fall. Since that's the case, then don't hinder the God's rebirth. The change of truth and falsehood is in my hands, so a God is not a God. There's a momentary chance. Li Fan's eyes flickered, and he finally made his decision. His will soared, no longer obstructing. The intent to reawaken, like a rushing flood, instantly spread throughout the dark cloud. A moment later, Li Fan felt that the endless dark cloud had disappeared from his sight. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, looking up. In the boundless darkness and void, a star seemed to light up. Like the singular eye of a god, descending upon the world. The starlight spread, its speed even faster than the return of all things to the god at the end of mountain and sea. Everything Li Fan saw and felt was filled with starlight. And then, truly, he felt the power of return from above his head. The great path of truth and falsehood, originally from the god, now ought to return to the god. Having experienced similar scenes before, Li Fan was surprised but not panicked. Using his will as a foundation, he struggled to hold on. His gaze was fixed, and the true appearance of the god finally revealed itself. At the same time, he compared it to the fallen divine might he had seen before. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Li Fan disregarded his own safety, only seeking an answer. The starlight grew increasingly dazzling, filling everything. But at that very instant, the dazzling starlight suddenly receded completely. The world once again plunged into dead silence and darkness. Li Fan almost thought it was an illusion caused by the starlight reaching its peak. But very quickly, he realized something was wrong. In the darkness, a vast, invisible presence seemed to stand silently before him. If Li Fan were in the state he was in when he first arrived at the divided soul, he would certainly not be able to discern the god's true form. But after countless years of devouring the god, he had accumulated enough to witness the scene before him. The true god sat cross-legged. The perfect body was no longer perfect due to a hollow point in its glabella. A true God is formless and shapeless, so there is naturally no such thing as a brow, or sitting. It was merely Li Fan applying his own understanding to the God, attempting to comprehend and explain everything that happened to the fallen true God. Thus, he saw that the God, who should have been high above, looking down upon Zhang Sheng, for some reason could only sit cross-legged. Thus, he saw that the divine might, which should have been perfect and flawless, had a hollow point between its brows. It sat cross-legged because it was severely wounded. And the reason for its severe, near-fatal injury was that point between its brows. This is, what I have painstakingly sought, the mystery of the God's fall. Li Fan stared intently at that point, as if mesmerized. For some reason, he felt a faint familiarity from that point. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous sound came. The true God, sitting cross-legged, seemed to be trying to stand up again. Like a gust of strong wind, the change of truth and falsehood swayed precariously. It was about to uncontrollably fly towards the sky, towards where the true God was. Huan Zhen. Li Fan took one last look, intending to engrave that inexplicable point deeply into his mind. 1779. The God-Killing Transformation. Chapter 1765. The Transformation of God's Slaughter. Fenner, it's time to eat. Li Fan only woke up from his daze when Bai Shuyu brought out the meticulously prepared lunch. He had been reborn for a long time, but he was still immersed in observing God. In his eyes, there was no such thing as Great Zan, Xuanwang world, or mountain and sea. Until he was awakened by his aunt. He subconsciously looked at the table. The moment the idea of food appeared in his mind, the instinctive repulsion brought by countless years of eating instantly made him feel a wave of nausea. Ah! Bai Shuyu was stunned, her gaze following Li Fan's to the table of dishes she had made. What's wrong with Fenner? 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable. Although it's not delicious, it's certainly not disgusting. Just as she was puzzled, Bai Shuyu's thoughts instantly froze. Then, they vanished into ashes, inch by inch. Not only her, but Great Zan, and even Xuanwang world and original possibility, met the same fate. They just disappeared into thin air like that. Now it was Li Fan's turn to be stunned. Heaven and earth as witness, he really didn't do it. Could it be that I haven't fully recovered from the anomaly of my previous life, and my power is out of control? Li Fan frowned, looking around at himself. A mortal body of flesh and blood, only the true false great Tao was upon him. Other than that, having slowly devoured it bite by bite for countless years, he was naturally familiar with the lingering taste on his body. It originated from God. No wonder I instinctively feel disgusted. Li Fan frowned. He already understood what was going on. Observing God and then devouring God. Being with God, and even transforming into God himself. Li Fan's entire being was permeated by the power of God. Although he had returned to his initial anchor point with the help of Huan Zhen, he had not yet completely removed the contamination of divine power. Even a slight fluctuation of divine power would be a destructive disaster for the surrounding environment. Bai Shuyu had suffered this undeserved calamity. But the destruction and rebirth of living beings in mountain and sea had already gone through countless reincarnations. Li Fan didn't mind it either. The true false great Tao was like a blade, crushing the taste of God clinging to his body, inch by inch. Others yearned for it, but he didn't want to touch it at all for a short time. Moreover, Li Fan looked around. Even just a trace of residual divine power gradually became like a hatchery. Almost visibly, a vast consciousness was being born. It was not that fallen true God, but rather like the flies born on the corpse of a god. Mountain and sea reacted even more intensely. It was something that had been devoured by them countless years ago. Now, its aura had reappeared. How could this not make mountain and sea feel terrified? Heavy pressure came from all directions, all from within mountain and sea, intending to completely crush and shatter this place. Troublesome. Li Fan first thoroughly cleansed the aura on his body with the true false great Tao, and then, with a flicker of his figure, left this turbulent mountain and sea. Although the other shore sages were aware of the situation here, they were unable to detect Li Fan's whereabouts. Having devoured the entire divine body, even though he hadn't fully digested it, Li Fan was already standing outside the threshold of becoming a god. He was only one step away from transcending Zhang Sheng. The change of truth and falsehood was as if innate. With his casual application, so-called cultivation and so-called realm were all at his whim. He found a quiet place and temporarily hid himself. Li Fan began to recall what he had seen and heard in his previous life. Undoubtedly, the greatest gain was finally glimpsing the cause of the god's demise. Compared to that inexplicable glimpse, even the entire divine body's creation was insignificant. Why did I feel a trace of familiarity from that point? Li Fan was very sure that it was not his illusion. Because even now, recalling it, the sense of familiarity had not faded. The image of God materialized in his mind had slowly blurred, but in contrast, that point of the transformation of God's slaughter became clearer and clearer. The answer he sought was already very close. Li Fan even temporarily gave up on comprehending the divine body's creation. Instead, he patiently savored that inexplicable point. The familiar Mai Luo was like a rugged path. Li Fan followed the déjà vu traces, getting closer and closer. Finally, the point of the transformation of God's slaughter, like a door, stood before Li Fan. He could reach out and touch it. Li Fan's expression was calm as he slowly reached out his hand. Boom boom boom. That point suddenly shattered, transforming into a scene that leapt into Li Fan's mind. The true God was dying. The consciousness from the devoured companions revived like ghosts within its body. After evolution, it finally transformed into the dual imagery of mountain and sea. This was the beginning of divided soul. At the brink of death, the true God foresaw the method to break the situation of mountain and sea in the future, and so, with its last strength, it reached out into the vast void realm. A ray of light pierced through the endless darkness, coming from an unknown place. It plunged into the divine body. Like a bullet, it hit the center of the brows. The true God thus perished. The one who slew God was actually myself. No wonder I felt that trace was so familiar. Li Fan's body and mind trembled violently, and he instantly broke free from the boundless illusion. With his current understanding of God after observing the scene of the god's demise, he already knew what all of this was about. Although God perished because of him, it was not only because of him. Even without him, within the divine body, the collective consciousness had already transformed into the imagery of mountain and sea. The true God's systematic collapse and being swallowed by mountain and sea was a destined outcome. But the true God was unwilling to fall just like that, so after glimpsing the future, it used its last ounce of strength to pull Li Fan in. I became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Fan seemed to understand something. Logically speaking, a mere mortal, no matter how fragile the true God was, would never be enough to crush a dying God. I think Zhongsheng and mountain and sea don't have such ability. They would only become food for the true God's recovery. But I am different. Li Fan's divine thought swept over his body. His flesh and blood gradually faded and became transparent. His internal organs and bones all disappeared. Only a speck of light representing Li Fan's divine soul shone in all directions. Seeing the heart and understanding the nature. I came from outside of God. Li Fan looked inward at himself, peeling away layer by layer all the countless reincarnation experiences of this mountain and sea that had been Chanrao on him. Only his most primitive self was revealed. Whether it's God or mountain and sea, or even later lonely star, new God. They are all derivatives within God. It can be foreseen that no matter who wins or loses, separates or merges, a new God will eventually be born. But the lingering thoughts of the previously fallen God are not extinguished. After countless years, numerous consciousnesses rise again. Just like mountain and sea, the demise of God will reappear. This world is inherently an infinite reincarnation. True God, mountain and sea, star. They are all just inescapable links in the reincarnation. If there were no outsiders, this reincarnation would repeat endlessly. But I came. Li Fan looked directly at himself. Although I am just a mere mortal. But because I came from outside of God, I am the absolute variable that has never appeared in reincarnation. Thus, I possess the power to overturn everything. At first, perhaps just as insignificant as the mortals here. But if it can undergo a long period of gestation, the variables will continuously accumulate. It will inevitably cause an unpredictable impact on the entire system. Li Fan's heart was incomparably calm, having seen through everything. The true God who pulled me in might not have just been for the sake of rebirth, but rather, to completely end reincarnation. Li Fan couldn't help but recall everything he had experienced since his transmigration. Whether it was the former Li Fan or his current self. Every activation of Huan Zhen, every reset of mountain and sea, was just like the reincarnation that happened to the true gods in this world. But what was different was that because of Li Fan's involvement, there was a change in the eternal unchanging. Protected by the true false great Tao, my tiny variable was able to grow and expand. Finally, I can touch the threshold of the transformation of God's slaughter and breaking reincarnation. Having deduced this far, Li Fan already understood the method of the transformation of God's slaughter. God, perfect and flawless. Although in infinite reincarnation, as a whole, it always maintained a complete state. If the perspective were further extended, the repeated reincarnations of gods were merely changes of appearance. The true essence remained unchanged, the core remained unchanged. Only an eternal external variable can slay an eternal God. However, at this point, Li Fan's thoughts paused slightly. To be honest, he was indeed strong enough now. But to completely destroy the reincarnation of God, it was far from enough. Could it be that I should find some external help from my old home? This thought lasted only an instant before Li Fan extinguished it. Not to mention that Li Fan did not possess this ability that only gods had. Even if Li Fan did, he wouldn't do it. Although being dragged into this world and experiencing all these things can be called a calamity. But it is also a great opportunity. It is incomparable to my previously mediocre life. Not to mention, after I slay God and break the situation, I will be the only supreme dominator here. Since that's the case, how could I share it with others? Li Fan stared at it, letting out a cold snort in his heart. But if I don't invite external help, how can I break the situation? Li Fan's thoughts flowed, and before long, he already had an idea. Although there are no other variables, I alone am enough. True is false, false is true. The true-false great Tao instantly activated. His consciousness was like a knife, forcefully carving out a temporarily absolutely safe place amidst the encirclement of mountain and sea and Tao annihilation. Because what Li Fan was about to do allowed no room for error, so he had to be fully prepared. In the Tao Hall, countless Tao paths flew out as streaks of light. Like bricks and tiles, constantly stacking. A world of the same origin as mountain and sea suddenly appeared. Hidden within mountain and sea, indistinguishable from each other. Yet, it stood proudly independent. This was the first layer of protection. This realm should be named the transformation of God's slaughter. Li Fan looked at his perfect creation and nodded secretly. With a thought, the true-false great Tao suddenly covered it. The transformation of God's slaughter instantly seemed to disappear from mountain and sea. Existing between truth and falsehood, Li Fan was confident that even if the three sages arrived in person or Lonely Star descended, they wouldn't be able to discover the whereabouts of the transformation of God's slaughter in a short time. Li Fan strode forward and entered it. He sat cross-legged in absolute nothingness, composed himself, and then began his plan. From the first life, as a rich man, until now. All the countless experiences, cut. With a thought from Li Fan, countless light and shadow instantly surged from his body. These were all his reincarnation experiences. In his second life, relying on his foreknowledge, he ascended to the position of Grand Tutor, wielding immense power. However, upon meeting Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, he realized there were immortals in the world. Thus, he sought longevity. After 6 more reincarnations, he finally stepped out of Great Zon, this immortal severing land, and officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Luli Island, Kongyan Sea, Yunshui Heavenly Palace. He Junghao, Heavenly Doctor, Su Bai, Chuan Fa, Hungry Immortal. High Wall, Dark Star Sea. Daoda, Shou Chu. Chu Xinwei. Lianshan Gui Hai Tai, Mountain, Sea, Star. And even the fallen true God. Scene after scene of light and shadow slowly emerged from Li Fan's body. As the various experiences were cut away, the cold and indifferent gaze of Li Fan, who sat within, also seemed to subtly change. It became a little warmer, and at the same time, more agile. Since my transmigration, my former self, and countless reincarnation experiences. All cut, Li Fan's movements did not stop there. The next moment, even more boundless light burst forth from his body. The various cycles of reincarnation in mountain and sea, the countless sorrows of Zhang Sheng. Li Fan's facial expression twisted and changed continuously because of this. He had been sorrowful, in pain, compassionate, and full of confidence. But all of this faded and disappeared as Li Fan's blades fell one by one. In the end, only a bewildered, youthful face remained. Compared to the hardships he experienced after transmigration, the romantic entanglements and everyday troubles before transmigration were truly insignificant. Li Fan's consciousness floated outside. Staring at himself, his movements paused slightly. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged. He didn't know where they came from or where they were going. But eventually, Li Fan's gaze once again became firm and resolute. The final step: cut off all later consciousness and thoughts. The rest, I'll have to trouble you with it. Along with Li Fan's words, the true false great Tao also detached from Li Fan. It transformed into a figure extremely similar to Li Fan. It had no specific features, only a blur. It bowed slightly to Li Fan. Li Fan's expression was calm, and his consciousness returned to his own body. Then, facing the light that appeared in front of him, he smiled slightly. All memories were gone. He fell into a deep sleep. And the true false great Tao figure, also known as Huan Zhen, continued its actions without stopping. Following Li Fan's previously set plan, it enveloped his original consciousness. When the true is false, the false is true. In the void realm, Li Fan's soft chanting seemed to echo. Subtle ripples trembled, and Li Fan, who was originally a solitary figure, actually split into two. As if suffering endless pain, the two Li Fans, though in their sleep, still couldn't help but furrow their brows tightly. Fortunately, the light of Huan Zhen nourished them in time. Their furrowed brows slowly smoothed out. Huan Zhen made another move, and the Li Fan who was separated later gained a body. Then, a speck of light, from the true false great Tao figure, plunged into his glabella. This is the first transformation of God's slaughter. Li Fan's voice seemed to come again, with a hint of pride. A moment later, the Li Fan, empowered by Huan Zhen, broke through this world and entered mountain and sea. Silently, without a ripple, Huan Zhen, tirelessly, began its next task. Light and shadow flickered continuously, the second, the third, the fourth. And even thousands upon thousands of transmigrator Li Fans were successively thrown into mountain and sea. Accompanying them was the supreme treasure, Huan Zhen. Initially, it was destined to cause no disturbance. But, with the start of the transformation of God's slaughter, they were no longer characters in the play. 1780. Goodwill changes. Chapter 1766. A change of goodwill. The countless transformation of God's slaughter variants, and the Huan Zhen they carried, naturally could not possess the ability to instantly reset the mountain and sea like the original version. Instead, the reset range was initially limited to a single possibility. Furthermore, there was a usage limit of 100 times. Even with such strict limitations, under normal circumstances, it would be enough for the transformation of God's slaughter variants to successfully cultivate to the transcendence realm. Upon leaping out of the possibility they were in, their carried, Huan Zhen, would upgrade. The reset would no longer be limited to a single possibility but would extend to a certain range around themselves. Moreover, if they encountered a mountain and sea saint whose strength far surpassed their own, the effective range of Huan Zhen would further shrink. And there was one more point. If two transformation of God's slaughter variants were too close to each other, both of their Huan Zhen would become ineffective. At the same time, they would sense each other. The only way to restore the function of Huan Zhen was to kill the other party and seize the opportunity from their body. The victor lived, and the Huan Zhen function was restored, even gaining further insight into the true false great Tao by devouring the opponent's Huan Zhen. The loser died, but they did not completely dissipate. Instead, under the protection of the true false great Tao, they returned to the world of the transformation of God's slaughter where Li Fan's main body resided. Their memories and experiences would feed back to the main body. Then, guided by Huan Zhen, after all memories were erased, they would re-enter the reincarnation of mountain and sea. This cycle would repeat until the destruction of the mountain and sea. The creation and forging of the transformation of God's slaughter variants was not an overnight endeavor. Even Li Fan himself did not know how much accumulation was needed before he could successfully slaughter the gods. However, he understood that this was the only method for slaughtering the gods. So he did it without hesitation. As time passed, ripples gradually appeared in the calm mountain and sea. The countless variants created using the initial Li Fan as a template all had ordinary aptitude for cultivation. However, compared to the main body, their starting situations were much better in most cases. Even if their cultivation was unfavorable in the first life, after multiple reincarnations, they could generally embark on the path of cultivation smoothly by virtue of their precognitive abilities. Even reaching the true immortal realm and deploying variants would generally not take more than 30 lifetimes. However, the path from true immortal to transcendence was like a chasm blocking almost all variants. Nearly 90% of the variants, even after 90 reincarnations, failed to find a method for transcendence. This situation was completely opposite to Li Fan's main body's cultivation path. Although the Xuanwang world and the original possibility were full of pitfalls, with danger at every step, in a sense, for Li Fan, who possessed the ability to constantly rewind, they were full of countless opportunities. As long as he grasped any one of them, he could comprehend the Tao of transcendence. However, most possibilities in the mountain and sea were not like this. Exhausting all talents, all resources, and all attempts within an entire possibility often made it extremely difficult to successfully forge a path to transcendence. Otherwise, given the endless possibilities and infinite zhongsheng of the mountain and sea, the number of cultivators who achieved transcendence would not be so small. Huan Zhen, which monitored the operation of the transformation of God's slaughter variant plan, naturally quickly realized this. Without reaching the saint realm, no matter how large the quantity, they could definitely not be considered variants. Before most variants ran out of Huan Zhen uses, it acted. It did not directly bestow, but rather placed it in a perfectly opportune position. As long as the variant did not give up on seeking the Tao of transcendence until the very last life, the very last moment, then things would take a turn for the better at the brink of despair. After transcendence, Huan Zhen would upgrade again, doubling the reset opportunities. This ensured that the path to becoming a saint was not hopeless. As for those variants who actively gave up in desperation, their experiences and memories would still feed back to the main body, as this was also a part of Li Fan. However, they would not be redeployed into the reincarnation of mountain and sea. Instead, Huan Zhen would destroy them. With the true false great Tao in existence, capable of continuously generating countless variants at any time and place, there was no need to worry about them being exhausted. Compared to these failures, who successfully achieved transcendence with the secret help of Huan Zhen, those variants who successfully walked the Tao of transcendence on their own were more worthy of attention. A phantom of Huan Zhen gazed at a certain spot in the mountain and sea. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhang, on taking this step and henceforth being free from constraints. Hearing the voice from his ear, Zhang Fan, a transformation of God's slaughter variant, calmed down from the joy of his successful Tao certification. His expression became solemn, and he cupped his hands, saying, I must also thank fellow Taoist Xuanyuan for his assistance, otherwise, with my aptitude, I would never have been able to take this step. The cultivator beside Zhang Fan smiled. Instead of thanking me, you should thank Senior Mountains and Seas Angler. If Li Fan's main body were here, he would immediately recognize the identity of this cultivator. It was none other than Profound Heaven King, Xuanyuan Hong. Countless experimental transformation of God's slaughter bodies were deployed throughout the mountain and sea. By chance, one of them formed a close friendship with Profound Heaven King. It truly was a wondrous and unpredictable turn of events. However, Zhang Fan naturally did not know the entanglement between his main body and Profound Heaven King, only nodding in agreement. If not for Senior Mountains and Seas Angler's supreme treasure, I might not even have been able to step into the true immortal realm. Saying this, he bowed again towards a figure sitting motionless in the distance. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall his own cultivation journey. He wondered if it was fortune or misfortune. When he was still a small foundation establishment stage cultivator, the secret of him carrying Huan Zhen was discovered by Xuanyuan Hong and Senior Mountains and Seas Angler. Even now, Zhang Fan clearly remembered the tremor and fear when he suddenly discovered that the two of them had not been reset along with the entire world. At that time, he almost thought that he, who had exposed his exotic treasure, was doomed to die. However, he never expected that neither Xuanyuan Hong nor the Mountains and Seas Angler had any intention of plundering his treasure. They even repeatedly offered assistance on his cultivation path thereafter. Only then did Zhang Fan become who he was today. Along the way, the three of them had become close friends, practically sharing everything. Of course, Zhang Fan knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap in strength between him and the two of them. Therefore, he always harbored a slight grudge in his heart. Until today, having successfully attained transcendence, Zhang Fan believed that he finally possessed the qualification and strength to truly interact with Xuanyuan Hong and the Mountains and Seas Angler as equals. Only then did he finally voice the doubt that had been in his heart all along. The true false great Tao has the power to overturn the mountain and sea. Why is it that Brother Xuanyuan is not tempted by it? Xuanyuan Hong seemed to have anticipated Zhang Fan's question and smiled. Firstly, I empathize. I know very well what it feels like to be coveted, so I will not inflict it upon others. Secondly, the true false great Tao is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. But the moment I saw it, I knew that it was not something I could covet. Rather than coveting it in vain, it's better to pretend not to see it. Otherwise, it would only add to my troubles. Xuanyuan Hong seemed to imply something, smiling meaningfully. Zhang Fan, however, could not understand the meaning behind Profound Heaven King's words, only nodding thoughtfully. As for Senior Mountains and Seas Angler, Xuanyuan Hong looked at the Mountains and Seas Angler, who was still sitting and fishing like an ancient Buddha statue. In his eyes, there is only the word, fishing. The true false great Tao is even less attractive than the weak fish in the water. As Xuanyuan Hong finished speaking, the Mountains and Seas Angler suddenly reeled in his rod. A terrified figure landed in the Mountains and Seas Angler's hand. The Mountains and Seas Angler laughed heartily, seemingly in extreme delight. A mere stone slab, daring to pry into this old man's opportunity. Looking at the Mountains and Seas Angler's original action, it seemed he intended to release the figure he had fished up. But for some reason, after a moment, he changed his mind. However, what's the harm in teaching you a few tricks? Saying that, the Mountains and Seas Angler tossed the figure aside and pointed lightly into the void. Watch carefully, and learn well. It was unknown what the terrified figure's original appearance or origin was, but now it had transformed into a boy, wearing a straw cloak and a bamboo hat, holding a fishing rod. He served beside the Mountains and Seas Angler. After a brief period of lingering fear, he also imitated the Mountains and Seas Angler, casting his rod and fishing. In front of the Mountains and Seas Angler, there was no pond. However, as he cast his rod and bait, a mountain and sea fishing ground would invariably appear. Immersed in fishing, he ignored Zhang Fan's compliments. Initially, Zhang Fan was somewhat bothered by it. But now he had grown accustomed to it. The realm of transcendence allows one to cross the Tao annihilation and explore the vast mountain and sea. It is said that beyond the endless possibilities, in the center of the mountain and sea, there is a shore built by the other shore sages working together. It is said that there is a magnificent dynasty in the mountain and sea, spanning countless possibilities. Its dominator is known as Taiwei's Sacred Emperor. Xuanyuan Hong began to introduce the general situation of the mountain and sea to Zhang Fan. For the first half of his cultivation life, although he experienced multiple reincarnations, he was always confined to the single possibility he was in. At this moment, hearing Xuanyuan Hong speak of the magnificent scenery of the mountain and sea, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel his heart yearn for it. He was convinced that with the true false great Tao within him, no matter how difficult or perilous the path ahead, he would be able to carve out his own destiny and even achieve the saint fruit position of the mountain and sea. Seeing the subtle changes in Zhang Fan's expression, Xuanyuan Hong paused, then said, however, whether it is the other shore sages or the Taiwei Sacred Emperor, their situation may not be as good. Profound Heaven King carefully chose his words. What does Brother Xuanyuan mean by this? Li Fan was somewhat puzzled. Brother Zhang has been in this world, always under our protection, unaware of the dangers of Tao annihilation. Previously, I was worried that knowing the truth of Tao annihilation would affect your cultivation resolve. Now that you have transcended, so be it, it is time for you to know the true mountain and sea. Xuanyuan Hong looked in the direction of the Mountains and Seas Angler. The Mountains and Seas Angler slightly raised his head. And so, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. It was as if a long-standing protective disguise had suddenly peeled away. Zhang Fan instantly plunged into the true mountain and sea. It turned out that Tao annihilation was not just the gurgling stream he had always perceived flowing occasionally through the mountains. Instead, it was a raging, surging flood that surrounded the entire mountain. The wind was fierce, the water was high, and the waves were terrifying. At any moment, the small mountain they relied on for their existence could be submerged. With Zhang Fan's initial realm of transcendence, crossing a mountain stream was feasible. But to survive in this raging torrent, it was utterly impossible. He would be instantly swallowed the moment he stepped in. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his body trembling slightly from extreme fear. Just then, Xuanyuan Hong's faint voice came again. Brother Zhang, why don't you look up at the sky again? There seemed to be a special magic in Xuanyuan Hong's voice, and Zhang Fan, complying, looked up at the sky. His body instantly froze and solidified. The endless, vast sky was pitch black and profound. It was filled with the chi of Tao annihilation. The world he was in was but a drop in the ocean compared to it. This is the Void Realm. The surviving mountain and sea are merely isolated islands in the ocean of the Void Realm. Xuanyuan Hong's voice, again, sounded at the opportune moment. Like a clap of thunder, it struck Zhang Fan's heart. Zhang Fan's body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. Extremely terrified, he withdrew his gaze. All sorts of doubts surged in his heart. He never expected Tao annihilation to be so terrifying. Boundless, immeasurable, how could one cross it? How could one cross it? His original grand ambitions were instantly shattered. Zhang Fan tried to speak several times, but always hesitated and found it difficult to open his mouth. All right, stop scaring him, the mountains and seas angler finally spoke. The profound black scene instantly vanished. The heavens and earth returned to clarity. The pressure from the Tao annihilation void realm disappeared, as if a drowning person had been rescued ashore. Zhang Fan gasped for air, greedily absorbing the hard-won sense of security. Just being surrounded by the void realm, he had almost fallen into despair. After a long while, until Zhang Fan's emotions had completely stabilized, Xuanyuan Hong spoke again. With an apologetic look, "Brother Zhang, you must know that I am not intentionally trying to scare you. Rather, the crisis of the mountain and sea is already deeply rooted. Even the current situation was destined countless years ago. The mountain and sea will eventually be destroyed." With his previous experience as a foundation, hearing the destined end of the mountain and sea, Zhang Fan was surprisingly not very shocked. He merely frowned and said, "Eventually. Destined." Facing Xuanyuan Hong's confident words, he instinctively felt disbelief. Xuanyuan Hong, however, did not explain, but continued, "The return of the mountain and sea to the void is a foregone conclusion. Any means of struggle are futile. Just like the cycle of life and death in the world. If there is no death, what meaning does life have? The return of the mountain and sea to the void does not mean the end of everything. On the contrary, it might be a new beginning. So-called struggles to save the world only add to one's troubles," Profound Heaven King sighed softly. "So, Brother Xuanyuan, you mean?" Zhang Fan stared blankly at Profound Heaven King. Facing Zhang Fan's question, Xuanyuan Hong said seriously, "Rather than stepping out and struggling pointlessly, it's better to stay here and enjoy freedom. Until reincarnation restarts. It's fine to tell you now, besides Senior Mountains and Seas Angler, there are several other seniors living in seclusion here. They are enough to ensure our wuyu until the very last moment of the mountain and sea." What Xuanyuan Hong said indeed sounded somewhat reasonable. However, Zhang Fan embarked on the path of cultivation for the sake of eternal life and freedom. And he had not personally experienced the despair of the reincarnation of mountain and sea. Naturally, he would not extinguish the stirring thoughts in his heart just yet. He did not answer, only remained silent. Xuanyuan Hong saw through Zhang Fan's thoughts and said, "Of course, if your will is truly firm, and after recognizing the truth of the mountain and sea's Tao annihilation, you can still muster the courage to step out. We will never stop you." As Xuanyuan Hong spoke, a strange expression flashed across his face.